Good morning, the best to you each morning. It's a sunshine breakfast if you're over in Pune, a little grimmer in London and greyer and a hint of drizzle about, but no worries, we'll bring you the joy of the cricket from Pune, the second one-day international between India and England. We know that England are one down. We were quite taken aback by a run chase that seemed to be going so well and ended up going so badly. We'll talk about that and much more in just a minute with Darren Gough and Alex Tudor. But in the meantime, we're going to straight out to the middle in Pune, where Murali Kartik is ready with the two captains for the toss.
Still here in Pune, I've got the captains alongside me. Virat Kohli, a change of guard for England. Jos Buttler is the captain and the match referee, Javgal Srinath. Virat?
Heads.
Buttler has called heads.
We'll have a bowl, please.
Heads it is. Jos, what have you decided to do?
We're going to bowl. Similar reasons to the other day. I think the wicket will be quite similar. We played some good cricket for a large part of the game and let ourselves down at the end, but hopefully a more complete performance today.
Yeah, it was a great start in the last game, but again, that's the brand of cricket you guys have continued to play. But is it a one-size-fits-all all the time? Could they have done something different to the way you guys batted post the 16 overs?
No, look, we've tried to play that way for a long period of time. It's given us great success, and of course you have to be smart with that at times, but we'll continue to play in the fashion we do.
Eoin Morgan has done a lot for England cricket as a captain, and what he has offered, are these big shoes to fill for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Huge shoes to fill. So we'll miss him today. We'll miss him as a batsman and a leader, but it gives great opportunity to others. Obviously a great day for me to get the chance to captain the side.
Apart from Western Superman, your school team, have you captained any other side?
Only when Morgs has missed out a few times. So no, I've been the best place to learn from him for a long time, so hopefully can have a good day today.
Obviously, Liam Livingstone makes his debut. Any other changes today?
Yeah, we have 3 changes. So David Malan comes in for Morgan, Livingstone for Billings, and Reece Topley for Mark Wood.
Appreciate your time. Go well. Cheers.
Thanks. Good luck.
Virat batting again. I suppose you guys have done it well and done it before.
Yeah, we actually wanted to bat first today again. Again, conditions play a big part. Soft outfield again, and just getting runs on the board in the last game really helped us out. Even though they got off to a start, but we felt like we are always in the game because they play a certain brand of cricket. And if you are intense and you're looking for wickets and are aggressive, then you're always in the game, and that's exactly what happened.
Top teams don't rely on the toss, and that is something which you have stressed constantly. From that respect, are you satisfied with the way your team has progressed? Every time you lose the toss, it seems as if you bounce back really strongly.
Yeah, very happy. I mean, that's what development of a team is all about. If you want to perform anywhere in the world and, against your wishes, then you have to be ready to do whatever happens at the toss. And that's precisely the reason we actually wanted to put ourselves in a similar situation again, even if we won the toss. So very happy to bat first again today, and hopefully, we can probably do much better in those middle overs when we lost 3-4 wickets. Outside of that, I think our batting was spot on.
Great chance to seal the contest today.
Yeah, look, it's against top quality side. You have to be very precise in your plans and your execution, more importantly. And that's something that we ended up doing in the last game. The chat in the field was all about, keep the belief. Doesn't matter if we lose in 40 overs, but just keep attacking all the time and we will get those wickets and then create enough pressure. And then that's exactly what happened. We didn't want to take the game deep. We wanted to attack at all times and show the batsmen that we're here to get them out.
No Shreyas Iyer today. What's your team news?
Yeah, he's out unfortunately with a shoulder injury. Rishabh Pant replaces him. That's the only change.
Appreciate your time. Go well. Cheers.
Thank you.
England have won yet another toss here in Pune, and the news is that they will bowl first.
Yeah, fascinating from the two captains. We've had this a few times really, where the England captain confidently says, "Yep, we'll bowl, and we're very keen to bowl, and we think it's an advantage." And then Virat says, "Well, actually, we'd have batted first." I don't know whether there's a bit of bluff and counter bluff there. I remember personally tossing with Keith Fletcher when I was first captain of Hampshire, and he was an experienced old pro. And I won the toss and I said, "We'll bowl," and he said, "Well, there was no point in tossing them, was there?" As if to say, I was always going to bat. You don't know what you're about, youngster. Anyway, Alex Tudor and Darren Gough are with me. Fellas, what do you make of the toss, Goughy?
It's kind of what I expected. Do you know something? If we're looking at the pictures, we can see on our monitors now, and now looking down that pitch, and I was captain, I'd fancy having a bat on there. Mark. I really would. I mean, it looks a good pitch. It looks well knitted together. It had good pace and carry the other day. The batsmen get in, as it proved with India. You can get off and build a partnership and create big scores. And once you start getting over 300, you're well in the game, aren't you? Yes, England were walking it with Johnny Bairstow at the crease, who played a fine innings. But runs on the board, always vital in world cricket for me, especially in the longer form, 50 overs.
Well, okay, I think there's a lot to talk about just in what you've just said there, but I'll let Alex Tudor have his say first. Good morning, Maestro.
Good morning, legend.
Our first little venture together
Yes.
this morning. Yeah, very good. You're looking slick, strong.
Well,
happy.
thank you. Thank
Happy.
you. On slightly better than Goffey's jacket the other day when I was listening.
Well, yes, you wanted photographs of it, I
I
noticed
did.
on WhatsApp. And when you saw it, I don't think the photograph did it justice, but it was a wild piece of
It
gear.
was something different, but I think Goffey pulled it off well.
He will.
You know, he's got good shoulders.
Like everything
and
else
stuff
in Goffey's
Yeah,
life, he
he
pulls
pulled-
it off well. Okay, come on, talk to us about the cricket.
Listen, I like Goffey, but I would like to see us bat first. I know teams now, they like to chase and whatever. I'd just like to see us bat first, post a total, and then say to the bowlers, come on, let's see what we can do. I just think we're just showing one trick
Okay.
at the minute.
All right, well then I will put the other side of the coin to you both. It seems to me that it'll just offer a bit early on. I don't think it was easy for Rohit and Shikhar in the early sort of first 7 or 8 overs. I thought the England new ball bowlers beat the bat a lot, given the quality of the opponent. They beat the bat because the ball moved. And even they struggled to hit the ball at the top of its bounce because it was just a bit uneven, I thought, in pace. And then there was no doubt that in the evening with that dew on the ground, it was beautiful, a beautiful surface, and you could easily hit through the line of the ball. So actually, I think that given the conditions, the tactic is right. If you came at this knowing nothing, I think it's the decision you would make, but that doesn't mean it's not a decent pitch to bat on first.
Yeah, and also he wants to give his bowlers the best chance, doesn't he? If there's a little bit there. I mean, you look at that bowling attack, and it's not going to scare you, is it? I mean, Topley, Curran, Rashid and Moeen Ali. I mean, that's our batting is our strength. So what they're trying to do, the captains between them, whether it be Morgan, whether it be Butler, is thinking, looking at that bowling attack, we're probably better off getting the bowling out of the way and use our strength to chase at the end. With some of the batting talent we've got there who can clear the ropes and at the run rate they score at.
Yes, there is that old thing, isn't there, about use your strength second when the pressure's greatest. There's another argument that says use your strength first when there's no pressure and it'll play more freely. I do agree I think it's a bit hard to call it a pop gun attack, but given what England could put out, that's seam
Well, it
attack.
is no Wood, no Archer, and I think we're relying on a little bit in the wicket there with Sam Curran, with Reece Topley and Tom Curran. We are relying on the pitch nibbling around a bit at the start of this game. We've got no pace whatsoever to break it up, to strike early. So if there's a little bit of movement there, as you've just talked about, with the new ball, first up today, we have got to put our bowlers out there in those conditions to get the best out of the wicket.
But I love the way, Mark, you said very well, like, it might do a bit. It did in the first game. But how well did Shikhar Dhawan and Rawat play? They just played proper cricket. They didn't go all guns blazing like our openers do. They just batted properly. It was good batsmanship, and they set it up for later, and that's what it's about. It's 50 overs. That's a long time. So if England don't get early wickets, I think it could be a long 50 overs for our boys.
Do you know what? I thought, I think they might settle for 317. So I want to ask you something on a different note, since I've got you by there. Goffey said, that seam attack will need the pitch to nibble about a bit. When did the nibble about phrase come in? Given a lot of our viewers won't be full-time listeners, won't be full-time cricket aficionados, nibble about a bit.
Well, it's from your league cricket days, isn't it? Especially in the northern leagues, whether it be the Yorkshire League, the Huddersfield League, the Bradford League. Growing up, it always used to nibble about a bit, and it used to be a word we used to use all the time in club cricket. And then when you came to Edinburgh, we always used to say, when Happy Hampshire came down, we always said, yeah, these guys here will be on back foot, they won't like it nibbling around a bit early on that first 15-20 overs.
Yeah, okay, so we called it nip around a bit, and we called it curve if the ball swung. Essex used to say, you both spent some time Essex used to, John Stevenson came to play for us from Essex, and he used to say "good string," which meant the seam right on the ball was upright. Good string meant you were getting the seam up and getting the ball to land on the seam. The other one now is they all say "nick off," don't they? Which means you get an edge.
Yeah, you get an edge. But the nibble around is obviously you're just nibbling outside off stump.
But it's not actually. It's the batsman that's nibbling around trying to get his bat on the ball. It's not the pitch that. But anyway, I like it. It's good. Good speak, good colloquial stuff. All right, let's get back to the facts here. England with a couple of changes. Owen Morgan out. How big a blow is that?
Yeah, massive. I mean, you only have to look at him over the years as a captain. He's a terrific leader of men. He stays calm in all situations. I think we've seen that. I mean, my only surprise is, but when I look at the side and I see Ben Stokes, and I always think, I see him as a natural captain. There's just something about it. I think he's an inspirer of men. I think with Josh Butler, I'm not so sure he has the same effect as that. But listen, it's down to that. Owen Morgan and Josh obviously get on very, very well. They're pretty close. They're always together. They've got probably similar minds and the way they think and the way they want the game to be played. So it's the natural succession, isn't it? I would say Josh Butler.
See, I'm slightly different than Darren. I know, obviously, Stokesy God and he does everything, but I just like him to just play his cricket. I think he leads by his performances, and that's how he leads them. And the guys see how Ben is in the field with the ball. He's up and at him with the bat, the way he goes about stuff. So I think he leads that way. I quite like Josh doing it. I think he's done it a few times and done it very well. And I just like Ben to just do his work. I don't need him thinking about, right, am I bringing on Reece Topley now and what end is this?
Okay, given the demands on Ben, I wondered if it might just sort of fire him. He can influence a cricket match in so many ways if he's leading it. They gave him the job the first tester last summer when Joe Root was absent because of the birth of his child. They gave Ben the job and England were beaten. and I wonder if that's put them off a bit.
Well, I get it with Test cricket. I think he is the vice captain, isn't he, in the Test matches?
Yes,
I get it might be just a little bit too much over 5 days cricket. Although we don't get many 5-day Test matches these days, especially if they're in India, they're finishing in 3 days. But I definitely believe in white ball cricket, the shortness of the game. I think Ben Stokes could influence the side. I'm with you, Marky. I think it's something he desperately wants to do. He's captain England, especially in the white ball game, but Josh Butler has got the stripes at the moment, and he's in the box seat.
I think we're well blessed, actually. I think Josh Butler's excellent and thoughtful, and I think he'll do well. And I think Ben would be a great option.
Moeen Ali's done it as well.
Well, he's captained very well for Worcestershire, but perhaps more successfully in T20 than in 50 over. But anyway, I hear what you say. So there's a lot of brains in the team, basically. The two new boys today, Liam Livingstone and David Malan, coming into the side, Tudes.
Yeah, Liam, devastating batsman in T20 cricket, played a lot of franchise cricket, Big Bash, Pakistan Premier League, and he goes out there and he gets on with it. 50 overs, slightly different, obviously longer. But if he's in for a period of time, he will show everyone he's a 360 player, plays all round the wicket, goes at it hard, good fielder. And Reece Topley, look, I remember him as a young guy at Essex, and then obviously he went down to Hampshire. He's now at Surrey. Good bowler, tall, not quick, round about low 80s, but he does have good variety. Bowls round the wicket, which I like in one-day cricket to just to tuck up the right-handed batsman. So as Darren says, if there's a little bit of nibble, I think he's in the game. I'm just worried about if it's flat. I just think it could be a long time for our boys out there.
Nibble. And finally, before we move on, Rishabh Pant is back for India instead of Shreyas Iyer.
I'm with you. I think he's one of the most exciting players around in world cricket. He's a big player in all formats. Excited. I thought they might have given him one more game off. I thought they might have gone for Suryakumar Yadav. I thought they might have brought him back in, but they've gone for Rishabh Pant. I'm pleased he's playing because as a cricket fan, I love watching him bat. And he's another one who could quite easily, in white ball cricket, open the batting, couldn't he? Let's be honest about it. So, I mean...
Well, there's on the sidelines, there's Shubman Gill, Surya Kumar Yadav and Ishan
It's
Kishan.
ridiculous. There's so many, don't they? But they've done it for years, haven't they? But listen, we get excited about him. But again, he's box office. He's the next superstar, and I'm happy that he's playing. I'm sure the England bowlers most probably ain't. But especially without Wood,
Especially
without
the spinners.
Archer.
The spinners
Oh.
won't be happy. I mean, in fact, spinners in both teams the other day, Mark, got a bit of tap. If you looked at the figures, I think the England spinners
They
went
didn't
for
take a wicket and
90 odd. The India spinners
didn't
went for
take a wicket.
120. Yeah.
Carnage out there.
Huge shoes to fill. So we'll miss him today. We'll miss him as a batsman and a leader. But it gives great opportunity to others. Obviously, a great day for me to get the chance to captain the side.
That's what development of a team is all about. If you want to perform anywhere in the world and against your wishes, then you have to be ready to do whatever happens at the toss, and that's precisely the reason we actually wanted to put ourselves in a similar situation again, even if we won the toss. So very happy to bat first again today, and hopefully we can probably do much better in those middle overs when we lost 3-4 wickets. Outside of that, I think our batting was spot on.
Words of the two captains there. Joss Buttler leading England today in the absence of Owen Morgan, whose hand injury split the webbing. Actually, the hand injury will keep him out of this series. Unsurprisingly, I liked, interesting, Virat very strong on this business of batting first. He's been put into bat by Joss Buttler, and I just wonder, the first question Murali Kartik asked Joss Buttler is the one that everybody in England's talking about, or at least what they're sort of asking me about. I'm not completely sure I know the answer. The idea that England have become the marauders and India are the pragmatists, that India throw their best players at situations but in an organised way, whereas England just fire every bullet in their gun from the bell. Is that fair, or is that oversimplifying the way the two teams go about it?
Well, I think India have been the braver of the two teams in this white ball leg of the tour. I mean, they have seen these players perform in the IPL over the last few seasons, and they have no fear whatsoever throwing them in at the deep end, not trying to hide them in the batting order at 6 and 7 in these games. They're throwing right up there, Mark, whether it be opening the batting, whether it be batting 3 or 4 major positions in this Indian side, and they've all delivered. Let's just be honest about it. Every young player or every debutant that's come in for India in this series has delivered. So I think they're the braver of the two teams, without a doubt.
Cheers, do you have a view on that?
He just trusts them, doesn't he? And I just think that's where the IPL has been absolutely quality over the years. That it's come, these guys are playing in pressure situations. There's a lot on it, the franchises, and as Goffey says, they deliver more often than not. So he didn't feel, as Goffey's saying, they didn't need to hide them all. We'll bowl him in this middle bit when we got fielders out and that. No, if he's picking his bowlers, I want to see you bowl in this situation. Batters, I'm picking you to bat in this situation. And they go out there and they do their thing, and it's great to see. It is great to see.
Well, it's like Prasida Krishna, right? The other day, he came in. He showed terrific art. He was obviously pumped up. He bowled into Johnny Bairstow. First over, he got it right. Just dragging it back in. He thought, oh, hang on, impressive start. Then he got overexcited, tried to bowl faster and faster. He got it a little bit full, and Bairstow tucked into him, didn't he, in 1 over? Absolutely. Hit him for a couple of 6s and a 4 down the ground. Took him off. But he brought him straight back on when they needed a wicket, because he realised he's in the side as a wicket taker. He comes back into the attack. He finishes with 4 for 54. You know what I mean? A fantastic performance from the lad. And to come back from that mauling from Johnny Bairstow, and the way he came back and the energy he produced, and he got his lengths right and that extra bounce. Fantastic.
Very good. Interesting. Only thing I'd say, actually, about India's bravery is, yes, I think at home in one-day internationals, yes. In the semi-final of the World Cup in England, they didn't play with quite that, if you like, freedom because of the nature of the moment, and New Zealand beat them. One-day cricket's picked up since the World Cup. I sense a big interest of the 50-over game coming back. Anyway, pouring at the ground, licking his lips, is Jared Kimball. What have you got for us, Maestro?
Well, this particular discussion, so I just did a video on this, and it's very interesting to see how India play their white ball cricket compared to England, in that they basically say, power play doesn't matter at all. If we go at 45 runs in the power play, that's more than fine. Whereas England are the fastest team in the world in the power play. But where India pick up is in that middle period, and they average in between overs 10 and 40, 60 runs per wicket mark, while scoring at almost a run a ball. It's a ridiculous, and that's what happens when you have that much talent available to you and your batters are set. But anyway, I'll move on from that because you guys have already talked about that.
No, that's really interesting. They average 60 runs per wicket.
Yeah.
Over a 40-over period.
Yeah, 30-over period. So from overs 10 to 40, yeah. And it's basically because at that point they've got Rohit Sharma's probably already on 30 not out when he starts there. You know, Virat Kohli, Shikhar Dhawan. Those three guys between them have something like 4,600s in the last 5 years of ODI cricket.
Gee.
I mean, they just churn them out. So they make sure that they always have runs available to them, whereas England go about it a different way.
Yes, they do.
And England are willing to throw away a couple of wickets, especially in that middle period, because they bat deeper than India. So it's a really interesting strategy. And when people have said, oh, you know, England were a bit reckless the other day, it's like, well, they don't have Joe Root. Joe Root keeps that England team together in one-day cricket. You know, he's the glue because he bats longer than everyone else.
Good. I'm not usually a great stats man, as you know, but I like that one a lot. Carry on.
I thought you might like this on Liam Livingstone, though. He's played 55 domestic one-day matches. He's played 27 of those for Lancashire, 25 for the Lions, and 23 for the North, which is that representative side. So he's actually played far less for Lancashire than he has for everyone else. And if you factor in the franchise stuff that he's played in and everywhere else, he's very much a modern cricketer rather than someone who's come through county cricket like most players have.
He's outrageously talented, isn't he? In quite an unorthodox way. He's not the worst bowler, by the way. Not the worst bowler. Fair call?
Yeah, no, fair call. No, fair call. He does a job, that is for sure. But as you say, Mark, rightly, with his batting, he is devastating. And I say, if he has a day out, people listen because it will be entertaining, let me tell you. The boy plays 360, he can hit it. No ground is big enough for him. He is explosive. He reminds me a little bit like Roy, actually, Jason Roy. He's that devastating. So if he has a day out, let me tell you, you want to be listening, people.
I've been thinking about, I've just been looking down the list of Indian players not playing. You know, guys like Mohammad Siraj and Washington Sundar and Yuzvendra Chahal and Shubman Gill and Surya Kumar Yadav and Ishan Kishan, and then England have got a fair few away. There's no Wood today. Archer is away, injured, and Morgan and you know, Joe. I mean, there's a lot of very good players around. England have been the best one-day side in the world for close to 6 years. All fascinating stuff. Anyway, we're about to get underway, and Guy Swindles is about to commentate.
Perfect timing, Mark, because the one has just come up on the 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's Sam Curran who will bowl the first ball of this second ODI between India and England, and Rohit Sharma plays it out into the covers, no runs. I'm joined by Steve Harmison and Darren Goff for the early stint, and boys, what are we expecting today from England? Different? Better?
Well, listen, he won the toss, didn't he? Josh Butler, who's captain in England today, has decided to bowl. He wants to give his bowlers the best chance if there's a little bit of movement off the seam or through the air. We saw a little bit of movement, didn't we, in that first ODI at the same ground. And so it'll be interesting to see if we get any swing or seam movement from Sam Curran.
Well, Sam Curran is bowling first up, and that a little bit of swing, but it's on or around middle and leg, and it's flicked away to deep square leg, where David Malan in for his second ODI cap in the absence of Owen Morgan with his injured hand does the fielding, but India off the mark with the first single of the match. Harmy.
Yeah, good morning, Guy. Good morning, everyone. It looks a fantastic wicket. It looks a belter. The first one-day international was an absolute belter. Ball come onto the bat nicely. A little bit of swing there for Sam. Interesting. England, are they going to open with two left-arm seamers? Probably are. When did the last time that happened for England? So it'd be interesting to see if it does, and England need it to swing.
Sam Curran in, of course. Oh, and he beats Shikhar Dhawan outside his off stump. Very nicely bowled, nice away shape.
Well, it's interesting with Sam Curran, he bowling to the right-handed Rohit Sharma. We know he likes to play shots. If you give him a little bit of extra, bowl it a little bit full or give him any width. But they started with a man out at deep square leg, didn't they, to Rohit Sharma, with the ball swinging back in to the right-hander. He's now bowling at Shikhar Dhawan, the left-hander, who likes to have a good look with the new ball. I think he's got two slips in place. And there's a little touch of swing.
In again, Sam Curran, and again, that's a little wider and can be left alone perfectly safely by Shikhar Dhawan. No run.
Guffey, what made of the England team? No Mark Wood on a pitch like this. Is that looking after him? Do you think? I think it's more looking prevention of injury rather than anything Mark's done in performance-wise. But it's Reece Topley's coming in. Are you worried that England have not got any real pace in the side?
Absolutely. I think it's an old-fashioned type team from England where they've picked very much English-type seamers.
Sam Curran in again, wide-ish outside off stump. Again, an easy leave for Chikadawan. No run. We'll run through the teams between the overs.
Well, that's the concern, isn't it, Army? I mean, when we got Wood, we normally would have Archer there and Ollie Stone, but because this rotation, again, they're not there, so we end up with a fast bowler short.
Yeah, I agree.
Ollie Stone must be a bit fed up because every time, the very few occasions he's actually managed to play, he's looked really good.
Exactly. But rotation.
I'm sure we'll talk about that later. As in comes Sam Curran, and that's driven very nicely. This time Chikadawan onto the front foot, and the outfield looks pretty quick, but a good piece of fielding. I think it was Milan diving forward means that they can only pick up 3-4 from the first over, and India 4 without loss after the first over here on TalkSport 2.
Dutch timing, lovely pitch, ball coming onto the bat nicely, not quite half volley. Chikadawan just leans on it, uses the pace on the ball, but beautiful timing on a surface which looks absolutely beautiful. Ball coming on nicely. These are the wickets you want to play one-day cricket on. Talk about turning and seaming pitches for. Yeah, I think as a punter, Goffey. I think as a punter, I want to see sixes and fours when I see a white ball. I want to see a contest between bat and ball when I see the red ball. I don't mind pitches which do a little bit when the red ball's on there. That 5 days it's a good contest. When you see a good surface, a good bowler will bowl well on a good surface in one-day cricket, and that's sometimes the difference between winning and losing.
Well, Steve Harmison was right. We are going to have two left-armers opening the bowling for England. Reece Topley in for his 12th one-day international in place of Mark Wood, who is an old-fashioned rotationed player rather than the more modern version of it. He tends to pick up injuries, have a few niggles, a few knocks, and can't usually play every single match.
Well, I think that's the difference. I don't think it's a case of rotating Mark Wood. It's how he wakes up every single morning.
Natural rotation.
Yeah. How are you feeling, Mark? Well, a little bit sore, the Achilles. Yep, have a day off, mate. Come back in 2 days' time.
Well, it's an opportunity for Reece Topley. And that is, there is movement for Reece Topley first ball as it jags away from the left-handed Chikadawan.
But he's a good option to have, Reece Topley. He's someone, like I say, with a new ball in his hand. He can swing the ball. He's been known to do that over the years playing county cricket. And he's so tall. He's got a high action and he gets good bounce and carry through to the keeper. So if there's a little bit there, he's going to get his rewards. But if he don't get it right, he can use the pace of his bowling and knock him around.
And he's in again for his second delivery, and again that moves away from the batsman, and there's bounce. Joss Butler quite surprised about where he took that particular ball.
Yeah, because of his height, it doesn't really matter how quick he is through the air. His height, he's a tall man. He must be 6'5", 6'6", and taller, and he uses his height as well. That's the thing I like about Reece. He uses his height. He doesn't collapse front foot. His front leg's braced, he's tall, he uses all his height, and he gets the ball to swing. And for me, if you can keep this kid fit, he's a great option for England.
Well, this is his 12th ODI as he comes in again outside off stump, again left by Chikadawan, again climbs into Butler's gloves.
And someone who gets bounce, Army, is very difficult to get after. If they bowl good lines, they are very difficult to get after. I mean, you go back to Flintoff, right? We know Flintoff had a strange action, really, for a fast bowler. But because of the bounce he had, he's again another tall man, coming back into the right-hander, very, very difficult to get away in all forms of the game.
In again Topley, that's Fuller and is driven, and it's a decent stop in the covers. They'll go through for a single, but certainly more runs may well have accrued there without a very good stop from Dawid Malan, who's been busy in the field in his recall to the side.
Army's right, you see. He's bowling, under 130 Army, and the bounce and carry is getting to the keeper. It's amazing, isn't it? If you were watching from the side, you'd be thinking he's bowling 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, and that last ball there is the one he's got to eradicate, because the one when he does bowl that speed, the full ball is a floaty ball. it's a, well, let's see if it'll swing, and he pushes up there. There's no venom behind it. There's no oomph behind it. And that's where India will just look to line him up. They'll look to either leave him or run him down to third man, use the bounce into square areas, and the one that's full, they'll try and belt.
Reece Topley in again, and that just hurries Rohit Sharma up a bit, but he manages to tuck it backward of square. Too fine leg, and they trot through for a single.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. And I think that's the difference, isn't it? If he gets his length right with that new ball, you get that extra bounce and carry. They're worth the weight in gold. A tall bowler who's accurate. But if they start floating it up at under 130 clicks, they're going to climb into him. But with a new ball, when it's a little bit hard, if he can get his length right.
Well, he's in again to finish his over, and that is fuller of length on leg stump. Shikhar Dhawan, though, can't beat the fielder. It goes up to mid on no run. So just a couple of runs from the first over from Reece Topley on his return to the team, looking to add to his 17 wickets in his 11 one-day internationals so far. But a decent start, Harmy.
No, it's a good start for Reece, and it's one he's been waiting for a long time. And you know, you can see why England want to pick him. You know, I've questioned sometimes on selections, but I can see why they want to pick Reece Topley. He is tall, left arm option, white ball cricket. You know, they're worth their weight in gold if you get the right one. Where Sam's a little bit different, he's a little bit more skiddy, but Goffey's right. The bounce that Reece Topley gets, probably the best way I describe it, if you've got somebody that can bowl with a new ball and white ball cricket that brings slip into play, you've got a great chance.
Sam Curran, though, in a very different left arm bowler, skiddier with swing. And that is outside off stump, and it's driven forward, no run.
And what I mean by bringing slip into play, if you've got Bhuvaneshwar Kumar who swings it beautifully on the wrist, Jimmy Anderson type with the red ball, but Bhuvaneshwar Kumar with a white ball, he brings the outside edge into play. He nips it back swings it LBW, but you've got somebody that can make the ball bounce. Glenn McGrath type, you make the ball bounce. That brings slip into play. Then it's very, very difficult for a batsman to then get after and sit on him.
Sam Curran again pitched up, pushed out into the leg side. They think about a second, but good fielding from Liam Livingstone keeps them down to a single. The score goes on to 7.
Yeah, it's definitely set the right field here for Sam Curran. Like I said, trying to swing it back into the right-handed Rohit Sharma with that man out on the leg side. But there is a little touch of swing in there, which just helps the bowler.
Just puts a little doubt in the batsman's mind as well. As the camera focuses on Reece Topley, as he considers his first over. But in comes Sam Curran in his second. And that did have a little movement away from the left-handed Shikhar Dhawan. Taken by Jos Buttler, no run.
And the thing that Sam's got the concern with when Sam doesn't swing, at the minute you can set a field. Sam Curran can bowl the ball tight to off stump against Rohit Sharma, knowing that if the ball swings, except he's got leg side cover. It's when the ball stops swinging. That's when Rohit Sharma, if he's still in, will look to advance on both sides, and that will be the challenge for a young Sam Curran. What lines and lengths he bowls.
Sam Curran in again, and he gets good bounce there, and right at the top of that bounce, Shikhar Dhawan just plays it down in front of him. Curran through to field off his own bowling, no run.
I think we saw in the first game, but India, the way they play in this format of the game is, but they're quite happy, aren't they, to bat for 10 overs and get whatever they can and play catch up. England, on the other hand, like to go hard in those first 10 overs through Johnny Bairstow, mainly with Jason Roy playing his natural game anyway, because they've got that deeper batting lineup. India put pressure on their batsmen to score runs, one of them to get an 100.
And that is again nicely bowled by Sam Curran. It's very correctly played back to the bowler, no run. Yeah, just 39 from the first 10 overs in the power play in the first one-day international, India, but they hadn't lost any wickets, which meant that batsmen could attack later. And Goffey's got a quizzical look after that delivery.
I've always got a quizzical look. Always confused.
So he's wondering what he's going to eat for his breakfast. That's how quizzical it is.
Last ball then of Sam Curran's second over, and that's played out into the covers. There will be no run. On the money, really, that over from Sam Curran, just the single from it. And after 3 overs, again, India very watchful, keeping wickets in place, not worried about getting the scoreboard particularly clicking over. And here on TalkSport 2, they've moved to 7 without loss. For those of you just joining us, we'll just run very quickly through the teams. England made 3 changes, 2 they had to. Owen Morgan injured, as was Sam Billings, and Reece Topley has come in for Mark Wood. So England line up like this: Roy and Bairstow, Stokes, Milan, Butler, Livingston. Liam Livingston in for his debut. Moeen Ali, Sam Curran, Tom Curran, Adil Rashid and Reece Topley. For India, Rohit Sharma, Shikhar Dhawan open, Virat Kohli, Rishabh Pant is their one change. He comes in, KL Rahul, who will revert to fielding rather than keeping this time, Hardik Pandya, his brother Krunal Pandya, Shardul Thakur, Bhuvneshwar Kumar, Prasida Krishna and Kuldeep Yadav make up their 11. So they are the 2 teams, 1 change for India, 3 for England. One of those 3 is Reece Topley, who's coming in now for his 2nd over. And that is swung away deep, but safely, not middled particularly, it must be said by Rohit Sharma. But they go through comfortably for a single, and India move on to 8 without loss.
And that's the advantage of having a tall ball who can get that extra bounce. You're not quite sure as a batsman. You've got to get on top of it. And there was a bit of a top edge, wasn't it? But the man obviously was right out on the boundary, ended about halfway towards him, but a comfortable single for India. 8 for none here on TalkSport 2.
Topley in again, and that's a swish and a miss from Shikhar Dhawan on this occasion.
We've had a message in from Don Topley, Reece's dad, who I think, if you remember, at Christmas time, did he call me Simon Armisen? I think so. That's 15 all, because he's having a go at me to say Reece's his son's 6'8" and not 6'5". So I think that's 15 all, Toppers.
I'm going to say when you said 6'5", I think he's a bit taller than that, Armin.
Yeah, it's like you said, you're 6 foot. You're definitely 5'5".
Well, when you said it, I thought, I think he's got it slightly wrong, that Armin. He's taller than you.
I was going to say, how tall are you, Harmy?
He is taller than me. I'm 6'5". He is taller than me. So
I understand now. Yeah.
Don he's watching his son, and proud moment for Don Topley, played at Essex. Reece has had a lot of injury problems throughout. It's ravaged his career, but fingers crossed for Reece Topley that he does get back on. His body's developed in such a way that he can put a run of games together. It's like I said before, a left arm tall quick bowler is worth their weight in gold in one-day cricket for any team.
Spot on.
Well, Dom Topley, glad you're listening. Morning to you. And your son is set to continue. It's the 3rd ball of the 4th over, and again it's too good for the batsman. And a little trot through from Reece Topley there. He was pleased with that one, and every right to be. Beat the batsman, no run.
Remember Bruce Reid? Is it Bruce Reid?
Bruce Reid, yeah.
How good he was for Australia. That tall, that bowler, just got it lengths right, and how awkward they are to get after, especially in one-day cricket. I said they can get it right with this white ball. It's hard, the bounce, the carry. Very, very difficult to set yourself as a batsman against that type of bowling.
In again, Reece Topley. Again, it's out off stump left this time by Shikhar Dhawan, who's treating him with a considerable and deserved respect at the moment. 8 without loss, but didn't Alan Lamb clamber in?
He smashed it. Was it 24 off that?
Yeah, one of England's more remarkable victories. Yes, I remember.
A great knock that was,
cool, wasn't it? Just
we're talking about a top player though. Alan Lamb there on his day, destructive.
As in comes Reece Topley again, and that's Fuller outside off stump, a little bit wider. Oh, too wide for the umpire. A little bit unlucky, but it's called wide, and Reece Topley will have to bowl that one again.
A bit unlucky there, borderline, wasn't it? I mean, we see the blue lines there, the markers. It swung just over it.
Yeah, from somebody who knows a wide, that was a wide, to be honest, Coffee.
Not as wide as some of the ones you
yeah.
Exactly. Oh, we
the world's most famous wide.
Yeah. So, cheers for reminding me, guys.
Topley in again. Oh, and that's caught brilliantly by Stokes at second slip. It was pitched up, a little away movement. He'd tried that ball, the one before, he bowled it a little bit too wide, and England have the early breakthrough. Shikhar Dhawan's gone for 4, India 9 for 1.
Yeah, he's deserved that actually, hasn't he? Toppers, he's got a good start, he's bowled good lengths. That one actually was quite a bit fuller, dragging the left-handed batsman forward, a little bit of movement away to the slip corner. He nicked it as he just pushed it and it was slightly a little bit wider than normal. And Ben Stokes, when you nick it to him in the slip position, he's got pretty good hands, hasn't he? So a big wicket for England, a big wicket for Reece Topley, and well done Ben Stokes, a top catch. 9 for 1 here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, it was a good catch. He caught one-handed. He's grabbed it. He's caught it with his right, then grabbed it the second, a little, so it doesn't pop out with his left. But what I talked about earlier, and in the power play, having a bowler that brings slip into play, that there was a little bit fuller, like Goffey says, but it bounced because of Reece Topley's height. The ball's just bounced. That ball there off in that area of Sam Curran just skids onto the bat. Off Reece Topley, it just bounces that little bit more, which makes it very, very difficult if you're not with a batsman, if you're not over the ball and your head's in, your foot's to the pitch of the ball and your head's not over, you can't get the full face of the bat at it, and that's what Reece Topley brings. That's what happened there. And like I said before, they're worth the weight in gold, these left armers, if they can bring slip into play. Fair play, a very, very good ball, and a great wicket to get the India captain in when the ball's moving.
Yeah, but he's still the Indian captain with an average of a fraction under 60. And
yeah, but you've got more chance, guy, getting him out when the ball's moving than when it's not moving. I know when I would rather bowl at him.
Reece Topley then into the Indian captain, who finds the ball high up on his hip. He plays it down just in front of him. There is no run. Just the single from Dom Topley's over, and that was a wide, cracking over on his return to the team. Reece Topley.
I'm going to say you're doing
Reece Topley.
Dom would have been quite happy to get an
Yeah, I
England
know.
cap.
Yeah, quite. Being an Essex fan. 9 for 1 at the moment then, India, after a terrific over from Reece Topley.
Yeah, good start, hadn't it, from the two left-handers. Totally different when you see them bowl. One skiddy onto the bat. Both tends to bowl a little bit fuller. And obviously you got me doing it now. Reece Topley, who's just going to bowl that like little back of a length, getting the ball moving away from the left-hander or into the right-hander with that extra bounce, wanting the players to drive it in with that little bit of movement, and that's how he took his wicket.
Sam Curran then in. Rohit Sharma drives beautifully straight down the ground. Shot of the morning so far. Absolutely glorious, and India move on to 13 for 1.
Yeah, fantastic shot down the ground, full face of the bat, ball coming onto it, a little bit fuller than Sam would probably want. But again, we talked about earlier the difference between the tall bowler and the shorter, skiddy bowler. You bowl a half volley at Rohit Sharma, no matter whether it's moving, swinging, seaming. The form he's in, you put it away.
First boundary of the morning, that is played out into the covers. Better ball from Sam Curran, gets applauded by Ben Stokes. And Dom Topley has texted in to wish Simon Harmison a very good morning. So thank you, Dom. As we watch the wicket again of his son Reece, it was a really nice catch from Ben Stokes. He's getting pretty close there and snatched it out of the air. Sam Curran currently bowling with Reece Topley as England go left arm to start, and it is Sam Curran in, outside off stump, treated very watchfully this time by Rohit Sharma. Plays a forward defensive, no run.
You can see why England wanted to have a ball first, though, can't you? There is that little bit of movement, a little bit of swing, that little bit of extra bounce. We saw this in the first ODI, and I think it's important for England getting first chance to bowl on this pitch, but they try and take a couple with them, because they've got a fantastic batting lineup. But we all know the way India play is they like to get set, the batsman, and one of them, that top three or even top four, likes to get a biggie.
Sam Curran in again. Oh, and he beats Rohit Sharma outside off stump on that occasion. It was a prod outside off, and it goes through to Butler. And the other great thing England have done this time, having won the toss and bowled first, is they got an early wicket, because I think it was the 16th over before they took a wicket in the first ODI.
Yeah, they got a wicket, and they've started very, very well. Good ball there by Sam Curran. Learnt from the first ball, just dragged his length back a little bit. But when you look at in the first one day international, in the grand scheme of things, England should have won that comfortably. They did everything. They did the majority of the things right.
Sam Curran in again, and that's played out into the covers. There is no run. Rohit Sharma remains on 9. The score remains on 13 for 1.
The bowl well, restricted India to a par score.
In-game management, though, Army,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
I know,
That's what it comes down. Once you lost one wicket, one of them then should have taken responsibility, and they just all kept doing it.
I think it just shows you how good and how important Joe Root is to this England lineup, and how vital he is in the white ball game for England.
Final ball of the over from Sam Curran. Again, it's nicely bowled, comes off a thickish outside edge to backward point. Jason Roy does the fielding. There is no run. And after 5 overs, India are 13 for 1. After England won the toss and put them in, Jarrod Kimber.
Guy, aren't you interested in how often England have had 2 left-arm seamers in
I'm
one-day
really
cricket?
interested.
I thought you might be. Goffey, aren't you?
Well, Willie would have been one end.
Yeah, so Willie and Topley have done it quite a few times. So this is the 10th time they've had 2 left-arm seamers, England, in the last 20 years.
Really?
They've done it 4 times in T20 cricket. So it was more than I thought, actually. But the percentage of balls bowled. So Pakistan bowl 33% of their seam deliveries are left-arm. England are 6%.
Topley in, and again he gets that bounce that surprised Virat Kohli, plays it down in front of himself, no run.
So 6%, that's right down near the bottom. The only teams that bowl left arm seam less than England in one-day internationals are Zimbabwe and Ireland. Ireland bowls 1.4% of their deliveries from seamers as left armers, so they just cannot find any left-handers in Ireland. But even teams like West Indies and South Africa, who aren't known for producing left-arm bowlers, are still well on top of England there. But yeah, Pakistan is 33%, India 31%, and Australia 26%. So England's a long way behind the major teams.
There you go. That is pitched up on middle and flicked away. A cry from the bowler as it goes behind square for a single.
But I'll tell you what, a left-hander who did well for England in 50-over cricket was Alan Mullally. Absolutely went through a period, not a long period, he went through a period of like a year and a half where he was excellent for England in one-day cricket. It was really hard to get away, and he's similar to Reece Topley. He was tall, he swung the ball, he got bounced with a new ball, and he came back and he had lots of good slower balls. So he went through a period where he was outstanding for England in one-day cricket.
Reece Topley in again, and that's outside off and curls back in. That's a beautiful delivery from Topley, and that follows a decent Yorker length delivery to Virat Kohli.
Well, I mean, the interesting thing is just how few. I mean, Mullally's an Australian, of course. You know, was also brought up in Australia. It's interesting how few left-arm seamers England has ever produced. You know, they don't come along that often, and they seem to, even with Ryan Sidebottom, have a good short period and then disappear again. Whereas, you know, teams like Pakistan and Australia seem to find them everywhere.
India had a couple of good ones as well.
Yeah.
Well, we've got 2 at the moment, and Reece Topley, a shout for LBW, but I'm not entirely sure that the ball bounced in line with the pitched in line with the stumps. Jos Buttler is giving him the "I'm sorry, old son" smile at the moment. I think Reece Topley was interested, but Jos Buttler, as wicketkeeper and captain, manages to make a very quick decision.
Well, bowlers are always interested. When it's off your bowling, you give him that look, don't you, the captain? You say, go on, just do it for me, please, go on.
No, I don't think that was ever pitching in line with the stumps, and if it doesn't pitch in line with the stumps, it doesn't matter what happens after that.
Reece Topley were convinced, though, it pitched on line, it was hitting leg stump. You could tell from his reaction. But I think the slip cordon and Josh Buttler, who's keeping wicket, no chance.
He's in again. And that one did pitch straighter, but Rohit Sharma is beaten on the inside again, but the ball goes out into the off stump side, no run. And this is another very good over by Reece Topley.
It is, and it'll be interesting to see how Jos Buttler, the England captain, uses Reece Topley here, because you look down at the list, there's not many power player bowlers, you know, that Jos can throw at. You wouldn't say Tom Curran's a power player bowler. Ben Stokes is not a power player bowler. So whether he goes to the spin option at the back end of the first power player, you know, keep Reece Topley going as much as he can.
That, however, is a glorious shot and goes away for 4, and as so often happens, the final ball of a very good over isn't quite as good, and a glorious cover drive from Rohit Sharma, who likes that particular shot, takes him on to 12 from 16 deliveries. Virat Kohli has 1 from 3. India 18 for 1 after 6 here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, that's his first bad delivery, isn't it, if we're going to be honest. I think it looked like he tried to push that across the right-hander, didn't get it quite right, ended up being a low full toss, and he just used the pace off the ball and hit it through backward point for 4. But a good start for Reece Topley, 3 overs, 1 for 9. India 18 for 1 off 6 overs. England will be pretty happy with the start. If they can dismiss another wicket here, they're well on top.
Yeah, they've got the ball moving, so that keeps them in the game. I'm intrigued to see how they go through this power play. It looks warm out there. Sam Curran's face very, very red, and so is Reece Topley.
You're listening to commentary of the first of 3 one-day internationals between India and England on TalkSport 2. with the Times and the Sunday Times writing with an edge. That was the first ball of the 7th over. The second one will be taken by Mark Nicholas.
Thanks, Guy. Yeah, it is a good start by England, and great to see Reece Topley come in and bowl with real intent. I like his approach. He's obviously been in pretty good form in the nets. Okay, one bad ball, but other than that, that bounce he's getting through to Butler's good, and that's just a little too straight. Oh, there's not much in that for Sam Curran. That shows you how small the margins are in international cricket, because it started middle, drift to leg with a swing, and Kohli is able to leg glance it for 4 with the minimum of fuss.
Absolutely, Mark. Sorry, Darren. Absolutely. That was, as a bowler, you're thinking, do I risk a bit? Do I risk a bit? Go that bit fuller. See if I can bowl that $1 million ball. Well, that was that ball, and Kohli just got an inside edge, because if he doesn't, he's out. It's flush in front of all 3.
Out LBW, that's right. Curran's hands went to his head in aghast that Kohli got bat on it in the end. Here he comes again now. Really hustles in, does Sam, and Kohli is forward and works it again onto the leg side, but this time to mid-wicket, and there's just a single because the sweeper is square and on the boundary. So there's a sweeper out there at square leg, a long leg, and then there's mid-wicket, mid-on the leg side for that in-swing. Sam's just put on a yard, I'd say, in the last year. Looks a bit stronger in his upper body, and he, as I say, he hustles in to bowl. Got a good bowling brain as well. I think it helps if you can bat. You can sometimes think like a batsman. Here he comes and bowls again. Lovely in-swinger. That Rohit Sharma goes forward and defends, and then nods his approval of it, as if to say, yeah, good ball, because it hit me high on the splice. And that,
I used to hate that, Mark. Oh, batsman nods at you to say, yeah, well bowled, then he's still there. You don't get him out, he just nods at you. Say, yeah, a decent ball, that. I used to absolutely, my blood would boil.
Where's the next one pitching then, Darren? Is it pitching in your half?
He's getting one round the shoulders.
settle down. Lively this morning is Darren Gough. What a team. Darren Gough, Alex Tudor, Steve Harmison with Guy, Macca and me this morning here on TalkSport 2. Here comes Sam Curran again, and that's an attempt at a sort of bigger in-swinger. He started a little wider and it was very full, and actually all Sharma did was drop the bat on the ball, do much else, and it rocketed out to the cover sweeper, and he came round, Reece Topley, to do the fielding. So there's just a single in it, which will bring Virat Kohli onto strike. 24 for 1. We're in the 1 ball left of the 7th over. So a similar start to the other day. The odd play and miss. Maybe the ball's done a little less, but it has swung a bit. And two key men, two of the best you'll ever see, together at the crease, Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli. Kohli goes forward and defends with a sense of hurry. In fact, scampers after it as if, can I find a single out of it? But he can't, as extra cover was alert to the problem. There's no run, 7 gone, 24 for 1.
Just mentioning there, Mark, you described Sam Curran brilliantly, and that he's put a bit on and his action's getting better, but also something that Goffey and Tudes, when he comes on, will talk about, is actually as you get older, you start to learn your action more, and your action becomes more consistent by the more you bowl, the stronger you get. You know, remember, Sam Curran is still a young man. What is he, 20-year-old? So he's actually still trying to find his consistent action, and I think that's why Sam Curran's getting a better bowler, because the more he bowls, the more his action comes in tune and line, and the alignment comes right. A little bit more pace on it, a little bit more swing because his wrist's in the right position.
Here's Topley and bowls a swinger to Rohit Sharma, but it's at leg stump, and Rohit just beautiful really, with that little clip off his toes over square leg into the fence. 1 bounce for, no problem at all.
Yeah, just a little bit fuller from Reece Topley. Tried to go for that swinger, pitch up, trying to bring LBW into play. Started off too straight, probably on sort of on leg stump, as opposed to that's where he wants it to finish up. And you put a ball half volley on the legs of Rohit Sharma, and there's only one place it's going to end up, and that's at the boundary.
Yeah, God, it looks a flat pitch when the guys want to play their shots, don't they? 28 for 1 now. I like it when Topley's about 1.5 foot back from that length and getting that bounce to carry through to Jos Buttler. Here he comes again, and again he's very full, up at probably, I'd say, half volley length, but Rohit didn't go to drive it. In fact, he blocked it to mid-off without too much use of the feet. Very tall man, slim man is Reece Topley. Long legs on him, striding back to his mark, throwing the ball from hand to hand. Jos Buttler reorganising his glasses and hat and is ready to receive as Topley comes in again and bowls just a touch wide, and Rohit Sharma cuts it for 4. Excellent batting from Rohit, punishing 2 balls that weren't miles wrong, but they were wrong enough. You've gone, have you? Sound's gone? You've gone, audio's gone, Goffey's gone to get a cup of tea, Harmy's standing up having a yarn, 2 metres away. And you're back, are you? Toots?
I am back, I'm back. But it was a great shot, just overcompensated. The ball before Mark, for me, was too full. He sort of missed his length, so he overcompensated, dropped it short, but it had width on it. Can't do that to Rohit Sharma, 4 runs.
And now he bowls a ball quite wide of off stump, very full, and for some reason Rohit decides just to push it to extra cover rather than lace it through extra cover. So Topley just not quite as threatening as he seemed in his first couple of overs, and I don't mean that unfairly. I just mean he seems to have changed his length a bit, wanting to bowl it a bit fuller, and it hasn't worked quite so well. I like it, as I say, when he hits the pitch on a good length. Here he comes again, number 38 on his back, and this is banged into the surface, and Rohit Sharma pulls it for 4. But that was too short. Difficult over for Reece Topley, who hasn't had a lot of cricket, of course. And a reminder to all our TalkSport listeners who are joining us now to go with our listeners from TalkSport 2 that England asked India to bat first. Jos Buttler captaining the side today. And Virat Kohli said he was very happy to be batting first. It's what he would have chosen to do. And the consequence of all of that is that India are now 36 for 1.
Great shot by Rohit Sharma. The one thing you don't want to do is drop short at that pace. Gave him a bit too width.
Nice ball, perfectly straight, tiny bit of swing, and Rohit Sharma tucks in behind it to defend it, goes out to mid-off, or mid-on indeed. There's no run from it. 8 overs gone, and India have got the rate up from 3 to 4. You only need a good 7 or 8 balls for that to happen in short-form cricket.
Yeah, that's right. And just sort of going back to that short ball by Reece, I'm sure he would have seen, I always carrying drinks, when you've had Archer and Wood bowling extreme pace at right. The one thing, he's one of the best pullers, cutters in world cricket, and Reece doesn't quite have the pace, even though he's got the bounce. He just gave him too much width, and he's able to roll his wrists on it. Just needs to get his length, and quite get his length right in that over for me, Mark. Like you said, what we saw early on, when he's hitting the splice to the bat, he looks good, looks really good.
Yeah. And then, of course, when he does pitch one fuller and it swings to a left-hander like the one to Shikhar, their feet aren't likely to be in the right place because they've got used to defending that back of a length. And there's Curran bowling a good ball, straight and on a length, and Kohli wanted more from it. He got it to short, fine leg with a little glance, but that's not what he wanted, and he hit the ground with his bat in frustration, probably with himself, and missing his target. All the best players, they get out there, they take guard, and then they look for the gaps.
Yeah, they do, and he just looks busy.
The rest of us look where the fielders are.
He's looking busy, Mark. It looks like he's ticking. Doesn't take much for Rohit.
He's a very busy player, isn't he? Very. Here's Curran again, and that's a jaffa, absolute jaffa. Beats a forward defensive stroke from the best player in the world. All very simple. It pitches on a perfect line and length and nips away off the seam. Sadly, misses off stump and misses the edge of the bat.
And that's the danger, Mark, when you've got a left-arm bowler with balls coming in, and as we say, he's getting close. And then that one just sort of straightens, just goes straight with the arm, really. And he's played inside that. Good bowling by Sam. But now the batsman has to think. Now he has to think not everything's coming back in.
Yeah. Use the angles. Use the angles. Here's Curran again. That's another good ball. And Kohli works it off the back foot to short third man. And there's a single because that fielder, Jason Roy, was sprawling for the ball. And that's why they got through. Quite unusual to see both fine leg and third man up even this early in a one-day international. T20 game, you see it a fair bit, but I guess trends change, and a lot of the things you've learnt from T20 you take with you into one-day international cricket. And maybe because Sam is not express pace, they've got those two up. Anyway, it's quite unusual. Here's Sam again, and he bowls full ball, and that's out! Oh, he's got Virat Kohli! And it is one of those fielders that he's not up there for the catch, but it's worked in Sam Curran's favour. He's bowled a full ball at middle and leg, and Adil Rashid at short fine leg has caught him. The great Kohli has gone.
I think is it Rohit? I think it might be Rohit. I think yes. I think
I'm so sorry.
So right, Mark. No, it's Rohit.
Pause. The great Rohit has gone.
He was. That's a strangle. That's what we call in cricket an absolute strangle. It's a ball you're expecting it to disappear for 4 with fine leg up. He's got a good portion of it. He's hit it too well. And Rashid at 45 in the 30-yard mark at fine leg. He's taken a good catch, sort of shoulder height, really, with some good hands. And Rohit's gone. He'd be disappointed. 37 for 2 they are.
Now you're going to have to help me out here, because obviously I made a mistake. That was a Kohli-style shot.
It was.
It?
They were both
big wrists, and he really closing the face of the bat quickly, and say yes. Come on.
Well, yes, I agree with you. I think both of them were walking across to the stumps, Mark, and they were just sort of working him over to sort of that sort of square leg and trying to mess around with that short guy at short fine leg. But as I said, he got a good portion of it. He hit it too sweetly, and it's flown to Rasha to a short fine leg, and he takes a very good catch, massive wicket. I mean, listen, he is a destructive player. Any player that's able to get double hundreds in this format of the game is someone you need to get early, and to get him for 25, you'd be happy.
Yeah, unfortunately, you laughed over my retake, but what I was trying to do was give the editor a clean retake, so it would never look like I'd made the
inexperience from Tudor there. Sorry.
Oh dear, sorry everybody. It's Rohit Sharma who's gone. Virat Kohli's still out there. 7 he has from 10 balls. 37 for 2. KL Rahul is coming in now, who really started to play nicely. If you haven't seen a lot of KL Rahul, believe me, he's the most beautiful natural batsman, a sweet timer of a cricket ball, elegant looking man, elegant looking player. And I hear that he's not going to keep wicket today, actually, that Rishabh Pant, who's back in the side, will keep wicket today. Pretty good outfielder though is KL, taking time to get himself ready, practicing a few forward defensive shots, marking his ground again, flexing his knees, plenty of tats on his well, primarily it seems on his left arm, bearded, mustachioed. Another flex, ready, settles into his orthodox stance now, nicely balanced. Here's Curran, he bowls and he goes forward, does KL Rahul, and defends in orthodox fashion on the front foot.
That's a great first ball by Sam. Always try and get the batsman to play early, and that one just showed a little bit of shape back into the right-hand batsman. KL Rahul, though, as Mark rightly said, he's a very, very elegant player, one I love to watch bat. Didn't quite show everyone in the T20s what he's about, but let me tell you, he's a serious player, and if he's in there for a period of time, he's able to dispatch it to all parts of this ground.
Curran again now, hustling. He loved that wicket of Rohit Sharma. You get Rohit Sharma or Virat Kohli and you feel very good about yourself. 9 overs gone, very good one that from Sam Curran. 37 for 2 here on TalkSport 2, but also with our TalkSport listeners. And it was a good catch by Adil Rashid. It's quite difficult when you're blinded at short fine leg, and of course the ball comes to you very quickly, and that was at an awkward height. You can take that with your sort of hands in an orthodox position, or with your fingers pointing to the sky, or with them slightly side on if you're trying to ride the pace of the ball, and he managed to work out how to do it and did it very well.
Yeah, that's right. And sometimes, Mark, when you don't have a long time to think about it, you just react, and that's what he did. It was a fantastic catch. As I said, the importance of getting Rohit out early is so important. 25 from 25 balls, he bats for a period of time. As I said, if you've got someone in your side that gets double hundreds in this format of the game, you need to see them walking back to the pavilion.
Yep, that's a fair call, you do. Hardik Pandya, Krunal Pandya, batsman to come, but England, having struck a couple of times, will feel really good about it. So they've got to keep it tight now. The way you increase the emphasis on the Indian batsmen is by making it hard to score now. They'll be reluctant to take risks, having lost 2 early wickets. Tom Curran then with his bandana on, and he comes. First bowl of the day, and it's an extremely straight half volley that Virat Kohli eases through wide mid on for 4. That's a gorgeous shot.
It's a throwdown, isn't it, Mark? Basically is what that is. I think you would have had this in your career when you just get someone to just so you can get going. It's full, it's straight, but to Virat Kohli it's just on his pads ever so slightly. He just plays it with the most ease, no trouble whatsoever. And I was just about to say that it's an important spell this for Tom Curran.
Yeah, he comes again. It's another of the same ball, and this time actually Virat Kohli rather let him off. Full straight half volley, and Kohli pushed it to mid-on as if he was surprised to see it again. I have to say the stroke he played for four, the ball before, was a very good example of how the best batsmen see the gaps, because he used his wrists. He set up to hit it to mid-on, and then at the last minute he just gets his wrists involved and hits it a little wide of mid-on's right hand. Sets himself now then, the Indian captain. Curran pumping those arms. That's good line and length. Outside off stump, left alone by Kohli. And no great pace, Tom Curran, but very, with lots of varieties. His slower balls are very good. He's got a lot of courage, bowls well at the death.
One thing he'll do, Marky, he'll front up. He won't hide. Just not quite got into his rhythm yet. Just looks a little bit tentative. When he's in full flow, has a little bit more snap at the crease and a little bit quicker than you expect.
Kohli with that intense look on his face, concentrating hard, goes forward and defends an excellent delivery from Tom Curran that just held its line a tad. It was on the front foot that Kohli chose to play it, which was wise. It's sort of ball, if you'd been trapped on the crease, you might well have edged. It straightened, as the pros say. In other words, it pitched and held its original line, and Kohli handled it well. 41 for 2. Kohli, they've just whacked KL Rahul's figures up on the screen. He got an average of 48 in his 37 one-day international matches. That's good. Here's Curran again. Kohli goes to drive and for once doesn't quite get things right, and the face shuts on him this time unintentionally, and the ball goes to mid-on and there's no run, whereas he was aiming it to mid-off. So Curran's resolved to bowl very full during this over, which is no bad thing. He doesn't have the pace to bang it into the pitch, and so he's trying to keep it up to the bat and get the ball to move a bit. I mentioned the black bandana that he's wearing with its tail flapping down the back of his neck now, with his hair a little longer than it was, and that's a good ball left alone outside off stump by Virat Kohli. And if you took the four ball away, it was an excellent first over. 41 for 2.
Yeah, came back really well there. I said it's a really important spell for Tom Nis. Both his brother Sam and Reece Topley started really well, got 2 wickets, so it's important as the first change bowler that you follow that up. He didn't start very well, but he finished off his over very well. I always say, you know, if your first ball goes for 4, you're sort of trying to claw it back a bit, and he did that extremely well. Got into his rhythm with a little bit of nip. He'll be interested with that.
Well, you're listening to commentary of the second of 3 one-day internationals against India on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team who was supporting us. Lizzie Ammon, of course, Simon Wilde, as well as the former England captains Mike Atherton and Sir Alistair Cook, all right for the Times and the Sunday Times. It's great to have them on board. 41 for 2 here. I say here, it's actually there, isn't it? Pune. On this amazing stadium. Everybody loves playing there. The pitch is good. The outfield is just perfect. No weeds there, unlike my garden. We've got another change. Ben Stokes is going to replace Reece Topley. I'm looking out over London, where the first hint of blue sky, but a sort of ice blue sky, as if it's a cold morning. It's a winter's day sky. Here's Stokes to bowl then, and a little shuffle across the crease from KL Rahul, and he leaves it alone outside off stump. They're not dissimilar actually in their build. They're both slim men. KL Rahul and Virat Kohli, most of the modern cricketers are, of course, they stand pretty orthodox, and they've both got the same beard, long and pointed at the bottom, which is a trend. I feel that Virat Kohli started something in the Indian team. I think pretty much anything Virat does, the youngsters go to do too, and one of them is the beard. Here's Ben Stokes again, and that's played on the back foot to point by Rahul. Nicely played, but no run. And to switch to Ben Stokes, we had Kate Cross commentating with us the other day, and she was brilliant. And she said, I was talking about the Indian players, and she said, "What about Ben Stokes? Who does he remind you of?" I said, "I'm thinking." She said, "With his new hair, he's like Van Gogh, the Van Gogh self-portrait." So There's a thought for you. Ben Stokes as Van Gogh. Well, they have artistry in their different ways. Stokes to run in and bowl now, not steaming in, nice measured approach, and another good ball on a length off stump, and Rahul plays it by opening the blade, and it runs off down to third man for a single, and Rahul is off the mark. Kohli has 11 and India are 42 for 2.
I think, well, that was very good, but I know there was something going around that he looks like, I don't know, for the avid watchers of Peaky Blinders, he looks like Arthur.
Oh, yeah, that's
yes,
right.
Yeah, he
Spot
does.
on. That's a good show, though.
Oh, fantastic.
Quality.
There's some good shows around, isn't there, Mark, at the moment?
Yeah.
Some good TV.
Oh, it's a golden age of television for sure. And radio. And a nice drive by thick edge, good stop. Well to the ball was Virat Kohli. Big stride forward and then push driving to square cover. It went a little bit more off the thick edge than he wanted it. And the man there, who I think is Jason Roy, is at backward point, makes a great stop. Throws himself to his right. And Stokes applauds him as if he knows he's saved possibly even a boundary, but at the very least 2. There is a boundary rider out there, but he's in front of square. Kohli waits now. And he tries to pull Stokes, but he doesn't get much of it. He does get a single, but not a convincing stroke. Oh, that's bad luck. The throw has hit the stumps and ricocheted into a vacant area, and so they come back for a second. That's a long debate, or that is a debate that has been around for a long time, I should say. If a fielder throws and directly hit the stumps, should the batsman get a run from the ricochet? What do you think?
I think if the fielder throws it as he's attempted to try and run him out, but the batsman's so far in, I'm thinking, well, I don't know. If I was batting, I'll take the single.
I think the rule should stay as it is, or the law. Well played and well run. Kohli standing up, knocking it into the space on the offside. He goes to 13. Rahul has a single. It's the end of the over from Stokes. 11 gone, 45 for 2. That was a pretty good. He got some bounce off that last ball there. And as I say, Kohli, who was committed forward, actually played it well. I think the law should stay because I don't think we should mess around with what naturally happens on the field too much. It can be cruel. I mean, it was never crueler than when the ball hit Ben Stokes' bat in the World Cup final. It went for 4. Never crueler. Wicket each for Curran and for Topley. Nothing yet for Curran and for Stokes, and then England have the 2 spinners playing. So 6 bowlers in all. Adil Rashid and Moeen Ali will make up England's attack. Though, you know, as we saw the other day, there was nothing in the pitch for the spinners.
No, they fetched it a little bit, Mark, didn't they? The spinners, batsmen used their feet really well. Got on top of them.
Here's Curran, Tom Curran that is. Kohli attempts to drive, but the ball, the very last minute, just moved away from him in the air, and it meant his hands got away from his body, and he wasn't in full control of the shot, and he chose in the end then just to push it to extra cover for no run.
Just looked like got there really early. Played out in front of him. Just needs to wait a little bit longer, but maybe the ball's not coming on as he's expecting. That ball's only at 129 kilometres an hour.
Curran again, and that's left alone outside off stump. I was talking about Curran's bandana, and we're talking about lookalikes and how people appear out on the pitch. And I said he'd be a ship's mate in Pirates of the Caribbean. He'd be Jack Sparrow's offsider.
He's got some style, let me tell you. Every time I see Tom, even from a young man, he's different. He's different. He doesn't follow the normal, pristine, good, the way a cricketer would look. He would always do something different with his hair, the clothes he wears.
Curran again, and down the pitch comes the effervescent Virat Kohli and works it away backward a square in the leg side. That was the shot that Rohit Sharma played and got out to, and the one that I thought was a Kohli shot. Anyway, it's nicely played. He's such an obstacle. There's a lovely quote from Ben Stokes the other day. Virat, what do I think of? Do I like Virat? Because of this little spats out of him. I like Virat when he's not scoring runs.
That doesn't happen too often, though, does it?
Well, fair call, yeah, fair call. So big obstacle for England today, having struck twice. I mean, can you imagine if they could add Virat Kohli to the list of dismissed batsmen? Rishabh Pant is the man to come in next, by the way, and then the Pandya brothers, Hardik and Krunal. Tom Curran again, and at the last minute Rahul pulls away. I don't know why, but he was unhappy, unsettled, and so he pulled away. It wasn't because anybody was behind the sight screen or in front of the sight screen obstructing his view. He just wasn't ready to face Curran. Curran gets low, he runs in, and then he bends his back and he stoops forward, creating momentum, getting his weight forward in the approach to the crease, and he pumps his arms quite hard too. It's a very distinctive run-up. Here he is again, and that's nice and straight and on a length, beautifully bowled and defended by KL Rahul.
Very right, Mark. You know what it reminds me of? I know people are going to laugh or whatever, but it's a little bit like how Big Bird, how he used to start. He used to sort of crouch down. I mean, Bird was, what, 6'9"?
Yeah, Joel Garner you're talking
Joel
about.
Garner,
yeah,
yes, I am, sorry.
For those of a different era.
Sorry, yes.
The Big Bird.
Yeah, Joel
man.
Garner used to sort of start, crouch down, and then when he got to the crease, he used to stand up nice and tall. And it's a little bit like that. Obviously, Tom hasn't got the height of Joel Garner, but
yes,
similar.
No, absolutely. That's exactly how he approaches the crease. And that's full and sort of does Rahul, truth be told, but anyway, he got enough on it. Thick outside edge down to third man for a single. I hear what you say. They've all got different talents. Joel Garner, in the great history of West Indian quicks, is not often put in the top 3 or 4, but believe me, Joel Garner could seriously bowl. I mean, my goodness.
I mean, I've been lucky through my career that I've met him a few times. Oh,
Curran again, also straight, well bowled. This is good stuff from Curran after that first ball, and Kohli defends it. Half forward, there's no run. 12 overs have gone. I'll let you continue on the great Big Bird, and then Andrew McKenna for the first time this morning. Maestro, good to see you.
I was always going to say, sometimes people say, "Oh, don't meet your heroes," but in this instance, what a man! Never walks past me. Always got great stories to tell, and I just admired watching that quartet of bowlers in that era, the sort of the late 70s, 80s. What a blessing that was as a young fast bowler growing up, seeing those guys. Morning, Macca.
Good morning, unless you were a batsman, of course. Then it wasn't quite so much of a pleasure. Yeah, morning, everybody. India 47 for 2 after 12 of their 50 overs, and in the last 4 overs, 1 wicket, and they've gone at 2 3/4 and over. But as we know, they don't mind going slow in the power play. Here's Ben Stokes to start the 13th in, right arm over, and KL Rahul is pushing into the offside and fielded at point, and there is no run.
Yeah, I like the way Ben started here today. He's got his lines, got his length right, looking busy, looking like he's up for it. As you said, it's important passage of play here. If you can add Kohli to these 2 wickets, that would give England a massive, massive boost. And while the ball's still doing a bit, get panting. You don't want him in when the ball's going off a gun barrel straight and the spinners are on.
Absolutely. Stokes in once again from the hill end. He gets a bit big on KL Rahul, and he plays a pull shot that he was in, frankly, no position to play. It lobs out on the onside, but because we're outside of the power play, there's only 1 man on the leg side and it lands nowhere near him. It's a comfortable single that takes India to 48 for 2.
Yeah, good bowling by Ben. As I said, he had settled into a nice line and length. That one was a surprise bounce. It got a little bit extra. That sort of tennis ball bounce got high on KL Rahul, surprised him, and that's when you use it. The bouncer is there for the surprise, and it worked in that instant. Obviously not in getting a wicket.
Stokes in once again. Kohli this time is coming forward, although he's playing it sort of waist high, guiding it down to third man where Tom Curran will field, and a single will be taken. 49 for 2. I'll tell you what is interesting today watching this from England Tudes. The whole series, and I mean including the test, right the way back to Chennai, pace from England. Wood, Archer. Today, Ben Stokes might be the quickest of the England seamers, and he's only bowling 135 at peak. And I'm pretty sure he'll be the quickest of the 4. Stokes goes in again. KL Rahul is pushing to mid-on, sets off for a single that isn't there. It's picked up by Sam Curran, who gets it back into Jos Buttler, and there is no run. But there's a big change. Obviously, Reece Topley's got his height, but not the express pace. There's a real change in England's approach today.
Yeah, you're definitely right, and we sort of mentioned that at the top, didn't we? They don't have that express pace, where Joss, who's captain in the side today, can turn to a Wood and Archer, say, listen, I need you to rough up the batsman here. They're going to have to do it in different ways with a bit of skill, bit of guile.
Stokes turns at the end of his mark and makes his way in once again. Past the umpire, right arm over, and KL Rahul is pushing to mid-on, and there is no run. I suppose the good thing from Joss Buttler's point of view is at least they are all different. Yes, there's 2 left armers, but Reece has got the height compared to Sam, who's the bit lower. Then you've got Tom Curran, again slightly shorter, and whose natural length will be fuller than Stokes. I mean, the worst possible case scenario for a captain is when you're changing the bowler but not the bowling, and then it just becomes sort of cafeteria stuff, doesn't it?
Definitely right there, Macca.
Final ball of this Stokes over then. He's in and delivers. That is full and wide outside of off stump, and KL Rahul plays a glorious drive, but it's straight to the cover sweeper, and that will bring up the Indian 50. It's taken them 13 overs to get there, but they are at 50 for 2 at the end of the 13th. Here on TalkSport 2, they were put into bat by England, and although they've lost Rohit Sharma for 25 and Shikhar Dhawan for 4, it is KL Rahul at 4 not out. He's alongside his captain Virat Kohli. Jared Kimber is our analyst.
Would you like the stats on the fastest ball bowled today, Macca?
Very much so.
So it's currently Reece Topley at 138 kilometres. So we're talking low 80s. Ben Stokes got up to 137 kilometres there. So I wouldn't assume anyone's going to get past 140 in this game unless Ben Stokes feels like he actually has to. So that's got to be one of these slower games that England have had in quite some time.
Interesting numbers. Slip in place for Tom Curran. He's going to start his 3rd over. He's right arm over, and KL Rahul is taking half a pace down the pitch just to get his weight going into that ball, and his bat to the bowler, and there is no run. Of course, you and I, Tubes, a few years ago watched KL Rahul make a 14-ball 50 for the Kings 11 Punjab against the Delhi Daredevils. I don't think he's going to do that today, but man alive, I still remember that day now. That was special.
Yeah, it was great days, and he has those gears, doesn't he, Macca? He has those gears where he can turn it on, and he showed that in the last game, didn't he?
He certainly did it. I mean, he was barely getting the ball off the strip in the T20s, but it just clicked back in for him. He's turning this one from Tom Curran down to long leg, where Sam Curran will do the fielding. KL Rahul will go to 5 from 14 and bring Virat Kohli back on strike. He's got 16 from 24.
And as we've seen, they're quite happy going along like this, India. They don't want to go because they've got players in the middle order that coming into the side. The Pandya brothers, I mean, there's a lot of destruction. I mean, on debut, Kunal, I mean, what a debut that was with him with the bat. Fantastic batting. And people that follow the IPL know that he does that quite regularly.
Tom Curran goes in, inside edge from Virat Kohli. That's going to go down to very fine leg and away for 4. He was walking down the pitch to Curran, got beaten, takes the inside edge, and Joss Buttler didn't have a price of that one as it goes past his left hand, and Virat Kohli goes to 20.
It's good bowling, got a good length. Virat advancing down the wicket, got an inside edge, left side of his bat. Joss Buttler behind the stumps, got no chance. Spearing dive, flown down to fine leg, 4 runs. Fortunate for Kohli, but it's 4 more runs to the total.
It's a moral victory for the bowler because there's no real control on the shot, but it's still 4 runs. Curran goes in. Again, Kohli is walking down the pitch of that a little bit to come to the ball, but actually also to get outside the line of it on the offside so he can turn it into the onside. That will be a single, although it's the leg by variety. So Kohli will stay on 20. India 56 for 2 in the 14th. We've seen this before from Kohli. Gets outside, gets over to the offside, and then just plays with the gaps on the leg side, because this part of the game it's 4 in the ring, and generally speaking it's 3 on the offside, 1 on the leg. So if you place it well, it's guaranteed 1, possibly even 2. Tom Curran is on his way again, past umpire Sharma, pushed out on the offside by KL Rahul, and there is no run.
I don't know if he's looking a bit agitated as old KL. Just a couple of balls he's faced where he said yes, a single, and there's nowhere there is. I don't know if he's just trying to wind the fielders up, getting them to try and shy at the stumps, Macca, but just looks a bit agitated at the minute.
Well, it's a Kohli thing, isn't it? That you push and run and you work everybody around and keep everyone swapping about. It just puts a natural energy back into the innings. I suppose it's a situation like that. Final ball of the over then. And in comes Curran. Slip still in place. It's a little bit of shape back into KL Rahul. He loses his shape on that one, pushes it back to the bowler, and that's 14 gone here on TalkSport 2. It's the second of 3 one-day internationals between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the times and the Sunday times. You can try it free for a month at thetimes.co.uk/cricket offer. That subscription will auto-renew unless you cancel it. Terms and conditions do apply. Jared Kimber is joining us.
Just on your pace question, Mako, I got CricViz to look this up and asked when was the last time England played an ODI where they didn't have anyone bowling over 87 miles per hour, and it was last year in Durban. And I'm going to be honest, that disappointed me a little bit. I was hoping for something slightly better than that. And then they said, but the time before that was in 2015. So this will probably be one of 2 ODIs in the last 6 years that England haven't had any genuine pace in their bowling attack. So you were right, Maka. And how often have I ever said that?
I'm just going to pause at that point so they can edit that cleanly and then send it to me for later on. Thank you very much, Jared. Yeah, it's an interesting approach. Alex Tudor's moved out. Steve Harmson has moved in as Ben Stokes prepares to bowl the 15th over, and he'll be bowling to Virat Kohli. Slip in place. He started with a loopy full toss. It's a slower ball that's actually come out a little bit wrong, and Virat Kohli has just ended up pushing it into the offside and taking a single, and frankly he could have larruped that one absolutely anywhere.
Yeah, I think Ben Stokes has gone for the slower ball. I think he's gone for a little spit-fingered slower ball, which has come out about waist high, nearly a no ball. Virat Kohli just opens his eyes because I think it was a little bit startled. Yeah. Confusing cricket all round because it was an easy single for Virat Kohli. KL Rahul, who's been like a cat not tin roof for the last 10 minutes trying to get singles here, there and everywhere, didn't really want it, and they managed to scamper through for one.
Stokes then to Rahul. That is full and straight. Oh my goodness, that's been squeezed between keeper and slip away for 4 all along the ground, so it wasn't a chance. It was the full Yorker. It's been landed really, really well, and KL Rahul's just managed to get his bat down on it, but with the blade at an angle such that he's guided it along the floor, and it goes for a boundary.
Yeah, it looked as though it was a little touch of in-swing towards probably middling off. KL Rahul's done very well not to fall over. If his head's in the wrong position here, this gets him in trouble. But it's just on off stump, managed to dig it out. Good Yorker by Ben Stokes on the white line, and it's gone between diving Josh Butler and first slip, and a little element of luck there for KL Rahul. But again, Ben Stokes, he's just a box of all tricks. You get so many different variations of Ben Stokes. He started very, very well, but in this over he started with a waist high full toss, which has gone for a single, and a 80 odd mile an hour Yorker, which has been squeezed down for 4.
It's Johnny Bairstow at first slip. Josh Butler and Johnny Bairstow, keeper and slip, and watching as Stokes makes his way in once again. It's straight a ball. KL Rahul is turning this on the onside and will take a comfortable single to take the score to 62 for 2. Rahul's into double figures. He's got 10, Kohli 21. Actually, the thing I really notice when I watch KL Rahul bat at the moment is that if the bat he's using, there's no bottom corners on it. It's a real big,
very rounded.
It's really rounded. It reminds me of the bats that MS Dhoni was using for the last couple of years. I don't know if it is the same manufacturer. I mean, I'm ignoring the stickers that's on it because, frankly, those, generally speaking, mean absolutely nothing. But he's coming in, Ben Stokes, to bowl the next delivery to Virat Kohli, just guided to third man for a single, 63 for 2.
I'd looked at when Ben Stokes bowled his first ball. He's bowled a looping full toss, tried to bowl a slower ball, but then Virat Kohli's run down to the non-striker's ends, eyes wide open. So it was like he didn't pick it up, he didn't see it. Very startled look on the Indian captain's face. And it's interesting that Ben Stokes has been asked to remove one of the white tuber grips from his right arm. But I'm not sure Virat Kohli's asked the umpire to ask Ben to remove them.
Stokes in once again. It says turned on the onside. Quick run taken by KL Rahul to a mid-on. Sam Curran will field. Yeah, so Stokes has started bowling with a tuba grip on both arms, and what that would be for, presumably, Harmy, is just pure and simple wear and tear for diving on the elbows and the
it's diving,
forearms.
it's a fielding until it's on for, yeah.
But obviously, with a white ball, obviously one of the batsmen is uncomfortable, saying, well, hang on, there's white coming out of a white background here. So presumably that's the reason why he's removed it while bowling. 64 for 2, final ball of the over. It's down the leg side, it's a quick ball. Kohli doesn't quite catch up with it, and it will be called a wide by Nitin Menon. 65 for 2, so there's one ball still to come. Jared.
If you remember back to the 90s, Dean Jones did a similar thing to Curtly Ambrose when he had white wristbands on, and Curtly Ambrose absolutely destroyed Australia after that, except for Dean Jones, who made runs.
He didn't upset Curtly Ambrose too much, did he, really? Curtly wasn't a case of, yeah, no problem, Dean, I'll take them off. He was very, very upset, was the big man.
Yeah, it's worth going to YouTube to see the footage. You've never seen anyone take wristbands off more angrily than Curtly Ambrose did in that particular occasion.
So Stokes will re-bowl the last ball of the air. It's a short ball. It's been, well, the attempted pull from Virat Kohli, but with no real timing, and it'll go out on the leg side. Liam Livingstone will do the fielding coming off of the mid-wicket boundary. Single taken. So 15 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. India 66 for 2. They made one change to their team today. We knew that obviously that there had to be one change due to the injury to Shreyas Iyer, so it's Rishabh Pant who has come into the lineup. He will keep wicket, we are told. He's due to come in next. England, if you missed the news of the toss, made 3 changes to their team. Mark Wood rested, and the 2 other changes are injury related. Of course, Owen Morgan and Sam Billings out, so David Malan, Liam Livingstone and Reece Topley into the side for this second game.
Jared mentioning the Dean Jones, Curtly Ambrose. My first captain at Durham when I was 16 was David Boone. David Boone tells a great story on that incident, because David Boone was at the non-strikers end. I can't exactly say live on air what actually David Boone said to Dean Jones at the time.
Tom Curran to starting you over. Virat Kohli again is plonking the foot down the line and then looking to play even from middle and off to mid-wicket. He does so. He turns it on the leg side and takes a single. 67 for 2.
Yeah, it wasn't. There was a few expletives in it, and it was along the lines of, "What on earth are you doing that and upsetting Big Kirtley?" But it just Virat there playing the way he's playing. He's batting more right about on middle stump, and he's taking his guard and he's looking to come forward. He doesn't believe Tom Curran's bouncer can get him in trouble. The pitch is true, and he feels as though he can get onto the front foot, because what he's probably wanting is Tom Curran to pull his length back, and if he pulls his length back, then he can pull him into the leg side, or he can sort of use the square of the wicket.
Curran goes in. It's KL Rahul pushing into the offside. Jason Roy will field at point, and there is no run. This pitch is, well, it looks a good one first and foremost. There are little patches of what looks like green grass on it every now and again, but it doesn't look like it's going to particularly do a great deal. So we just saw a replay of the last single that Virat Kohli took, where he ran right down the middle of the pitch. I'm not sure if he has been warned. Oh yes, there has been a quiet warning, and there was a quiet word, and yes indeed. There is a feeling in international cricket Virat Kohli does what he wants, but actually the umpires have called him up on that one. He's watching us. Oh, KL Rahul, what a shot that is. That's a flick off of his hip through wide long on. David Malan will have to go around to his left hand side from the mid-wicket sweeper. That is 2 runs, and the minimum of fuss in that shot. Absolutely timed it beautifully. He goes to 13, India 69 for 2.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, and I think that's the point I was trying to make, that Kohli's trying to get Tom Curran to bowl that little bit shorter, because he hasn't got as much pace as some of the England quick bowlers. It's just sitting in the surface, because it's such a lovely surface to bat on. He's bowling at such a nice pace. If he does bowl back of a length, he can be hitting to the leg side quite comfortably and quite easy. That looked like a spin bowler bowling. He had loads of time.
Curran in, outside of off stump, whipped through the leg side, through mid-wicket by KL Rahul, and Livingstone will field. Sweeping, returns it back to his Lancashire colleague. In fact, no, my apologies, I've got the wrong side. It's David Malan out on that side. He gets it back to Joss Butler for a single. 70 for 2.
And just come back to Virat Kohli. Yes, I agree. I think there is a lot of talk around the international circuit that Virat does get away with a hell of a lot. And there again, naughty. You run down the middle of the wicket. You can't do that in any form of cricket. It's not on. It's not fair. He's right to be pulled up on it.
Curran is in. Coley is turning this one around the corner. It goes towards fine legs. Sam Curran will get around, stop it one-handed and get the ball back in the air. And Coley will take a couple to take him to 26. India 72 for 2 here on TalkSport 2.
But what I would say, Macca, is the umpires picked up on it straight away, and they were at Virat Kohli. They were in his ear, and that's credit too, not just to the umpires, local umpires in the Indian.
Well, the only thing
Indian
is, I'd say
umpires.
that he's done it again this very next delivery, because he's played the ball and his body weight naturally takes him to the offside, and he's touching down on the round the wicket side for a right-arm bowler, so he's gone right down the middle of the pitch again. Kohli is just dropping his hands on this one, dropping it into the offside, and there will be no runs. 16 overs gone, and it's 72 for 2, so he could have actually got warnings in almost consecutive delivery space.
And I think this is Virat Kohli saying, I'm not bothered about the umpire. I'm really not bothered. This is the arrogance of Virat Kohli. This is what Virat Kohli does. It's the ego of the Indian captain. Straight away he got pulled up on it, and he's run down the wicket again, very next ball, and basically saying, I'm not interested in what you're saying, what you think, and it would be strong umpiring if they did something about it, and if they warned him.
How much? Right, so for anyone listening who's not aware, you can't go up and down the middle of the line, stump to stump, because you might wear away the pitch and therefore cause it. However, we're only playing 100 overs. 50 overs in this innings. So how much damage could Virat Kohli do to this pitch in the space of the time that we're out there?
Well, you've got studs on. You've got spikes on. He's not bowling trainers. He's got studs on. You will be able to break the pitch up. So for me, the rules are you don't run. There's a group. When the TV cameras are on, there's a group big red shaded area all the way down. This is the warning area. You do not go inside there. You try and cross over to make sure you're not running up and down the middle of the pitch, and he got a talking to off the umpire, and the very next ball he's run down the pitch even more than what he did the ball before. That's arrogance for me. That's just arrogance. That's Virat Kohli putting two fingers up to the umpire and saying, right, I don't think you might be strong enough to have a word, but are you strong enough to warn me? No, you're not. I'm Virat Kohli, and that for me is naughty. But I was going to commend the umpires to say how well they've performed in this series. I think they've been fantastic. Both they are on field, and the match referee, they've called it as they've seen it. Umpires' calls have been pretty much spot on. I think the umpires have been great, but test of Javagal Srinath, match referee. Now they've got a drinks break to possibly have a word with the third umpire to say, look, if he does that once more, you've got to do something about it.
It is the drinks break, which means we bowled 16 overs in about 73 minutes. So again, it's not the quickest of over rates in terms of what England have bowled so far. However, the spinners haven't bowled a ball yet, and that'll be a question for Jos Buttler as to when he brings them in. So Jos Buttler won the toss this morning and elected to bowl. India opening up with Rohit Sharma and Shikhar Dhawan once again. Shikhar Dhawan, the first man to go, fifth ball of the fourth over when he was caught at second slip by Ben Stokes off the bowling of Reece Topley. That was for 4 from 17 deliveries, 9 for 1 at the time. And then Rohit Sharma going across his stumps to Sam Curran and trying to flick one down the leg side, and was caught by Adil Rashid, who was inside the circle at the 45 on the leg side in the ninth over. That was 37 for 2 with Rohit having gone for 25. And to give you an idea of how important it is to get Rohit Sharma, Johnny Bairstow started opening for England in one-day internationals on the 14th of June 2017 and has scored 2,654 runs in that time. The only man to score more runs as opener in that period than Johnny Bairstow, Rohit Sharma, 3,831 runs, so 1,200 more runs. In fairness, Rohit has played more innings than Johnny Bairstow, but he is absolutely prolific, so England will be delighted to have got him out. And also Shikhar Dhawan. Shikhar Dhawan, of course, got the small matter of 98 in the first game. So KL Rahul is there on 14 from 22, Virat Kohli 26 from 32, and we're about to get back underway after the drinks break, and I'm thinking it looks, we've got a long distance shot at the moment, but I think that might be Moeen Ali coming on to bowl, which will be the first sight of spin. So India currently going at 4.5 and over. That would put them at sort of 225-ish. If they can get that up to 6 and over from here on in, that's 276. 8 and over is 344. Of course, they put 317 on the board in the first game. It is indeed Moeen Ali from the hill end. Moeen Ali lightly used this winter for one reason or another, and he's going to come in and bowl right arm over the wicket to KL Rahul. It's short, and KL Rahul will hammer it out to the sweeper on the offside for a single. 73 for 2. Rahul goes to 15.
Yeah, England will be happy where the start has been. They've got the new ball to move. Russ Topley got the ball to bounce. 2 very, very good wickets. They'd like to see the back of Virat Kohli very, very soon, because that'll look... He looks as though he's in a decent bit of touch. India will want 300. I think India will want 300 on this surface. It's a good surface, and especially the way England can get off to. If England can get off to another good start, so the Indian captain will be eyeing up six and a bit and over from here. Will get him to the score of what he'll feel as though is a competitive. Anything over 300, he'll feel as though it's a roundabout par, and that's what Indian captain will be wanting.
Moeen Ali to Virat Kohli. Virat Kohli stretching well forward, takes this from outside of off stump down to Reece Topley at long on, and there is a single. Of course, Moeen Ali got one to absolutely rip during the Test series and bowled Virat Kohli neck and crop. Huge gap between bat and pad, but he got it to absolutely rip back through the Indian captain's defences. This one at KL Rahul is outside of off stump, turning a little bit, but no massive amount, and it's turned to mid-on where there's no run. Adil Rashid is loosening up as well, so could well be spin from both ends shortly. Moeen drives this one into the pitch, hurries on to KL Rahul from actually slightly short of a good length, and Rahul is in behind this, pushing back down the pitch, and Jason Roy will field.
Yeah, not a bad start there from Moeen Ali. A little bit flatter, trying to bowl. It seems as though he's trying to bowl a bit quicker.
He's bowling this one to KL Rahul, turned on the onside. Jason Roy will field and get it back to Jos Buttler quickly. No run. Of course, no Owen Morgan today for England, injured, and he would normally be doing the sort of short extra cover, short mid-wicket. But when you split the webbing in your fingers and it's taken 4 stitches, that really is like Tin Can Alley, so maybe not the best of spots if you've got a bad hand, so Owen Morgan sits out. KL Rahul beats short extra cover Ben Stokes on this occasion, and it will be out to the sweeper and a single taken. That's the 17th over, bowled pretty quickly, just for 3 runs for Moeen Ali. India 75 for 2 here on TalkSport 2. Steve Harmison.
Yeah, good start from Moeen Ali. Somebody who hasn't played a great deal for one reason or another. You know, right back to the very start. It was the airport journey. I think if anything, you know, him and Chris Woakes in a taxi going to Sri Lanka, getting the COVID symptoms, having to quarantine, and from there, to be fair, both of them, you know, chuck Chris Woakes into this as well, both playing catch up, not played a great deal of cricket. Chris Woakes has hardly played any, and Moeen wanted just a run, a nice run. You know, I feel as though he can get 10 overs here. He didn't bowl his full lot. I think he only bowled half a dozen overs.
Bowled 3
overs in the first game, so he'll want 10 here. He'll want to get 10 in the last game and give him a chance of a good IPL, because, you know, everybody loves Moeen Ali. We all see and talk to Gareth Batty. We all say he's probably England's best spinner, but spin bowlers need to bowl and they need to play.
Tom Curran to start the 18th. Full, straight. KL Rahul is thinking of turning this one on the onside, and the back leg has actually come round a little bit, but he ends up pushing it back down the pitch to the bowler. No run.
And that's a better length for Tom Curran. He's not blessed with a huge amount of pace, so when he pushes it up there, not a tall lad either, so when he's bowling in and around that full length, he floats it up there, and it's very, very easy to milk and hit down the ground and play through mid-wicket. So that there, a little bit more venom on the behind the ball, wrist behind the ball, and good length.
Curran in once again from the pavilion end, past umpire Sharma. It's turned on the onside by KL Rahul. Straight to Ben Stokes though. No run on this occasion.
Yeah, good job KL Rahul is using his bat and hitting this, because they're very, very straight. Mention England have got a straight field. Stokes is in there at mid-wicket, but he's at straight mid-wicket. Mid-on and mid-off are very, very straight. I think Tom Curran's looking to try and get KL Rahul LBW, basically saying, look, hit me through square leg or hit me through backward point, but if you miss it, I'm going to get you out.
Curran is on his way once again, turned on the leg side, does beat Ben Stokes on this occasion at short mid-wicket. So Chris Jordan, who is doing some 12th man duties, is on the field and will send the ball back into Jos Buttler for a single. 76 for 2. Rahul 17 from 30 now. Chris Jordan getting a bit of a run in the outfield. England don't have as many fielding replacement options today due to the shortage of players. And here comes Curran coming down the pitch. Is Virat Kohli to meet it, not going through with the attacking shot, just pushes into the offside and will take a comfortable single. He goes to 28 from 34 balls, India 77 for 2.
Yeah, and that's a little victory for Tom Curran, bringing Kohli out of his crease. Yes, Virat does like to, sometimes advance and get closer to the ball, but that's more of where Curran's bowling. He's sort of digging a trench in around that sort of middling off, back of a length, which is a difficult length to drive. So Kohli's going at the ball.
Curran in, KL Rahul dropping into the offside, and there's no run. You mentioned Virat Kohli. Look, there's statistics all the time for Virat Kohli because he's just does incredible things all the time. But when Virat Kohli got to 20, he got to 10,000 runs in one-day internationals for India, batting at 3. Not just 10,000 runs, it's 10,000 batting at 3, which means he's made more than that because he's got over 12,000. Bloke's incredible. Now Tom Curran was running in then, and he's shaking his head. What happened there, Holmes? Did you see? I can't quite hear what he's saying on the stump.
I think there's something behind the bowlers, behind the batsman, whether it was from a visual point of view, but whether it's around the side screen.
Did it glare or something?
There's a glare or something like that. There's something happened behind to Tom. As Tom Curran's running in, as he can be running in, he's seen the batsman in visual eye. Something to the right of Tom Curran has caught his eye, and it's just knocked him. It's just knocked him off his run up and off sync.
Here he is then for the final time this over, and KL Rahul will push out on the onside. So 18 overs of the Indian 50 are completed. Tom Curran has now bowled 5 overs, 0 for 19. India 77 for 2. KL Rahul has 17. Virat Kohli has 28. Some more thoughts from Steve Harmison, and Guy Swindles will pick up the ball by ball.
Another good over by England. A fantastic over from Tom Curran. He's got his lines and his length perfect. When he goes that little bit full, he's not blessed with a great deal of height or extreme pace, so his margin for error on this sort of surface, this good surface, has to be spot on, and he was in that over, in and around the sort of top of the middle and off, and making sure that the batsman is not easy coming on the front foot and driving him. And hence, after 3 balls in the over, Virat Kohli came down the wicket, wasn't quite there, and pushed him into the offside. It was a good over by Tom Curran, good over by England. England try and put the squeeze on here on India.
Moeen Ali, and Virat Kohli comes down the wicket to him. Moeen Ali sees him, and in the end Virat Kohli drives languidly out to long on. There will just be a single though, and England have bowled pretty well this morning, Harvey. The run rate is just over 4. They've kept the brakes on every time India have looked to attack, and Joss Buttler, if anyone started to look slightly expensive, has whipped them off, and whoever has come on seems to have stemmed the bleeding. So in comes Moeen Ali again, and that's punched out into the offside. It will just be another single, this time to KL Rahul.
Yeah, I think both sides will be relatively happy. I think it's a good surface. Virat will be seeing 300 plus as an end total for England to chase. This is the way India go about their job, so they'll be quite content that they've got the artillery in the bank.
Yeah, and these two are playing themselves in, and we saw an excellent innings from KL Rahul. Well, both these men in the last ODI, so England still with an awful lot of work to do. After removing both openers, India moved to 80 now without loss with another single. KL Rahul 18 from 33, Virat Kohli 30 from 36. The partnership is now worth 43. In comes Moeen again. Goes back on his toes this time, does KL Rahul, punches it to long on, and they'll just trot through for the 4th single of this over so far.
The interesting passage of play in this is probably going to be when is first of all Adil Rashid introduced, and then seeing how India take him on.
In again, and that's tucked away, back on his stumps, tucked away on the leg stump for another single, and it's now 28 balls since the last boundary. So England at least stopping the big stuff.
And while the Indian batsmen are just milking Tom Curran and Moeen Ali, I think Joss Buttler will be happy that he can keep Rashid, his wicket take, up his sleeve for a little bit later.
and that is well bowled, but it's punched up to mid-on again, and they trot through again for a single. There have been 6 of them in this over, which takes India on to 83 for 2. KL Rahul 20 not out from 35. Kohli 31 from 37 here on TalkSport 2. And a little stat just flicked up on the screen that once Kohli reaches 30 in ODIs, he averages 112. So a man you usually need to try and get out early.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of the modern greats, isn't he? Macca just saying there, every stat that comes with Virat Kohli just oozes that he's greatness, and he is. You know, I've spoke negatively about him when running on the wicket and the arrogance that Virat Kohli is, but that's the character he is. That's the whole package you get with Virat. It's not a bad thing, the arrogance. Sometimes it crosses the line, sometimes it needs reining in. That's why he's brilliant. That's why he's one of the very best players in the world. That's why he puts he gets bums on seats, and he has people talking so beautifully about the way he bats, because he's a joy to watch. He's fantastic for the game. And when he does get in, boy, he takes some getting out. And sometimes, as a fan, you don't want to see him get out, because you want to see the way he plays, because it's so elegant, so beautiful, and the shot selection he's got all round the ground, he's magnificent.
Well, one man who has got him out a few times recently is Adil Rashid, who's now come into the attack. And bowling to KL Rahul at the moment, who punches it out into the covers, no run. You're right, the neutral in you loves watching Kohli bat. The England fan, out sooner rather than later, please. But we shall enjoy watching Virat Kohli bat while we can, as Adil Rashid comes in. Gives that a little more air, and that is driven very nicely by KL Rahul. Beats the fielder in the deep, and it goes for 4. So Adil Rashid sees the first boundary in 30 deliveries, and just the second ball he has bowled. The 50 partnership comes up between these two in 65 deliveries.
That's a fantastic shot by KL Rahul. He's waited. Ball's just gone above the eye line. He's had to wait just a touch, just a fraction, held his shape, let the ball come to him, hit the ball down, hit the ball into the ground. Classic for any kids watching this. Hit the ball into the ground, get to the pitch of the ball. Beautiful shot there by KL Rahul.
Adil Rashid in again, and again it's put in much the same place. Brilliant piece of fielding at mid-off. Saves another boundary there, and in fact saves any runs whatsoever. So England needed that. But Adil Rashid obviously has a plan to KL Rahul. Comes in again. Again, he's not afraid to give the ball a bit of air. Flighted in and tucked away on the onside for a single.
Yeah, there's a little bit more pressure on Adil in this game to take wickets, because of England not having that out-and-out quick bowler. Try and get something out of nothing when there's to try and break a partnership.
Rashid in again, and that's driven by Virat Kohli. Ended up being on the full, but he could only toe end the ball out too long on, and they'll trot through for yet another single.
Not a lot of spin. I don't think he's tried to spin too much, to be fair to Adil, but there's not been a great deal of spin. We haven't seen the googly yet. He's bowled, I think, 2 top spinners, and he's tried 3 leg spinners. One was beautifully timed and put away for 4.
Adil Rashid again bowls, and it's driven back. Rashid himself gets down to his right hand side to stop the ball, but can't grab hold of it, and they can cross for another single. Rahul moves to 26, Kohli to 32.
The last 2 overs, there's just a little bit more urgency about the Indian batsmen. The milk Moeen Ali for 6 singles in the over before Rashid's. Rashid went for a boundary early, which pushed pressure on the bowler. Trying going through the gears now, these 2 Indian batsmen. They know they've got the artillery of Pant, 2 Pandya brothers to come, but there is a little bit more of a tail from India compared to what England's got, and this is the way India bat, and they're comfortable batting, and it's not putting pressure on themselves, putting pressure on their batting unit. They know they can, if they get to 15 overs to go with the likes of Rishi Pant and Hardik Pandya and Karun Pandya coming in, they can hit 6s from ball 1. They used to play in IPL cricket in that middle order and trying to take the game away from England.
21st over gets underway. Moeen Ali will bowl it, and they go through for a very nicely taken 2. Very quick on the first single, turned round, it was played into space with England's fielders in the deep, and 2 more is added to the total. 92 now for 2. KL Rahul moves on to 28. Virat Kohli 32 here on Talk Sport 2. And England will be hoping that the spinners bring, I don't know, slightly more to the party than perhaps we saw in the first of these ODIs, when Moeen Ali only actually bowled 3 overs and was taking plenty of heat in those 3 overs as well. They did seem to target Moeen Ali on that occasion. But of course he hasn't bowled much this winter for various reasons, and that's slightly shorter, up on his toes as the batsman. He punches it out to mid-on. There will just be a single with the fielder in the deep.
Yeah, he hasn't bowled much, but one thing I will say after 2.5 overs watching, the spin department, the spin twins bowl, there's not a great deal of spin here. There's not a great deal of spin. That's how it's very comfortable for the Indian batsmen, just to milk the bowlers.
It's nicely bowled by Moeen. Just drops it a little bit shorter, seeing Kohli come down the wicket towards him. Kohli has to adjust, no run. Jared Kimber.
Yeah, just on Moeen Ali, I've got a couple of stats for you which aren't that promising for him to take some wickets today.
In comes the unpromising Moeen Ali and flicks it up, and it's flicked away on the leg side for a single. Reece Topley, who's been busy down at long on recently, throws the ball in.
So he's taken 7 wickets, an average of 118 in his last 20 ODIs, and he's going up against the middle order where they average 60 per wicket between the overs 10 and 40. It's not the ideal matchup for Moeen Ali. He wants a team that's going to attack him a bit more, and they will milk him.
And that is another decent delivery, and again it's a dot ball. Well bowled Moeen Ali at the end of the 21st over. India are 94 for 2. KL Rahul 29 not out from 44. Virat Kohli 33 from 40. And you're listening to commentary of the second of 3 one-day internationals between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times. Try it for free for 1 month at thetimes.co.uk/cricket offer. Subscription auto renews unless cancelled. Terms and conditions apply.
I think we're going off Jared's stat there. You can see that, Jared, in the way Moeen Ali's bowled. He's bowled quite flat. He's looked to bowl quite straight. He's bowled with his field and mid-on and mid-off's back. Mid-wicket's very, very straight. So he's trying to damage limitations until he gets in and gets going and gets a flow. And I think that's the problem that Moeen Ali's had. He hasn't really had a flow. He hasn't really had that time in the middle to sort of try a few things. He has literally damaged limitations from ball 1 because he wants to keep bowling.
Adil Rashid is tucked away on the leg side by Virat Kohli, but there is no run. He goes backwards of square, well bowled.
Since the ICC cracked down on the Doosra, basically all teams in the world just block out off spinners and score at them, around 5.5 to 7 runs and over. They don't attack them that much, and they don't lose many wickets to them anymore.
As that is played very nicely out into the covers, but there is a man sweeping out at deep extra cover. There will only be a single. Kohli moves to 34. Darren Goff.
So even Ravi Jadeja, who is obviously an incredible finger spinner, I think his average in the last 5 years of ODIs is over 40 as well. So it's better than Moeen's, but it's still, for someone who averages 23 or something in Test cricket, you don't expect him to average 40 in 1 day, especially when he looks pretty well suited to it as well.
That obviously was Jared Kimber, and that ball is played out into the covers for a single.
I might have been made an honorary Australian over the years, but I've definitely not got that accent, thank God. I'm sure he'd say the same thing.
I was going to say.
96 for 2 then, as we say goodbye to Steve Harmison. Darren Goff comes in for a stint, and that's tucked away to long on, where the ever-running Reece Topley goes and picks up the ball. There is a single, 97 for 2.
The surprising thing as far as England are concerned, with Owen Morgan when he's captain normally, I know he's Josh Butler today, but he normally gets Rashid on early, doesn't he, against Virat Kohli. Today he's been the last of the bowlers to get a run out.
Owen Morgan watching on the bench today because split the webbing in between his fingers. He was okay to bat, it's the fielding he couldn't cope with, so that's why he's not playing in these final 2.
He'll be alright for the IPL, starts in 10 days. Don't worry about that.
Cynic, Darren Goff. And that was a single for Rahul, and the score goes on to 98 for 2. We've got one ball left of this over. In comes Adil Rashid. Oh! And he got an inside edge. He beat him all ends up. Was there a half chance? Has Butler missed an opportunity?
I would say so. I reckon there was a nick there. It's a huge one. By the way, the other day we said so unlike Virat Kohli to get into his 50s and then get out the other night caught in the deep, but this one out, so definite edge for me. Oh, Josh Butler, normally pretty good as well behind the stumps. He's got to have nicked that.
Adil Rashid is understandably upset. You just think you've got the world's best batsman out, and it went sharply to Josh Butler, but it's gone down. They even managed to trot through for runs, so it's 99 for 2 now at the end of the 22nd over, and that could be a massive miss as far as England are concerned. As Moeen Ali comes in, there's a misfield in the deep, and things are going England having one of those sticky patches. There is an apologetic wave of the arm from David Milan.
Rightly so as well. A shocking bit of fielding, wasn't it? Just a simple one out to a deep cover off the off spin of Moeen Ali, and just fumbled it. And just
Moeen Ali in again. That's played out into the leg side. There will be no run.
It'll be interesting how the two spinners bowl together. I think Moeen Ali and Rashid have done so well over the years, haven't they, as a pair, in one-day cricket, especially white ball cricket. But so they got knocked around the other night quite comfortably.
This time Virat Kohli goes back. It goes out into the covers. There is no run. 100, of course, has now come up for India. They're 101 for 2. Virat Kohli 38 not out. KL Rahul 31. Kohli dropped on 35, on 33, so a bad miss as far as England are concerned, and that's played out into the leg side. There will be a single. India move to 102 for 2.
Yeah, I think the way the India play, I was saying to the guys back there off air, 10 overs ago, I said India will look to get to that magic total after 30 overs or around 150, and then they look to double it from there, don't they? At least. Now, they looked as though with a couple of wickets they lost the other night, looks like they were going to finish way short of that 300, but then that great partnership, wasn't it, between...
Now, I don't know about your wicket-keeping skills, Darren, but they've just shown that replay again, and by the time the ball had come off the outside edge, Josh Butler's gloves had closed.
Yeah, comfortable catch. Normally, a keeper at this standard...
And it did look as if he got the timing wrong there, as in comes Moeen Ali. That cramps up Virat Kohli, who is batting in a cap rather than the normal helmet. Josh Butler, who is wearing the helmet, crash helmet at the end of that over. The 23rd, India have moved on to 103 for 2. KL Rahul 32 from 47. Virat Kohli 39 from 49. Dropped on 35 by Josh Butler.
But this is what it's about, one-day cricket, isn't it? About partnerships, and Rahul and Kohli, two fantastic players, by the way. And we know when they get in, they normally go on and bat long and get big scores. And even though it's 103 for 2 off 23, decent score, but if this was England and they were 2 down after 23 overs, you'd probably be looking at about 150. But India do it slightly different. As I said, 150 is that magic mark for them after 30 overs, and then they look to build from there with wickets in hand.
Well, Adil Rashid, who was unlucky not to take his first wicket in his last over, is in again, and that's punched up to mid-on. Tom Curran this time trots in and throws the ball in, but not before they can go through for a simple single.
Well, the good thing for England, they're getting through the overs a lot quicker today. Was it 4 hours 10 minutes the other day?
At least, yeah. We've had less injuries this time so far. They're just showing some stats about batting at number 3. Virat Kohli's quite good at it, and it's flicked away backward of square. They trot through for a well, actually they go through for 2, and they move to 106 for 2. Good running.
Well, it's such a vital position, isn't it? I mean, you look at New Zealand with Kane Williamson and how good a job he does. Obviously, England would normally have Joe Root batting at 3 as well, exactly the same. Fantastic players. It's such a vital position in all formats.
It is funny you mentioned those batsman, and in comes Adil Rashid, and that's driven down the ground to mid-off for a single. Rashid very nearly managed to stop it, but they keep coming up, don't they? Virat Kohli, Kane Williamson, Steve Smith, Joe Root, so vital, particularly in 50 over and test matches.
Well, they knit the team together. They're the guys who can go on, and you're looking for one of them to go get an 80 or an 100, and if one of them gets that, I mean, you're looking at scores of 300 plus, aren't you? So
Adil Rashid in again, and that's punched out into the covers by KL Rahul, who goes through for yet another single. There have been an enormous amount of those.
It's old-fashioned one-day cricket, really. This, isn't it? Now you see
the
field,
middle overs.
Yeah, the middle. You see the field spread, and it's just comfortable for the India batsman just to push once, whether it be down the ground to the fuller ball from Rashid or Moeen Ali, or use the spin and play into the gaps.
As in again comes Adil Rashid. That's punched out into the offside. There is no run.
With the odd dot ball, as we've just seen, a good delivery, good length, good speed.
It's a good battle this at the moment. Adil Rashid seems right in it for this game.
He's definitely wary. He's definitely wary of Adil Rashid, Virat Kohli.
Absolutely right. Well, it is Adil Rashid into Virat Kohli again, and this time Kohli plays it out into the covers. It's another dot ball, and we come to the end of the 24th over, and we have just raced through these overs. It'll be Mark Nicholas who will be taking over from me after what has been a very brisk 6 overs. There's a few words from Darren Goff. KL Rahul 34 not out, Virat Kohli 42 not out, India 108 for 2 here on TalkSport 2. Darren.
Yeah, they're getting through the overs really, really quickly. Yeah, you've seen the experience though, Rahul here and Virat just trying to slow it down again in the middle, having a good chat, discussing the tactics, just trying to not let England get on top.
What did you say?
Just trying to stop England getting on top. But Rahul 34 of 49 deliveries, and Virat Kohli now has moved on to 42 from just the 53 deliveries.
108 for 2, and England with a pretty orthodox field actually. 4 on the offside, 1 sweeping out at cover, 5 on the leg side, 2 saving a single, and the man at mid-wicket has missed that. There's the back foot drive from KL Rahul, gets a single out to mid-on. It'd be very interesting to see what length Moeen Ali bowls. He overpitched the other day, and it was pretty easy to drive him. Down comes Kohli and crunches that down the ground to mid-on, who's all the way back on the fence. Reece Topley, who does the fielding there, so another single. I'm still fascinated by that stat given to us by Jared. I'll come back to him in a minute. We can talk about it again, because we're right in the sweet spot of the period that he was talking about, and one of the reasons India is so good in one-day cricket. Moeen Ali again now, and back goes Rahul and tries to cut, but actually the ball gets a bit close to him, so it drops down onto the offside off the under edge, and there's no run. He marks his ground again, takes a pace away from the wicket, as so many batsmen do, to settle and gather. Tinkers with his right pad, settles into his stance and waits for Worcestershire and England cricketer Moeen Ali. He's had such an impact on so many people around him. He defends that good length ball back down the pitch. Moeen does the fielding. There's no run. Yes, Moeen's influence on the people of the areas in which he grew up has been immense. He's a great figurehead. Number 18 on his back. He bowls just a tad short, and it's a nice elegant cut stroke for a single out to that cover boundary rider. Lovely to see a batsman watch the ball as long as KL Rahul does. Of course, Virat Kohli does that too. Kohli in a cap now, by the way. His helmet's off. Nice to see his face and all the twitches and idiosyncrasies, and of course the concentration that comes with it as he defends on. Actually finds a space on the offside for a single. That's an area that he works so well in his defensive stroke. Tom Curran does the fielding. 25 overs gone, 112 for 2. Jared, this stat you had about how India move along and run a ball through the middle 30.
Yeah, well, the two worst teams, worst major ODI teams over the last couple of years have been Sri Lanka and the West Indies. They both averaged between the overs 10 and 40, around 32 runs per wicket. India are averaging 60. which allows them to not lose any wickets. They can do whatever they'd like in the death. They don't bat as deep as other teams, so they have to keep those wickets in hand, but it means that they can completely control the game. And they're scoring at 5.62 runs and over while averaging 60, whereas England, who are attacking a lot more, are only scoring at 5.8 runs and over. So there's not a big difference between the actual rates there.
A nice ball from Adil Rashid, tossed high and very straight, but again it's worked into the offside for a single. It's a steady drip at the moment of these singles. Kohli 45 from 56, Rahul 36 from 53. India put into bat by Jos Buttler, 113 for 2 at the halfway stage of the innings.
And even England do well. They're averaging 49. I think next best is Pakistan at 46, but 60 is an obscene number to be able to score close to a run a ball.
It's incredible. Here's Rashid again, really gives that some air. Tossed it up as if he was buying a wicket, and Kohli would have none of it and drove it down the ground, all the way along the ground, I should add, for a single.
But part of that reason is because they've had Virat Kohli in their side, who's been so dominant in one-day cricket and white ball cricket over the last, 3 years?
Well, there's over the last 5 years, you've got Virat Kohli,
Dhoni,
Rohit Sharma and Shikhar Dhawan at the top 3.
As he works this one to mid-wicket. Might be 2, is it? Do they come back? No, he just ambles the single.
And so I think Sharma has 1900s in that time, Kohli has 18 and Shikhar Dhawan has 8. As Mark said before, when KL Rahul's stats came up, he's only played 30-odd one-days, but he's still averaging 48. So they have a lot of guys who can do that role, even if one of these guys gets injured or is out of the team for a while.
Rashid bowls again, and this time Rahul is forward and eases the ball into the offside, very Kohli-like actually for a single. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to fit this conversation in between balls, but we'll keep trying, because I would be very interested in a comparison between Joe Root's run rate and effect as against Kohli's, because they play a similar role. They're both prepared to bat long and glue the whole thing together, as Kohli drives this with a dead straight bat down the ground. We saw the old maker's name there. And it's a single to him and one more to the tally, so it's 117 for 2.
The difference, I would say, only difference is that Virat Kohli normally sees his team home time and time again. How many times have we seen him do it? Finish not out, chasing a score of 300 plus, and he ends up with 100 not out or 90 not out.
Yeah.
He
Second
does it,
innings batting, amazing.
He does it so many times, Mark.
Yeah, good call. Root's excellent, probably matches him in the first innings, I get. That was a googly from Rashid, and he's found the gap, but in the cut stroke has Rahul. He leant back, gorgeous shot, didn't try to hit it too hard, and even though the ball came into him, he cut it, he was able to trust the bounce, and that's really good stuff. It's fascinating to watch this pair. They're not dissimilar, but they have their own strengths and weaknesses. Kohli 47, Rahul 42, it's 121 for 2.
So yeah, if you look at Kohli in the last 5 years of ODIs, he's averaging 75, and his strike rate is almost exactly 6. Whereas Joe Root is averaging 56 with a strike rate of 5.5. So he's a little bit slower and doesn't quite make as many runs. But you take that 9 times out of 10, especially because he has faster batters around him as well, Goffin.
Oh, it's vital. He's a vital player for England. Both fantastic players. Kohli tends to go on, like I said, when you're chasing a total, we've seen him do it so many times. I mean, everybody talks about Virat Kohli, his finishing skills.
Down the pitch comes Kohli and works that straight to square leg, so for once he doesn't find the gap, and definitely Moeen Ali with a better control over length today, I'd say.
What I've been surprised at, though, they've got mid-off up, haven't they, especially to Rahul, and not once have they tried to go there. There's not so much spin there.
Goes back this time, does Kohli, and hits it out to deep cover for sort of more of a back foot drive than a cut off a ball that was just back over length. Much harder to hit that down the ground for 6, that is for sure. And so Kohli's footwork has been on show today. Lovely springing back and forward, skipping down to the spinners. His dedication to fitness and diet and developing parts of his body that apply to batting really seem to work in these longer innings he plays, as Rahul drives down the ground for a single off a foolish ball. And it's no doubt one of the reasons that Kohli's been able to bat long, as they like to say now, this fantastic fitness of his.
Well, he set the standards for fitness, hasn't he, within Indian cricket, and he talks about it a lot in his interviews.
Yes, he's back now and again drives off the back foot down the ground for a single. So this really is becoming predictable ball after ball at the moment.
But one thing I've noticed is that Pakistan have tried to set a similar pattern with their team, and it's causing all sorts of problems within Pakistan cricket.
What, in training you mean?
Oh, the fitness, players failing fitness tests.
Okay, another drive down the ground off a full ball, this time by KL Rahul. He will move to 44. Kohli has 49. We're just coming to the end of the 27th over here in Pune. Good pitch, good outfield, good weather, good cricketers on view. And that is 50 for Virat Kohli. The minimum of fuss, really. He stood on the back foot, drove a length ball firmly down the ground to go to yet another international 50 for India. His own dressing room, a lot of young men in thrall of him, stand to applaud.
It's quite a slow 50 for Virat Kohli. 62 deliveries, still pretty good strike rate. But I think he made a mistake the other night. He was gutted, wasn't he, when he hauled out to deep mid-wicket when he was all set. But this time, this is normally, I hope I don't put the curse on him, but with someone like Virat Kohli, it looks like he's set. He knows what target he's got in his mind. Him and Rahul have got a good partnership going together here. And he's almost will have a figure in his head now where he wants India to be at 30 overs, at 40 overs, and when the innings closes at 50. And if it's up to him, he'll still be there, not out at the end.
You're listening to commentary of the second of 3 one-day internationals between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times. Try it free for 1 month at the times.co.uk/cricket offer. Subscription automatically renews unless cancelled. Terms and conditions apply. It is Kohli who's on strike. Pats the ground, stands, now waits. Oh, it's a poor ball. Bit of a long hop that from Adil Rashid, very uncharacteristic. Kohli went back and deliberately got underneath it and slapped it into the stands, all as if he was playing in a benefit match.
I tell you, when you're commentating off the TV, Mark, and you see that, he's so quick, isn't he, to get onto it, just short from Adil Rashid, but he goes back and he picks the gap, and he just, as soon as he gets back on ball, he knows he's hitting a 6. He's not trying to hit that down, he's going up to the shorter boundary there. He's hit that 73 metres straight into the seats. 132 for 2.
Yes, it's so unusual for Rashid, who bowls a good ball this time, and Kohli knocks it into the offside for a single. It's a poor throw from the guy at extra cover, and Jos Buttler has to scramble away to his left with one hand to sort of knock the ball down with his glove to prevent overthrows. It was a very rare rank bad ball from Adil Rashid. He gets full marks for discipline and control in all formats of the game, but I think particularly in the short form. And again, he's bang on the money with that leg spinner, but so too is the batsman Rahul, who just eases it into the offside for a single. Rahul now creeping up to 50. He's on 45 from 59 balls. Kohli 57 from 64. Kohli only accelerating away because of that 6. Rahul accurate, and Kohli forward, this time leg side for a single. And India making it look very easy. And in fact, we're seeing Jared's point here, because they're cruising at a minimum, I'd say, of 6 and over the last 5 or 6 overs without having to take any risks at all. If they continue at 6 and over, they get themselves to 269, but they'll be 8 and over or more with wickets in hand. So I think they'll get past 320 possibly today. Back goes Rahul, and doesn't get a single actually, because Ben Stokes was quickly to his left to throw himself to save the ball that was going out to deep mid-on. He came from straightish mid-wicket and did really well there.
Like I said, Mark, and I've said it a few times, there'll be 150 around that mark after 30 overs. That's the target they set themselves on this pitch. Similar the other night, and I think it's again a similar pitch tonight.
This pair have 98 from 115 balls. As back goes Rahul, drives to extra cover for no run. 135 for 2 from 28. Yes, Jared's points are really interesting. So what they mean, of course, is that they're not losing many wickets in overs 10 to 40. They're scoring consistently at 6 and over without having to take many risks, which is why they aren't losing many wickets. And then they're perfectly set up for the final 10. And that's when the carnage begins.
That's a good way to play, Mark, and it's a proven strategy. England slightly different. They go for it big time at the top, and then they try and rebuild with some of the good players they've got in that middle orders, whether it be Butler, whether it be Morgan, whether it be Stokes, and then because they've got the depth at the end.
Nice drive from Moeen Ali. This is interesting commentary, this, because basically the spinners, other than that rank ball from Rashid, are getting knocked around for singles. so every ball is sort of quite similar. It either goes to mid-on, just behind square on the leg side, or deep cover, and a single comes from it. See what happens here. Yep, mid-on again on the back foot this time.
It's all too easy. All too easy for them.
Well, I think it probably is, but I don't know what the option is. It's a flat deck. You bring up mid-on, and I think it's an easy hit over mid-on. You certainly can't bring up the cover sweeper because the outfield's quick, so you only have to find the gap. What else do you do? There's nothing in it for the bowler.
I agree with you, but I'm surprised they've not tried to go over mid-off, with mid-off up. There's been no real spin on this pitch. You've got two guys who are in, but they've got the plan. They're two experienced players, and in their head it's 150 after 30. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, and there's one out to cover. So it really is a groundhog ball, you'd call it.
So realistically, the other night, what did they get? 317. They'll be looking for a similar score again tonight. Similar pitch, same stadium, same ground. And that's what they'll be looking at.
Yeah, I fancy them maybe now to squeeze past 320, or maybe not squeeze. Back goes Rahul, same thing, out to cover off a back of a length from Moeen Ali. And Rahul is now on, I'm just waiting for the ticker to, no, he's on 47, Kohli on 60. India put into bat by Jos Buttler. And after two early-ish wickets, they're 139 for 2. You get Dhawan and Rohit Sharma quickly, you'd hope to make further inroads, but that hasn't been the case, as Kohli this time defends on the back foot, and there's no single from it.
Wow.
Lovely orthodox back foot defensive shot right out of the old coaching manual. Little flick of the wrist and another dot ball, 2 in a row. Moeen Ali definitely better today, so that's good. That was a tidy over. 29 gone, it's 139 for 2.
Well, it looks like they're going to take it down to a T20 game. That's what they're really good at. And with the batting they've got, 8 wickets in hand. I say, Mike, I think you're looking at that similar total realistically, or around between 310 and 330. That's where India will have in their mind Virat Kohli and Rahul, two experienced players. So I think 5 more overs are just pushing the ball around, looking to score at 6s and 7s, and then the fun starts, doesn't it? Let's be honest about it. The fun really starts with the players who've got to come.
Just watching Kohli and Rahul there chatting to each other and fist pumping, and it's made me think how much they obviously love batting. Batting is seriously good fun, depending a bit on who you face, I suppose, but Brett Lee in Perth wouldn't be so good. Tudes, would it? Alex Tudor joins in the commentary as that ball's knocked down the ground for a single by KL Rahul, who's on 48 now.
I get a nervous twitch every time anyone mentions that, Mark, but
oh, it's one of the most horrendous. I was on air, I think.
Oh yeah,
I was certainly in
Did
the
you feel for me?
box. Oh my lord. A drive down the ground by Kohli is very good, an off drive this time, and it's a single to deep mid-off. I did the crash of the ball hitting you in the head, and you crumpling as you hit that hard deck at the whacker. Wow, that was something else. But the great thing was you were okay. I mean, it becomes, part of the folklore of the game, and fast bowling is very much a leading part of that folklore. But for a split second, well, anything was possible. It's a nice leg break, tossed a little wider to maybe tempt him, but the drive is played, and safely so, for a single for KL Rahul. 49 now from 65 balls, Kohli 61 from 70 balls.
and as you rightly say, Mark, they both enjoy batting, but they just, Kohli in the last game, he got to 56, gave it away. He won't be doing that today. He'll be making sure he'll get in those 3 figures, as we know.
Yes, I admire the concentration, actually, and the restraint, really. That's well played, but actually very well fielded off his own bowling by Adil Rashid. Got a smile on his face, though he didn't have when a ball crept between point and backward point for a 4. He had anything, a scowl on his face actually, not a smile. But he's bowling quite nicely. 3 singles and a dot ball so far this over, and another dot ball as a back defence from Kohli. He actually did him in the flight. He should have been forward, Kohli, and Rashid won the battle and trapped him a bit on the crease. He's had him dropped, of course. He gets Kohli out a fair bit, does Adil Rashid. He crafty campaigner. And he comes again. He had him dropped behind the stumps, as this time Kohli drives to mid-wicket for no run off the back foot. Yeah, he had him dropped behind the stumps by Jos Buttler, whose glove work looked a bit ugly, frankly. 30 overs gone, 142 for 2. More from Alex Tudor, and then Andrew McKenna will take over.
Yeah, India have got themselves in a fantastic position here. As Darren Goss said when he was on air, it looks like they're going to get something around the total they did in the last game. They got 317. I mean, the destruction that they've got in that middle order, when you think of, Pants into the team today, the Pandya brothers, I mean, there's not much in that bowling lineup to worry about pace. Yeah, there's some trickery, but I mean, these guys, once they get hold of it, Macca, no boundaries big enough. 320 plus could be possible if Hardik gets going. We know how dangerous he is.
Oh, absolutely. They're just gently increasing at the moment without really doing too much. In the first 10 overs of the innings, they scored 41. The second 10, it was 49. And the third 10, it was 52. So a little bit of an increase. KL Rahul is now 49 not out and retakes his guard before facing Moeen Ali. Moeen has bowled 7 overs today, only bowled 3 in the first game. But he's about to start his 8th. To KL Rahul, uses his feet, gets to the pitch and clips to mid-on, and they actually punch gloves mid-pitch before they've even completed the single, because they know that they will be. And KL Rahul goes to another 50. It's his 10th in one-day internationals. He's also managed to convert 4 into 3-figure scores, but 50 from 66 balls. India 143 for 2.
Yeah, quality player, just going about his business. As you say, 50 off 66. It was interesting actually, as
Moeen bowls, Virat Kohli hits to mid-on, takes a single. 143 for 2, 144 for 2 now.
When Rahul hit that down to long on and Virat's running at non-strikers, and he's just run blatantly across the pitch to high-five him. If I was Joss, I'd be, hey, keep off the wicket. We got a bat on that. Secondly,
he's already been warned once, and the very next ball he did the same thing earlier on. He did it when Steve Harmison and I were on commentary, so I reckon that's 3 times at least he's gone straight down the middle. Moeen Ali is in. KL Rahul is turning to long on. Reece Topley will do the fielding, and there is a single. 145 for 2. 3 singles from 3 deliveries. Virat Kohli comes back on strike. 62 to his name. Moeen, right arm over, that's a little bit short. Hammered into the offside by Virat Kohli. Can the sweeper get around? Yes, is the answer. David Malan will get there, and a couple will be taken. That takes Kohli to 64. India 147 for 2.
Yeah, great placement there, just rocking on the back foot, just punching it in front of Johnny Bairstow, who's doing the sweeping out there. Great placement, and just going about his business, and we all know he's got gears.
Moeen Ali is in, and Virat Kohli again is playing to long on for a comfortable single, and 148 for 2. Reece Topley 4 times in this over has come off the long on boundary and fielded 10 metres or 5 metres outside the 30 metre circle. Here's a thought: is there a case for him being on the 30 metre circle anyway?
Yeah, it's not going to happen this day and age. They keep him out there. I mean, I'm always like, let me see the batsman go over the top, but the bowlers like it.
Moeen to complete the over. Off the back foot is KL Rahul. Ben Stokes will field, going away to his left-hand side, and that will complete 31 overs. India 149 for 2. It's commentary of the second of the 3 one-day internationals between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team. They're writing, of course, with an edge.
And that's why I was never skipper Macca, because I'm Mark Butcher. And TalkSport's very own Mark Butcher, he was very much like that. So Sauls would bowl when he will come on, Ian Salisbury, leg spinner that came up from Sussex to Surrey, and he would always, his first over, he would like cover point out there, and Butcher's like, you ain't even bowled a ball yet, I want him up. And there was always a bit of a debate, and I'm like Butcher, I'm like, let the batsman play a shot in anger before you give him an easy single. That used to wind me up.
Well, the argument nowadays is don't let them get into their running and whatever, and keep it to a single and scoreboard pressure, and hopefully they then get, if you like, tempted into something a bit more rash. Speaking of rash, he was almost like that was planned, that. Rashid for his 7th over. Now we're going to see something big. KL Rahul has come down the pitch and gone through with that one and has hit it miles over Rashid's head. It goes all the way for 6. The Indian 150 is up 155 for 2, and Rahul has 58 from 69. Jared Kimber.
I was just about to say, it doesn't really matter to modern batters if you put mid-on or mid-on, up or back, because they're going to go anyway, and KL Rahul sort of did that for me. But the other thinking is, and if you have them back, there's actually a little bit of risk in even knocking the ball to long on and to long off, and so that's basically what teams are thinking these days. Is it's not quite as cut and dry as it was back when you played, Jude.
Both men back for KL Rahul as Rashid is in. This is wide of off stump. It's a square drive out on the offside, fielded by the cover sweeper. Rahul goes to 59, 156 for 2.
No, the game's definitely moved on. But sometimes, especially in a situation like this, I just feel sometimes when you need a wicket, maybe you've got to try and buy one, and the scenario that we're saying, batsman, all right, go for it.
Rashid is in. Kohli pushes into the offside. He's looking for a single. Jos Buttler's out quickly from behind the stumps and will grab the ball, so there isn't one.
It could buy you a wicket.
I think in this particular situation it makes sense, especially to Kohli, because he wants to knock it around here. So I don't have a problem with that. I can't remember. I think we did a test in Gaul, and Keaton Jennings made 100.
He did indeed. Kohli is turning on the onside to mid-wicket on this occasion, not to long on, and David Malan will do the fielding. 157 for 2.
And Sri Lanka had long on or long off out almost the whole innings. And I'm like, he's never going to take that fielder on. Bring the guy up, and he just stole the singles. But there are very few batters left in cricket like that. Dom Sibley is maybe another one. Pujara.
Rashid in. KL Rahul is turning on the leg side through mid-wicket. The mid-wicket fielder is having to come off of the boundary. That is David Malan, and it's a single, 158 for 2.
So the world's slowest batsman is Craig Brathwaite, right?
Yeah.
In the last 10 years, since Athers.
Oh, harsh.
And Brathwaite still gets caught. If you put out a deep long on or a deep mid wicket, Brathwaite will get caught there all the time. And I'm like, how is it possible to have a strike rate of 27 and keep getting caught on the boundary?
Rashid is in! He's got Kohli this time! Kohli was trying to force off the back foot. He's nicked it through to Jos Buttler, who hangs on to this one, and Kohli goes 66 from 79 deliveries. And just as we were saying, England were trying to find a wicket, trying to find something from somewhere. Adil Rashid, their premier spin bowler, has found the outside edge of Virat Kohli's bat, and Jos Buttler slings it up in the air in celebration as the breakthrough comes. India's captain is gone, and England have their 3rd wicket. It's 158 for 3 as we reach 32 overs here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, massive wicket for England, massive wicket for Adil. And Jos Buttler will be happy that one stayed in, because obviously we felt that Virat was going to make his way to yet another 100, which actually hasn't scored one. What was it, Jared? He hasn't scored one for a while now, is it?
It's November 2019 was his last international 100.
That's crazy.
To be fair, we had COVID in the middle as well.
Yes.
He did. But that's a massive wicket, but what it does, it brings in the dangerous Rishabh Pant. How exciting is he? He's not going to take his time, let me tell you, Macca.
Game on, everybody. Game on. Right. Actually, just go back to the opportunity earlier on. Just the TV company keeps saying that Virat Kohli was dropped by Buttler. He didn't get a glove on it. I'm sorry. It's not a drop.
A back glove.
It's a chance.
His hands were closed.
It's a chance, but it wasn't a drop because he got nowhere near catching it. But anyway, that's by the by now. So we've now got KL Rahul, who's got 60 from 71, and Rishabh Pant yet to strike. They join Shikhar Dhawan, first to go, 4 from 17. That was 9 for 1. And Rohit Sharma, 25 at a runner ball, was 37 for 2. So Virat Kohli and KL Rahul putting on over 100 for the 3rd wicket. And there's now 18 overs of the innings to go for India. Just have a quick look, actually. After 30 overs in game 1, there were 159 for 1. They're 142 for 2 today. Obviously, in game 1 they ended up with 317. So just give you an idea, they're not a million miles off.
I think we're in for some entertainment here, Mako. Last 18 overs.
Well, of course, what we do have is Rishabh Pant, and he climbed into the England spinners in the Test matches. Interesting to see how he approaches this. The glorious Pune afternoon. As Moeen Ali will start a new over to the right-handed Kel Rahul, just coming forward, pushing it back down the pitch, no run. Barely a cloud in the sky. It's low 30s in terms of temperature, and isn't going to actually alter that much as the day goes on. So the question will be about dew later. That will be once the lights take over. Kel Rahul is meeting this one from Moeen Ali outside of off stump, working it to long on for a single, 159 for 3.
Well, this is the battle now, isn't it? Moeen Ali against Rishabh Pant. Obviously, he's just gone to the wicket. He may take his time, or he may not.
I hope he doesn't. If I'm honest, I hope he doesn't.
He only knows one way, doesn't he? Maka really?
Well, he's been playing T20 in the Test matches, so if he plays it in the Test match, he's not going to do anything different in this, is he? And why would you? When you've got both Pandyas, I mean...
Will we see the reverse scoop?
Oh, yeah, bound to. Bound to.
Or has he made up something else, a couple of games away? Has he come up with a new shot?
Anything is possible. Here he is for his first ball then. Moeen Ali will come around the wicket. There is a slip in place, and he's taken a pace and a half down the pitch to meet that one, but plays it defensively. So he's getting his feet moving early on. India going at just under 4.9 and over. As Moeen Ali goes in, Rishabh Pant stays at home on this occasion, whips it through square leg, jogs up to the non-striker's end, and that will be a single, 160 for 3.
The thing I like about him, Maka, is that he always seems to play with a smile on his face. Looks like he's enjoying the game. He's just out there. He's not intense. He's just, he's out there. He's going to enjoy. He wants to showcase his talent, his potential. It just looks like he's having fun. And that's what I like. That's what I want young guys to go out there to do. Don't be so, just chill. Which was most probably something that got labelled at me. I was maybe a little bit too chilled.
Possibly. Moeen, short, wide, and it's hammered through the offside by Kel Rahul. The England fielder in the short extra cover position is Ben Stokes, and he actually went as if it was a football tackle. He went right-footed to try and stop that. He might be glad that he didn't, because that was absolutely flying. It goes to the boundary, the 12th 4 of the innings, 164 for 3.
That's a rank long up. Kel Rahul's not going to miss out on that. The best of times. Ben Stokes he's in close there. Sort of short cover.
Actually, my apologies. I think he was diving out the way.
Yeah, I think he was, yeah. They're trying to do one of them sort of football flicks up and behind him.
Moeen Ali in. Kel Rahul is pushing back to the bowl at no run. Well, of course, we know Owen Morgan today. He isn't the man normally on the short extra cover position, so England had to find someone else, and Ben Stokes has either volunteered or drawn the short straw. Whatever it is, there's 33 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. India 164 for 3. Kel Rahul 65 from 75 balls. Rishabh Pant has 1 from the 2 balls that he's faced. And Yuzvendra Chahal has just rushed out to the middle to take some caps. So they think it's going to be spin from both ends for a while, I reckon, here, India, as the batsmen are going to take off their helmets and go for the cap option instead.
I don't think it's the short straw, because I think, if I'm right, that Ben basically fields wherever he feels the ball's going to go. So he fields wherever he wants. Basically, he's that good. So he obviously feels he's got an opportunity there at close cover, and that's why he's there. But normally you would see him patrolling the boundaries, long on, maybe deep mid-wicket. If a batsman hits there quite regularly, he'll go where he feels the ball is going to go.
Was there a case for Ben Stokes captaining the side rather than Jos Buttler? In a T20 game, it's a bit more sort of immediate and shorter, but how hard would you reckon it would be to captain and keep wicket? Because it's really difficult to have a word with your bowlers. So Rashid, I'll come back to that in a second, as Rashid starts a new over to Rishabh Pant. He's got a leg spinner that's turning into him, turns it through square leg, and It's Reece Topley who does the fielding, single taken. Now I know Joss is the vice captain, but Ben Stokes is the vice captain of the Test team. So all I'm saying is that without Owen Morgan, would it have been easier for Ben Stokes to captain rather than Joss Buttler? I mean, look, MS Dhoni did it quite well for a while.
Yes. I know Goffey was keen, possibly, for Ben Stokes to do it. I said I quite like him not having to think about it too much, and he just goes out there and does what he does with bat, ball, and in the field.
Rashid to KL Rahul, leg spinner, just quietly played into the offside, and there's no run. And of course, the way it works at the moment, effectively, you've got both of them. You've got the vice captain and vice captain. Effectively, although Buttler is the de facto captain today, he's maybe making it, but Stokes is close to the bowler and can quite happily go and have a word anyway, whether he's the captain or not. Rashid slightly wide, and that was uppish from KL Rahul. He was playing a back foot punch into the offside, but with the weight going backwards, and just for a moment that was in the air and not going where it wanted. It seemed to, it actually bounced maybe a little bit more than KL Rahul was expecting, and they take a single. Rahul goes to 66 from 77 balls. Rishabh Pant waits. Rashid, he's bowled him a full toss there, and Rishabh Pant has just clipped it out to the leg side sweeper for a single. And for, I think, all of us watching there, our eyebrows raised, thinking, how many rows back is that one going? But Rishabh Pant was very respectful
Early on in his innings. Had he faced possibly 15-20 balls, I think that might have gone.
Rashid in, and it's coming forward is KL Rahul, pushing quietly into the offside for a single. Out to the cover sweeper, he goes to 67, 168 for 3.
You get away with those sort of deliveries early on, macking someone's innings, but as it goes on, you might be fetching that 20 rows back.
Final ball of the 34th over. Rashid, final ball of his 8th. It's a googly to the left-handed Pant, pitching outside of leg stump, spinning therefore towards middle. It's turned quietly out to mid-wickets, and there's a single taken. Pant goes to 4. He will keep the bowling, 169 for 3. Adil Rashid has now bowled 8 overs that have cost 1 for 52. Alex Tudor.
Yep, Rashid, he bowled well there. I mean, as I said, you know, getting that massive wicket of Virat, looked very disappointed. Looked like he was sort of setting bit of bed and breakfast there, trying to move on to that 100 that he hasn't got since 2019, which is a surprise. But as Gerard said, there was a bit of a pandemic in between there. But India in a very good position, as you say. Hardik's looking in there like he wants to get in there quite soon and cause some mayhem. He's a very, very destructive player, one of the biggest hitters in the world game, even though he's slight in stature, but man does he hit a ball far.
And to tell you what he also does, we've seen him now in all the games, the T20s and the 50s. When he's got his kit on and he's going to come in shortly, sort of off the field of play, he's running singles, running twos, getting himself loose as Moeen Ali starts a new over. Rishabh Pant will turn to short fine leg and take a single. It's 170 for 3. So in many respects, by the time he gets to the crease, he's 20 not out. Do you know what I mean? But his body is loose. He's ready. He's going. He feels like he's already been batting.
Yeah, Alec was massive on that. Obviously not doing the running, but every over he would get up and he'll do his dance, Alex Stewart, and get his legs pumping, because he said Jeffrey Boycott always said to him, you don't want to go in with your legs static.
Moeen Ali in. It's KL Rahul turning to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
You want to get those feet moving, get the blood going. So now I think now in 2020s you'll see, you know, bikes at the side of the side of the pitch. You see it in rugby and things like that. They get those leg pumping. Don't want to be static. You see, you want those feet moving. You want them dancing. Not that Alec was much of a dancer, let me tell you.
I was going to say, are there some stories to tell at this point?
Yeah, well, I mean, when I had my wedding, geez, I was like, I think in my speech I said, look, I want everyone to enjoy themselves, but, you know, I want people to dance, so that's what I'm about. He's stiff, is the gaffer. He's not great. Let me tell you, sorry, Alec, I love you to bits, but he can't move. You will never see him on Strictly.
Moeen Ali is bowling his final over of his 10-over spell. He goes in and bowls to KL Rahul. This is turned on the leg side. They'll take a sharp single, but one that will comfortably make 172 for 3. Sorry, 171 for 3 as Rahul goes to 68.
I think there actually will be a change, though, in cricket, and I think it won't just be the exercise bikes and the stretching and everything. It'll be batting cages. So we've already seen that. Brisbane Heat have already tried that. I tried to do it with a couple of teams. The ICC wouldn't let us do it with Scotland. They said it wasn't going to be available to us, but it was something you were thinking about doing at Scotland, which is just coming in, getting a couple, because what happens is, especially in one-day games, if you're going to hit,
as Moeen Ali goes in, Rishabh Pant turns quietly on the onside for a single, 172 for 3.
You haven't hit a ball in 40 overs quite often, and if you're playing the Hardik Pandya role, Joss Buttler role, Moeen Ali role, you're sitting on the bench for 30, 35, 40 overs, then you've got to come in and score straight away. So it's even more important, I think, in ODI sometimes than it is in T20. At least in T20, about an hour earlier you probably had a hit, but you can go a few hours.
KL Rahul gets one on the leg stump from Moeen Ali, turns it to Jason Roy at mid-wicket. There's no run.
So I talked to some of the Brisbane Heat players, and they were a bit worried that you get up and you have a hit, and then you sit back down, then you need to get up and have another hit. So they're a bit worried about the pattern of it.
Moeen Ali, for the final ball of his 10-over spell, is turned around the corner by KL Rahul. 35 overs gone. Moeen Ali's 10 overs have cost 47 runs. He hasn't taken a wicket, but he's got through his 10 in this game. He only bowled 3 in the first match after 35. India 175 for 3. Jared.
But I think the other thing that teams will try and do is try and get their bowler off for 1 over. Get him with a physio, maybe even get him to do some run-throughs or whatever it is, just to warm them up before they come on. So I think those are the two things that we'll start to see more in white ball cricket going forward. Just so that everyone, you don't want that first ball to be a loosener, really, do you? Especially not in a T20 game.
No, certainly not. I remember Dennis Lilly when I was back on the academy. He said he was so dead against these players getting to the pitch an hour and a half before the start of play. He was like, your first ball of the game, because all that warming up, should be your quickest delivery. He used to hate seeing fast bowlers getting into their work. He's like, that first, you should be sweating. He said you should have some sweat, and that first ball should be your quickest ball. And I have to agree with the great man, I have to say.
KL Rahul 69 from 82 balls. Rishabh Pant 6 from 7. 35 overs gone of the innings. India put into bat by England once again. Steve Harmison is moving in alongside.
Yeah, it's nicely poised, Macca. It's nicely poised. Where India would want to be would be around about similar score to what they got in the first ODI, in and around that 310, 320 mark. They'll still have to go some licks to get there now, and they've got the ammunition in the bank when you look at Pant, Hardik and Karul Pandya, and England will hope that they can bowl well and keep and restrict India to under 300, because the way they batted in that first ODI, first partnership was breathtaking. It was blistering. It was everything what you normally expect from Roy and Bairstow, and I don't think England will make that mistake again. And the sort of the second half of the innings chasing in the first ODI. So India will probably need a score of over 300, and it'll all come down to the death bowling of England, and whether Tom Curran, probably what he's picked in the team for, comes to the party and hits his straps right at the back end. And it'll be intriguing to see who bowls at the other end at the death, because there's no Mark Wood, obviously Jofra Archer's not involved, Chris Jordan's on the sidelines. The two spinners will not bowl at the end, and whether they go for the big tall Reece Topley or they give some experience to Sam Curran bowling at the death, it'll be intriguing to see who bowls with Tom Curran in the last 4 overs of this innings.
So the second one-day international between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team. Lizzie Hammond, Simon Wilde and former England captains Mike Atherton and Sir Alistair Cook make up their team. So India put into bat, and they have 15 overs of their innings to go. 173 for 3. The bowling figures for England: Sam Curran 5 overs 1 for 16, Reece Topley 4 overs 1 for 21, Tom Curran 5 overs 0 for 19, Ben Stokes 3 overs 0 for 17, Moeen Ali is now bowled out, 10 overs 0 for 47, 19 dot balls for him, and Adil Rashid 8 overs 1 for 52. So there's plenty of options for Captain Butler, and not a bad place to be, really, bearing in mind that the Indian onslaught is probably a few overs away, but with wickets in hand they can certainly bring it, and with Hardik Pandya and Krunal Pandya still to come, and KL Rahul very well set, India have got to be looking sort of 320-ish where they were the other day, and potentially maybe even a little bit more. I've got to be honest and say, I thought Krunal Pandya probably should have got man of the match in that first game. I mean, look, Shikhar Dhawan gets 98, but the wickets he took and that impetus at the back end of the innings on debut, let's not forget, I thought Krunal had a great day. Adil Rashid will start his 9th over, and KL Rahul is pushing out on the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, I agree. The impetus that he had, and he took it, India to a score of a match-winning score of 3, in and around that 320 mark. But the spare fact to the bowler on debut, he got 4 for 50, and just tells you how much of a batsman's game it is.
Absolutely. Rashid, little bit of air. KL Rahul is just pushing back to the bowler, and there's no run. We've seen KL Rahul come down the pitch and wallop Rashid back over his head once, but no intent to do that on this occasion. Still under 5 and over, the Indian innings. Rashid in, right arm over. That looks like the front of the handball that hurries on to KL Rahul. KL Rahul pushes to mid-off, and a single taken. 174 for 3.
I think Adil Rashid has bowled beautifully for England. I really think he has, along with Moeen Ali. I think the two of them have bowled well. Not much spin, not much turn for the England spinners. But again, Rashid and Moeen Ali, they do bowl well in tandem, and has been a successful partnership for England and the England captain, whether it's Owen Morgan or Jos Buttler, squeezing the game in the middle. But now it's about trying to break this partnership, trying to get KL Rahul out or Rishi Pant before he really gets started.
Googly to Pant, the left-hander, flicks it to short fine leg. Moeen Ali is the man fielding there inside the circle, and is just a single. 175 for 3. Pant goes to 7.
And I'm pleased for Moeen Ali. He bowled 10 overs in 0 for 47, which doesn't sound, it doesn't sound, because he hasn't got a wicket, it's not match-winning figures, but Moeen Ali hasn't played a lot of cricket, and it's nice to see him get overs under his belt.
Rashid, it's a loopy full toss. It's hammered down the pitch by KL Rahul, down to Johnny Best, who is at long off, and well, 1 has been added to the total, and that's 5 less than that delivery might have potentially gone for.
Yeah, he's got away with one there. He's just got away with one. I think that was the big spinner. Looked as though, haven't seen the replay again, but it looked as though that was the one he was trying to, the leg spin, he was trying to throw it up, and he just completely lost it out the front of his hand.
Rashid goes in, and it's a googly to finish the over, and it's a good one, and Pant has nothing to do with it, allows it through to Jos Buttler. So there's 14 overs of the Indian innings to go. Rahul has 71, Pant has 7, India 176 for 3. The acceleration is about to start, so there's only one man you want for the job. That's Guy Swindles, after some more thoughts from Steve Harmison.
Yeah, 14 overs to go, and intriguing where these 14 overs are going to be bowled. There's going to be 1 over of spin. Obviously, Adil Rashid is going to bowl his last over, his 10th and final over. Ben Stokes has got 7 left. Tom Curran 5, Reece Topley 4, Sam Curran 3. So you look at the Ben Stokes overs and you think, well, he's got overs to play with. Reece Topley's going to come on now, which I think is a very, very good move. Reece Topley, tall, probably bowl a lot more slower balls than he did at the top when he looked to try and swing it. And then it's how they fit the overs around the seamers. Get Sam Curran to come on and bowl little cutters. We might see Ben Stokes bowling Yorkers at the death along with Tom Curran. So a lot to ponder for Jos Buttler. Good position to be in at this moment in time. And if they can restrict India to under 300 on this surface, England will fancy themselves to go and chase that down. On the other hand, India will be looking to really put their foot on the accelerator, and with the likes of Rishi Pant, the 2 Pandya brothers, they'll believe they'll be able to get a score around what they did in the first innings, around about that 300-320 mark.
Interesting times as Reece Topley then comes in, left arm round the wicket on this occasion, and that's punched out to deep cover, and they'll go through for a single. But England will be pleased that India haven't smashed their spinners out of the attack, as we have seen in some recent matches. They've been able to bowl their overs at around 5 and over, which certainly England would have accepted beforehand. So these are nice problems for Jos Buttler to have, because his spinners have done a job for him.
Absolutely, spinners have done a job for him. They bowl well. When they started, you were thinking, right, this could be a long afternoon, because there wasn't a great deal of turn. But I think what Adil Rashid and Moeen Ali did is use that experience very well.
In again, Reece Topley. Nice bounce there from Topley, and up at the top of that bounce, it is punched away into the leg side, and KL Rahul runs through to give Pant another single, and the scoreboard moves to 178 for 3.
And the worrying thing from an India point of view is have they dug themselves into a hole where England get a couple of wickets, so they lose a couple of quick wickets. You've got Thakur coming in at 8, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar coming in at 9. Not what you'd say is, tail enders that can swing the willow.
In again, Reece Topley, and talking of swinging the willow, that has been smashed away. It was a little bit on the short side, and I think it has gone into the boundary sponge on the full for 6. They're just going to check it, but so quickly onto that short ball from Reece Topley, which didn't have the same fizz perhaps as we saw earlier on. I think that's just carried.
Yeah, I think Reece Topley's looking to just run his fingers over the seam, bowl little cutters, try a few slower balls, but because of the bounce that Reece Topley gets, if he does drag it down, drags it a bit shorter, even if it's a slower ball, just sits in the surface, and that did. It just sat in the surface. KL Rahul sitting here 70 odd not out. He's sitting thinking, right, that's a ball, it's a hit me ball. That just sat up lovely. And there's just, I'm still not sure whether it is 6 or it's 4.
Oh no, yeah, it is given as a 4.
They've given it as 4, and I think that was the right decision. I think it's probably bounced and hit the rope at the same time, which means it's a
on
4.
the half volley.
On the half volley, yeah.
In again, left arm round, punched out into the covers, no run, and that had a little more zing and zip about it, that delivery from Reece Topley.
And from an India's point of view as well, KL Rahul, he's batted beautifully. We've seen glimpses of him with the white ball, getting back into a bit of touch and a bit of form. 2020s, he was in awful nick. He was in horrible nick. Didn't play in any of the test matches, so this is a good innings for India for KL Rahul.
Left arm round again, tucks the batsman up, but very good run. It's just dropped down in front of him. Reece Topley, with a decent left foot attempt, just misses the stumps, but by that stage Rishabh Pant was safely into his ground. A single to Rahul, who moves on to 77. Pant will take the strike on 8.
Yeah, I think there's a few in the medical team looking at what Reece Topley's just done there, and I think they would have cringed. The ball's been dropped in, like you say, from KL Rahul. It's bounced, and instead of underarm it, bowlers tend to kick it, and he's volleyed this straight into Jos Buttler's in gloves on the full from about 15-20 yards away. So not only is a potential broken foot, but there could be a left hamstring involved or a inside of the right knee. Reece Topley's injury record
is in again, and this is a bit short, and it's hooked away from almost above his head by Rishabh Pant, but there's a man out there at deep square leg, so they'll only get a single. And that's been a pretty eventful over from Reece Topley, including a really nice strike with his left foot. But it didn't hit the stumps. India are 184 for 3 at the end of the 37th. KL Rahul going very nicely indeed on 77. Rishabh Pant is 9 not out here on TalkSport 2, and this game is fascinatingly poised.
It is fascinatingly poised, and it's when the touch paper is going to be lit from India. The men in blue, when are they going to light the blue touch paper? Because they're going to have to get a move on. 6 and over from here gets them to 262. 8 and over is 288. Don't think that's enough, even with England's batting lineup minus Sam Billings, but mainly the big minus of Owen Morgan.
In again, though, Adil Rashid in his last over, and it's chipped back to the bowler on the bounce, and there will be no run. And Adil Rashid, who's worked very hard for his one wicket today, that of Virat Kohli, also saw Kohli dropped, and that's the 9th time now Adil Rashid has removed Virat Kohli. Only Tim Southey has got rid of the Indian skipper more, and it's down the wicket, but it's one bounce to the fielder, Johnny Bairstow, at long on, and no wicket, but a bit of a miss-hit from from Pant, but he gets away with it. 185 for 3.
Yeah, a lot of the Indian batsmen do go with a leg spin, not so much Adil Rashid, but any leg spinner and anything above the eye line, they do look to try and attack and go straight. Fortunately for Rishabh Pant, he didn't quite get it. The bat just sort of twisted in his hand.
Rahul goes back this time to Adil Rashid and flicks it to deep backward square leg. They think about a second, but I think it was Milan who got round there very quickly indeed. So he kept them down to a single. 186 for 3.
India will be looking. We've got a picture of Hardik Pandya on our screen, and India will be thinking, right, this is about the right time for him to come in now. This is about the right time for Hardik and Kirill Pandya to come in now.
Yeah, 10 and over takes them to 311, and you feel that is a defendable total probably on this score, on this wicket, which certainly was in the first of these one-day internationals when India got 320-ish. And England, despite a fabulous start, fell some 66 runs short in the end.
Yeah, I agree with that to an extent, but I also look at it and think England got themselves in such a position in the first game, which I don't think they can do it again, because Roy and Bairstow offered phenomenal opening pair. But I don't think England would make the same mistake if they did get in that position again.
Adil Rashid in again, little more air that time, and KL Rahul just pushes the ball this time into the covers, waiting to see the end, you feel, of Rashid at this stage. They do go through for another single, and the score just tickles along to 187 for 3, 188 for 3 as the scoreboard eventually catches up. Rahul 79, the last ball then of Adil Rashid's excellent spell, and it comes in, and Rishabh Pant has tried to smash him out of the ground, and I think he has, and that is about 10 rows back. It was a fantastic shot. He'd almost had a practice go at it earlier, and a miss-hit had dropped short of the fielder. Fielder taken out of the equation by that, and a bit tough on Adil Rashid to see the last ball of what had been a pretty good spell smashed back over his head for 6. So he's 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 65.
Quite a hit if he's got it for 10 there, Guy.
Well, he could have run.
Was it Martin Crowe's version of T20 before there was T20? Didn't he have a 10-run hit zone over deep mid wicket or something?
Oh yeah, there was something like that, wasn't there? Yes. But anyway, it was only for 6, but it's 10 overs, which I eventually lurched my way towards. And Adil Rashid it's bowled very well, apart from about 3 sixes, which rearranged his figures.
No, he's bowled very well. I think both spinners have bowled well, and like I said before, on a non-turning surface. I don't think it's turned as much as what it did in the first ODI. I think this one's I think it's a bit of a better surface from that respect. And he had a little bit of a sight, and it just shows you what these Indian batsmen like. Try and finish the over. No, if it's there, I'm going to hit it.
Reece Topley in, punched away by Rahul to backward point. Jason Roy fields. There will be no run. You don't want Rishabh Pant to get in, though. He will score very quickly indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the we see on our screen the ball before, the twisted in his arm. He went big and he went hard on it. This one, he was in complete control. Lovely flow of the bat.
Reece Topley is into Rishabh Pant, who pulls him. It wasn't pretty, but it was enormously effective. It had plugged in the deep. He didn't middle it, but he'll go through for 2 more. He certainly aimed it well, even if he didn't middle it, and there was plenty of safe space where the ball landed.
Not too dissimilar to the ball that KL Rahul hit for 4, but this time it's from over the wicket. So the angle, he changes the angle, cuts the angle down, where the ball before, the over before coming into him from around the wicket, could just check his shot and then get his hands free. A lovely flow of the bat. This time it was a bit different because he was a little bit cramped for space, cramped for room. He's just clothed it into the vacant area.
Yeah, I didn't really give Rhys Topley the credit he deserved there. That was he really did force the false shot from KL Rahul on that last ball. This time there's a leg by, as the ball is a little bit leg side, but there's no bat involved. They do go through for another run to the total, and it goes to 196 for 3. But Rhys Topley, decent delivery that sees 2 runs come from it, but he certainly had the batsman in trouble. And Topley has had that effect so far since his reintroduction to the team, coming in because Mark Wood, we think, had a little niggle, as Topley is in again, and that's just pushed out for a very quick single. Jason Roy is in there, but nothing he can do to stop them, and through they go. Rahul 81, Pant 18, 198 for 3.
Yeah, good batting by India. You could see that the England fielders had gone back onto the edge of the circle, onto the edge of the ring, looking now, when are India going to go? There will be a murmur around the infield just to give themselves a yard or two, because India are going to have to start accelerating very, very soon. And good batting by Pant. He just dropped it, turned the strike over, waiting for his time, biding his time, because he understands that the England bowlers bowl well. It's been a good over so far by Rhys Topley. Very, very difficult to line up because of the bounce that he gets.
He's in again, Topley. That's Fuller. It's on off stump. It's driven up to mid-on. They go through for a simple single, but England will settle for singles at this particular stage. And the pressure you just feel mounting on KL Rahul. I know that sounds strange on the fact that he's 82 not out, but that's off 96 deliveries, and there's time to accelerate now, and his strike rate at the moment is 85, and they need someone who's hitting it at over 100, you feel?
Yeah, but that's the other end. That's Pant, and that's the 2 Pandya brothers coming in. Rahul's got to basically say to himself, right, I need to be at the 46th over. That's my job now for my team.
Rhys Topley, left arm over to Rishabh Pant, who pulls him. He got into position so fast and has hit a brilliant boundary. Rishabh Pant just got onto that so quickly, swivelled, ball was away, and the fielder, although he didn't have far to go, couldn't stop it, and the 200 comes up for India, 203 for 3.
Yeah, gone for the bouncer, Rhys Topley. Last ball of the over. That's 2 or 3 times now. The last ball of the over has gone for a boundary. Possibly inexperience, possibly a bit of rustiness, not wanting to be lined up, feeling as though he's got to do something different. Probably because a lot of it's because he hasn't played a great deal of cricket. And even though he didn't quite get it at the middle of the bat, Rishi Pant, he's managed to get it to the boundary. And sometimes a boundary off a thick outside edge, or your crud one, just gets you into the little bit of the movement. You feel your confidence going, and somebody that England don't need their confidence to be going any higher than what it already is. Rishi Pant, the way he plays, as the little Indian wicketkeeper who can clear the rope and clear the boundary at will when he gets started.
Well, that was by some way the fastest 50 of the Indian innings, taking just 47 deliveries. The third 50 had taken 53, so the accelerator is being gently pressed now, particularly as far as Rishabh Pant is concerned. He has now moved on to 22 from just 17 balls, a 4 and a 6 included in that. KL Rahul, as Harmy said, is playing the anchor role at the moment, 82 from 96. And it is Tom Curran who is in to bowl, and that is fullish in length, up on the leg stump. KL Rahul pushes it through for a single, and the score moves on to 204 for 3.
Yeah, good bit of fielding there by England, by Stokes, and I'm not sure who came in as well. I'm not sure if it was Livingston out there in the deep. It's sensing that boundaries are a little bit harder to come by, so they've come in 2 or 3 yards off the rope, quick to the ball, and stop the Indian batsman running back for 2, and make them think, right, if I can't get 2 into that gap, I'm going to have to try and hit the big shot and go for the boundary, and that brings a lot more risk to it. And a wicket now for England would be massive in the context of this game.
Certainly would. We're heading towards that final 10 over crash bang wallop. We're in the 40th over. We've had 1 ball from Tom Curran. He is now bowling though to Rishabh Pant, the man who now just clubs the ball away on the offside. And again, the fielder didn't have far to go, but such is the power Pant that goes for 4 more, and David Milan is the man on this occasion who's less sprawling on the outfield as the ball clatters past him into the boundary ropes. Pant moves to 26, India to 208 for 3.
Another slower ball, another shorter, slower ball, and it's just sat up. It's wanting to be hit. Good shot there by Pant. Got his arms free. That's the key. Can bowl that length. If you bowl it in towards Rishi Pant's sort of chest area, his stomach area, the minute you go outside that.
Curran in again, and this time it's pulled. It wasn't that short. It's smashed to the fielder, which means they'll only have a single. But the fielder would have been relieved. The ball was coming straight at him. Jared, yes.
Harmy, just on that cut shot, that's a slower ball outside off stump, and he's hitting it like a rocket to basically backward point. How does he get the power on it when it's a slower ball like that to still get it fine and beat the deep point?
Just the hands, the wrists. For me, it's the quickness of the wrists. The bats are beautiful now. The size of the bats are beautiful, but the quickness of the wrists, breaking the wrists, fast through the hands.
And that is a really wristy shot from KL Rahul, who flicks a ball away from outside off into the leg side for a single. These two have now brought up the 50 partnership between them, and they move on to 210 for 3.
And that's all about Pant, to be fair. Pant is its wrist. You know, he's huge with his wrist. His body position, body shape isn't a great deal of power into it. He stands relatively still. Doesn't move too much into the ball, but he throws his hands at everything quickly.
Tom Curran, and that was Rishabh Pant throwing most of the kitchen furniture at that particular one. Luckily for him, he missed it. Luckily for England too that he missed it. As it is, it's 210 for 3 still.
But when you see it, when you see it again, it's a slight move forward. The body's not going into the ball. He's standing upright. Head is looking up in the air. That's why he's missed it. Completely lost his shape and trying to hit the ball far too hard. Where Pant, when he just tries to get his hands free and try and caress the ball, that's when he hits it so much better.
Curran, that's a reverse, and there's a big shout for LBW, and it's been given. Interesting here, Rishabh Pant went for the reverse sweep almost to Curran.
TV umpire to director, review for leg before.
And Jared is making signs to me that he may have an opinion on this.
No, he's gone to what Jared's saying is they've gone DRS. Rishi Pant has gone to the third umpire.
Keep going.
And for me,
there's a big lump of bat.
Can I double check the ultras?
He's hit the back of the bat. It's hit the outside edge of the bat, and it's gone through Rishi Pant's leg. So Rishabh Pant he's gone like he did with Jimmy Anderson. He's gone to try and reverse sweep it, and he's got his left-handed. His left foot has gone outside off stump to give himself some room to try and reverse sweep it. And what he's done is, I can see why the umpires give this LBW.
Yeah, because his toe was right in front of the stump.
Yeah, I can see that, but he's got a little outside edge on it, and it's gone through his legs, past Josh Butler. It's gone for 4. And another fascinating attempt at a reverse sweep, which has come off for Rishi Pant. It doesn't matter how you get it there. It went to the boundary and he got 4 runs for it.
Yeah, slightly depressing as far as England are concerned. Rather than the wicket, it's gone for a boundary that hasn't been given at the moment. And I'm looking at the scoreboard and it's staying on 210 for 3. I think maybe India may suggest to the umpires that possibly a 4 was scored there.
Forget India. If I was just Rishabh Pant, I'd be like, where are my 4 runs?
Yeah, come on, I hit it. Yeah. I middled it.
If I'm not out LBW, it's not leg buys. I want these runs, guys.
Well, it's an interesting one. They don't appear to have been given. So at the end of the 40th over, India are 210 for 3. Rahul is 84 not out. Pant 27 not out. And you're listening to commentary of the second of 3 one-day internationals against India on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team, including Lizzie Ammon and Simon Wilde, as well as the former England captains Mike Atherton and Sir Alistair Cook.
A bizarre passage of play, that last ball. It was a very, very good ball by Tom Curran, I have to say. He's probably seen Rishi Pant go early into the reverse sweep stance, and he's just gone for the base of the stump. So a fantastic ball by Tom Curran. I can understand the appeal. I thought it was out straight away. It couldn't hit anything else, I didn't think, but it's just got the outside edge of the bat, more from the fact of where it ended up is why I thought it had to hit his foot. But third umpire, that's what he's there for, make the decision right.
And it's Ben Stokes who comes back into the attack and is driven out into the covers for a single. Apparently the umpire's called a dead ball. That's why it wasn't counted as a 4 after the LBW decision.
How can it be given dead? How can you give that as a dead ball?
Once you've given them out, it's
it's
automatically a dead ball. Yeah.
Yeah, but surely then that's got to be rectified by the third umpire making the correct decision, i.e. because he's given it out, but it's not out.
You'd think.
Yet not.
Yeah. I don't get that.
There are rules and there are cricket rules, Harmy.
Yeah.
Laws,
sorry. Swung away, deep into the leg side. There's no one there. And that is 6 from Rishabh Pant. A brilliant shot to a loosish delivery, it must be said, from Ben Stokes on or around leg stump. And Pant has just filled his boots. He moves to 33 off 22.
Yeah, it's in the slot for Pant. Outside, well outside leg stump. Just helped it on its way. Pace on the ball, Ben Stokes. Pant, he's got a little bee in his bonnet because he feels as though he's been cost. The umpires have cost him 4 runs, but he's going to try and make up for it in this next 5 minutes.
Stokes in again, and that's fuller and slower, and is treated with similar disdain and smashed straight back over Stokes' head for another 6. And that ball didn't really get that far off the ground. It just flew like a rocket.
Stokes has gone to the off cutter. Pant has picked it very, very quickly, held his shot. He's more or less in the stance to pick it up on the leg side over probably square leg. Rishi Pant's thinking, I'm going over square leg with this. Realised it was slower. He's just waited and used his hands. Knew that the man was inside the circle. Elevated it. He didn't have to hit it all the way to the boundary. He just had to get over the 30-yard circle. But because he timed it beautifully, he managed to get it all the way.
Back-to-back 6s then from Rishabh Pant, who flicks this away leg side. England have plenty of protection out there now at deep square leg, and it will only be a single. But already from the first 4 balls of this Ben Stokes over, 14 runs have been scored. India beginning to crank up that run rate in the final 10 overs, and they're 224 for 3.
India did this beautifully in that first innings, first one-day international. England, there was a little bit of muddled thinking. Lines and lengths and areas, slower balls, Yorkers, what they did bowl, what they should have bowled, what they didn't bowl in that first ODI. They need to learn lessons quickly because it cost them a little bit in that first ODI.
Stokes in again, and Rahul just punches that down the ground to mid-on. They go through for a single as Rahul just wants to get Rishabh Pant on strike at the moment. You're right, Harmy, they scored 112 in the final 10 overs of the last ODI, and that turned out to be really the difference between the two sides.
Yeah, if they get 112 in these 10 overs, for me that's a match winner. I think like anything over 330 be a difficult chase to score.
Ben Stokes in again. Oh, and the reverse paddle from Rishabh Pant just missed the stumps down the leg side, it has to be said, in the end, but Rishabh Pant misses out because he had turned the leg off stump into the leg stump by trying to play the reverse, so not a wide, and it's a dot ball, which is important as far as England are concerned.
No, he's gone. He's trying to play this a conventional.
You're
sweep.
right. I got over confused.
I think that's a wide. I actually think that is a wide. I think he's in his standing position, that would have been wide, but because Rishi Pant has gone to try and help him down the leg side to 45 and helping it's on its way, he's fallen that far over. The umpires decided that in his standing position, the ball probably wasn't leg side enough for a wide. So, fair play to the umpire. Not many umpires would stand strong and do that. But you could see Pant was disappointed. He wanted another ball, and the way you played that over, you can see why.
Yeah, 15 from it, and India have now moved on to 225 for 3. Rishabh Pant 40 from just 25 deliveries at the moment. KL Rahul, the anchor role, 86 from 100 deliveries. The last 4 overs we've seen 41 runs, and signs that that accelerator pedal is being pushed now as in comes Tom Curran. And that is smashed back over his head, and KL Rahul is joining the party now as well. That's gone for 6. It's a glorious shot. It's a proper cricket shot in many ways, but it carries about 5 rows back into the stand, and 6 more are added to the total. And they're not even bothering with 4s, particularly at the moment, India. These are all maximums.
No, absolutely proper cricket shot. This is a fantastic cricket shot, Guy. A fantastic cricket shot. It wasn't a full half volley. It was width. That's all it was. It was a little bit of width to a man who's been in for quite a while. And even though KL Rahul is looking to knock the ball around, he's looking to rotate the strike to get Rishi Pant on strike. He's thinking, if that ball's in my area, I'm going to have some of it. And he did. What a shot that was. Pressure on Tom Curran.
Curran in again, and that's just flicked away almost disdainfully by Rahul, and it's 4 more, so he's gone 6-4, and Rahul, who'd been mainly scoring in singles, has suddenly launched himself into Tom Curran, and England are up against it a bit here. India 235 for 3, and these two both seeing the ball like a football.
Yeah, a little bit of inexperience, but also you watch an artist at work. KL Rahul, he's got from a full ball, he's got his hands free, knocked it down the ground, hit it for 6, pressure on the bowler, thinking, right, this one has to be back of a length, slower ball, even if it's a decent pace, he's got to drag his length back. And as he's dragged his length back, KL Rahul is sitting back on his stumps thinking, anything short of a length and I'm going to have it, I'm going to tuck into you, I'm going to have you. And he just helped it round the corner, and the touch he's in, the way he's seen it, timing he's at, absolutely brilliant batting by KL Rahul.
Well, he's on 96 and he's flicked this away again. It will only be a single though, so he'll have to wait for his century. At the moment, KL Rahul, who has 4 ODI hundreds to his name already, a high score of 112, and he's on 97, not out at the moment. And it's tough, you feel, on these England death bowlers at the moment, with 2 very well set batsmen. Rishabh Pant, who's raced to 40 off just 25 balls, 2 4s, 3 6s. KL Rahul 97 from 103, 6 4s, and he's just smashed his second 6 as in comes Curran again, and that could be out. He's just paddled round the corner. He had Pant in trouble. Pant though is immediately reviewing because he thinks it came off the forearm, not his glove. So Pant has twice now been given out by the umpire from Tom Curran. The first time a big inside edge meant that the LBW didn't count. Now will this caught behind count?
Not for me. I'm not sure if this has hit the bat. I think it's hit the arm.
Can I double check?
I wasn't sure, but because the way it looped, I didn't think it could possibly have hit the bat, but it's actually hit the arm and then the helmet.
Well, we're seeing Ultra Edge now. This is the giveaway, and it's nowhere near the bat.
Can you play one more time, please? Yeah.
It's not even near the glove, which is what England were hoping for.
Keep going.
In fairness, the appeal wasn't a massive one as far as England were concerned, I don't think, but
I can see hitting the arm.
It is hitting the arm, and for the second time, Rishabh Pant has been given out, and for the second time, he's going to survive.
No bat involved. No bat. Go to the on-field umpire, please.
Well, England,
yes,
tough.
you're on screen. You need to reverse your call. You can
DRS quite rightly introduced into cricket to make sure that wrong decisions are overturned, and that's twice that Rishabh Pant has been given out incorrectly. Both tough calls for the umpire, and you can see exactly why he made the calls. But on both occasions, video has shown that Pant should stay, and Pant does stay, and look to inflict even further carnage on the England bowlers. As in comes Tom Curran again to Rishabh Pant, who reaches for that bouncer that is given as a wide, as he was trying to ramp it from pretty high over his head. It did go through only head high to Butler by the end, but it will have to be bowled again by Tom Curran. And quite a lot happening in this over so far. We've seen 6s, we've seen 4s, we've seen DRS, we've seen not wickets, we've seen wides and bouncers, Harmy.
Yeah, and what we're seeing is the confidence of Rishi Pant is getting just bigger and more and more and more.
As Tom Curran comes in again, bowls on leg stump, and he's smashed back over long on for his trouble. They'll check and see if this is a 6. My initial thought was it was a 1 bounce 4, but certainly it was near the boundary rope, and we're just checking it now. No, it was over. It is 6.
Go to the on-field umpire.
And Reece Topley, who was trying to get round, couldn't get there in time. Not a Chris Jordan, really, Reece Topley, after that amazing stop we saw of Chris Jordan in the T20s, when in a similar situation he ran round, caught the ball and then threw it back to Jason Roy. This occasion it just went all the way for 6. 46 now, Rishabh Pant, and he is batting absolutely beautifully when not being given incorrectly out. In again, and that is flicked away leg side, and what a 50 this is from Rishabh Pant. It has come off just 28 deliveries, 3 4s, 4 6s. His strike rate is a fraction under 179, and suddenly India and Rishabh Pant are motoring. And for the final 8 overs, well, Mark Nicholas will see you through to what could be a very, very challenging total as far as England are concerned, after a word from Steve Harmison on TalkSport 2.
I think this is poor bowling, Guy. He's bowled 2 straight to Rishi Pant. He's not looking to move his feet. He's looking to help everything into the leg side. And Tom Curran, he seems as though he's struggling with his confidence and where to start the ball, where to line the ball up, and where to attack Rishi Pant at, because at this minute in time it just seems that he's bowling middle and leg, and it's right in the slot for Pant just to help it round the corner, whether it's straight down the ground or if it's a little bit fuller, just flick it over square leg. A lot of pressure on Jos Buttler here, because it looked as though his 2 bowlers were going to be Tom Curran and Ben Stokes, and in the last 2 overs they've both gone the journey.
It's a good point about Tom Curran. We'll explore that again in a minute, and your word applying to him about confidence. It's going to be KL Rahul on strike, 97 he has from 103 balls. A rather beautiful and certainly accomplished innings. Here's Ben Stokes. Ball's very straight, and it's hit back to Stokes, who does the fielding and then sweeps back his increasingly long mop that's on the top of his head. And he's bowled pretty well in these times in this white ball series. T20 games, he didn't bowl that often at the beginning. He bowled a bit more as they went on, and then the other day he bowled very well. It's nice to see him find a bit of consistency with the ball. He needs overs, but of course that knee often precludes that anyway. And he comes again now to Pant, to Rahul, I should say. Little one down the leg side, and it's going to be wided, is it? The England appeal for a catch. Interesting. England appeal for a catch, and the umpire says it's clipped the thigh pad. So there was obviously a noise, but anyway, it's nothing given, not much ventured really, and certainly nothing gained from that ball. We're seeing the replay on TV. We'll just confirm. Must have just clipped the pad, I suppose, or something, but it was going down the leg side. Yeah, it was the bottom of the thigh pad. Here's Stokes again, nicely played by KL Rahul, back and knocking it with a slightly shut face out to straightish, deepish mid-wicket, and he gets a single and goes to 98. This is a sparkling show from Rishabh Pant. I went to get a cup of coffee, came back, he'd added about 30 in the time I was away. Brilliant to pick up shots on the leg side, and general talent shown by that little delay, the little lag of his bat as he drops down into the ball strike. He's really something to watch. Great performance this by India, put into bat by England. 248 for 3, still 7 overs left after this one, 3 balls left in this one, and it's going to be Pant on strike now to Ben Stokes. If you get 2 straight, he murders you leg side, so Stokes goes very wide and the umpire calls him for a wide. Harmy, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that's a wide. I do think that's a wide. The thing that Pant does when he bats and he stays leg side of it, if you do go wide to him, it looks wider than it actually is. But I thought that was a wide. I think I'd be, if I was bowling it, I'd be having a look back at the umpire and I'd be disappointed, because I'd be wanting to try and get away with one, because that's my plan. That's what I'm going to try and do.
I've got a thought for you actually on that subject. I'll come to you now. Stokes again, and bowls a beautiful ball really for Rishabh Pant, and he hits it over mid-off for 6. I mean, if we were saying how should you bowl to Rishabh Pant, you'd say full and wide of off stump.
You would, yeah.
And he's bowled it full and wide of off stump, but maybe not quite full enough. And he's just laced it over mid-off, flat and hard. He is really hard to bowl to. And the point I was going to make is umpire. If I bowl straight, he hits me for 6 leg sides. I have to bowl outside off stump.
Absolutely, but I would then look at my field position mark and say that mid-off has to be back. If I'm going to bowl that wide outside off stump, I'm going to have, if you're going to bowl that line, deep square leg doesn't need to be on the boundary because he can't get me from wide outside off stump. So mid-on and mid-off can be back, deep mid-wicket can be back, but he shouldn't get me to, if I bowl tight and full to that white line, shouldn't be a deep square leg.
Okay, good point. 255 for 3. Rishabh Pant taking England to task here at Pune. In comes Ben Stokes, and he just slogs this leg side, but he picks out the man at deep mid-wicket, Johnny Bairstow, who fields it one bounce, wings it into the wicket-keeper, and great relief that a ball has gone by without a boundary. 57 from 30 balls, so striking at almost 200 per 100 balls faced. Brilliant cricketer. Oh. And in complete contrast at the other end, the right-handed KL Rahul is also a brilliant cricketer, but in a completely different way. I mentioned what an elegant batsman he is. Well, he's elegant, and he's on 98. Stokes bowls, and he goes back, and he wants a single, does he? No, he half thought about 2, but realised that the England fielder had attacked the ball, so there was no chance of that. 43 gone, and it's 257 for 3. I think we're joined by our TalkSport listeners. Yeah, that's good. TalkSport, or everybody in TalkSport, welcome. India going very well here. England put them into bat, which, you know, I have to say, Messrs. Goff and Tudor, who were on with me before play began, said no mistake, I'd be batting first. A side like India, you give them first chance to bat on a good pitch, and they can just go bananas. And there's a danger of that happening here because the run rate's currently 6 and over. And you sense it's going to extend beyond it. There's a couple of Pandya brothers to come after this, so there's fantastic ball strikers lying in waiting, and the run rate is going up, but it'll burst in the graph over the last couple of overs. And now it's who's going to bowl now? I think it's Sam Curran. Josh Butley's certainly having a long chat to Sam Curran, and they're talking about the field placement. I mean, Sam's going to have to stick to a plan here. It's going to be very difficult, and he's going to have to change his pace a lot and cut the ball, because if you bowl it at medium pace on a length to these blokes, well, you'll get panned left, right, centre, any way they choose, really. Pant looks almost excited at the thought of Sam Curran. He's velcroed his gloves, he's got a big smile on his face. Curran's got good figures, but he bowled early against Rohit Sharma when there was a bit in the pitch. 5 overs, 1 for 16. He got Sharma out. Here's Rahul on strike, and the simplest single takes him to a superb 100. 100 to savour for KL Rahul. Not one of the most glitzy names in Indian cricket, but one of the best players in Indian cricket. Darren Goff is with me.
Yeah, absolutely superb. You look at the conversion rate of these guys, India. This is why they're such a special team, whether it be Shikhar Dhawan, whether it be Rohit Sharma, whether it be Virat Kohli, or King legend Rahul. Absolutely fantastic cricketers, and when they get in, they cash in and they get the big score. A fantastic innings, holding this innings together. 100 not out of 108 deliveries. India 258 for 3. Party time.
Does look like it, doesn't it? There's just a few spectators over yonder on a hill, and they were waving the flag and cheering with great delight, understandably. Rahul's 100 contained 6 fours, 2 sixes, and he's cracked along and really set the most perfect foundation here for an onslaught in the final 7. Curran now to bowl to his wide, outside off stump. Fair enough, no question from Curran or from Butler. He's tried to get it full and wide to Pant, but of course he slings it a bit from left arm over, and if you sling it a bit and push it, it'll be just outside that wide line. It's funny, there's something about KL Rahul that's very understated. He almost looks as if he could be a banker rather than a cricketer. Side parting, nicely organised haircut, Oh, hello. He's put fingers in his ears when he celebrated his 100. That's a good ball from Curran. It's full and it's just knocked out to mid-on for almost one-handed, actually, by Pant for a single. It's almost as if he was telling the world who are watching, I'm shutting out the noise. Maybe in India, where the press can sure get onto you if you're out of form, there's been a bit of noise about his place in the team. And maybe that's his message to everybody. Enough noise now. I've just made 100 for you against England, the world champions.
Yeah, I think you're right, Mark. You know, especially social media, we know how brutal that is. And obviously, when he went through low scores, the Indian...
He's cracked that down the ground. There's a man back at mid-on, so there's only a single. So Curran definitely pursuing the get it as full as I can tactic, but no perfect Yorkers as yet. Sorry, Tudes.
That's all right. The Indian fans were getting on his back, actually. They were saying he's the one to come out the side. And as you rightly said, when you looked at his average at the beginning, he's averaging 48. I mean, you said that was good. I mean, that's different level. That is great in this format of the game.
Yeah, in one-day cricket, 48's a fantastic average. That's dead right. Curran again, full and wide. Excellent ball from Sam Curran. And even Pant can't do better than just miss-hit that, and Curran does the fielding. They do scamper through for a single, but it was a very good ball.
I think it took us too long to adapt here and change it. That was brilliant bowling from Sam Curran. We're talking about one of the most inexperienced player here, adapting his game. For too long, we bowled at the stumps to Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, maybe, and England need to be, quicker on their feet, don't they? More agile in their thinking, I'd say, on that front. But Curran, I'll just say something interesting about Curran. He bowls a full toss. Now it's hit hard down the ground. There are fielders back. They can't cut it off. Hit in between mid-on and mid-off. And Curran will be furious with that. Not so much that he missed it, but that it so perfectly split the two fielders. They were both no more than a foot from the ball by the time it hammered into the boundary rope.
I mean, low full toss. I actually don't mind that. Slightly higher than that sort of shin height, and he, the form he's in, he's just got 100. He has dispatched that straight back down. Johnny Bairstow long on had absolutely no chance of stopping that.
266 for 3. The last ball now of the 44th over. Rahul on strike. He has 105. And he bangs it into the surface to Sam Curran, which surprises Rahul, and he hits half a pull stroke. It dribbles out to backward square leg for only a single, so that's 44 overs gone, a rate of more than 6 and over. India 267 for 3.
There we go.
And now a conversation between Jos Buttler and Tom Curran. And there was a word Steve Harmison used just before he left, guys, and you're both bowlers quicker than Tom, but you get what he's trying to go through here. And he questioned his confidence, and I would too. I would say that Tom a couple of years ago believed everything, never mind anything, everything was possible. And now I think that he's learnt. He had a difficult IPL, and I think that he's learnt what can go wrong. And when you learn what can go wrong, you have to start thinking about how you put it right, which means you start to think about your bowling too much.
Absolutely. I think having the confidence to keep coming in when you have bad days, to keep coming in and bowling at the end of the innings, it can knock you sideways. I remember Craig White, right? Wasn't full of confidence as an individual, but he could bowl quick and he could bowl good Yorkers. And he got done in a series against Pakistan, over in Pakistan. I played with him. And I got took to the cleaners in one game by Razak. Short boundary straight, and he didn't want to bowl at the death again. That's it. It went, and it all started though that season before we got knocked out in the semi-final against Lancashire. If you remember, it was a big semi-final, and he got smashed at the end for 12, 13 and over. And he just said, "That's it. I don't want to do it anymore." And he was so good at it. But now and again, no matter how good you are, you're going to go around the park.
What a great thing to remember. You've got to want to do it.
Absolutely. Good days and bad days.
The minute you don't, yeah. Here's Curran now, and he bowls a low full toss to Rahul, who can do no more than turn it into the leg side for a single, rather off the bottom of the bat.
And you make a great point there, Mark, because at the beginning of his spell, I said it just looked a little bit... I can always tell from watching a bowler, from like the coaching I've done and stuff, if they're on it or not. And I just felt he wasn't attacking the crease with that same vigour he normally does, and he just looked like he has got a bit of loss of confidence, but also of a guy of, if someone's getting left out, I'm always the guy getting left out at the moment, and that can play silly minds in your head.
268 for 3. Rahul 107. Rishabh Pant on strike 59 from just 32 balls. Tom Curran with a mighty job to bowl to Rishabh Pant. Here he comes. And he does get it full and wide, and Pant carves it out to deep cover. The boundary rider there is Reece Topley, who does the fielding extremely well too, because the ball bobbled on him.
Do you know what I always think, Mark, when you're bowling at the end is, but a lot of these power hitters, there's certain players like Rahul can play anywhere around the pitch, but there's certain players who are power hitters where they're looking to hit everything from mid-off round to backward square leg. That's their power zones. And for those sort of guys, when they're in, you've got to do something different and make them hit you where they don't want to hit you. So for Pant, it is make him hit you on the offside. 100%. Make him. Although he's got the reverse sweep, it's harder to play that shot for them to hit him down the ground.
Right. And that's a very good Yorker by Tom Curran, squeezed out by Rahul. It goes to Roy at backward point, who throws himself to his right side and looks like he might have hurt himself. His head's down, he looks a bit grumpy. His hip, he landed on his hip, and I think he's just thinking, oh, ouch, I've done a lot of diving today on what is a slightly harder ground than the one the other day. The outfield was a bit soft the other day. I think it's firmed up a bit.
It is, and when you're bowling, Rohit Sharma's another one. He loves to hit. His power zones are all to the leg side, which a lot of these big guys are. The West Indian players, Andre Russell. Why would you bowl?
There you go, offside. Well done. Good bowling, good commentary from Goffey, and Tom Curran gets it full and outside off stump, and it's just pushed by Rishabh Pant to cover for a single.
Why would you bowl at the stumps to Andre Russell at the death? Because he's just going to hit you with his power he's got. He wants to hit you down the ground or to the leg side. The famous one was Stokes bowling in that final. Was it Brathwaite?
Yeah, Brathwaite.
Carlos.
Yeah, Carlos. I mean, Carlos, he looks to hit the ball anywhere between mid-off onto the leg side, even help it on its way over fine leg. Make him hit you on the offside.
And now he bangs it into the pitch. It goes high in the air. Yes, it will be caught safely too by Reece Topley. And finally, KL Rahul's innings comes to an end. A good bit of bowling by Tom Curran. A complete change of tactic there. He banged it into the surface. Rahul, who was edging forward, expecting the full ball, therefore didn't time his pull stroke, and he perishes after a wonderful innings.
Absolutely wonderful innings from KL Rahul. Finally go. Good bit of bowling from Tom Curran. The pressure of the over, he's bowled it really well. 4 singles before dragging that one down. The shorter ball, he didn't quite get hold of it, Rahul. It went straight to Reece Topley at backward square leg. It's a big wicket for Tom Curran. Good for his confidence at this stage. But what a fantastic innings from Rahul. 108 off 114 deliveries. And the score is 271 for 4 here on TalkSport 2.
I just wonder, I know this sounds ridiculous, but I just wonder if that isn't a bad thing for India. You know, he's tired, you can see it, and there wasn't much strength in that shot. And in comes a flexible, eager, ambitious, powerful Hardik Pandya.
No, you're dead right, Mark. I think that's most probably the best situation for India. The Indian fans is get Hardik in now. If he can face, I don't know, 5 or 10 balls, and then he can go to work. He's got his brother next. Could be carnage.
Carnage. As Greggy used to say that. Carnage out there. There's no doubt. This will be carnage. Right, Tom Curran then to Rishabh Pant because the batsman crossed, and he drives it over extra cover. He's going to run away to that boundary. Round comes Topley, does the fielding, flings it in. Pant will make it back for 2. He had to get his skates on, but in the end he made it comfortably enough. 273 for 4. Pant has 63. Hardik yet to face a ball. Excellent over, Mark, that from Tom Curran, and say he's eventually got it right to Pant, making him hit the offside. Yes, he might hit the odd boundary because he's such a good ball striker, but he finds it harder because it's not in his natural power zone to hit the 4s and 6s over that offside. It has to be right in the slot for you to get it over that boundary at deep extra cover or backward point.
And that was a good over, really. Got his rewards, getting out the dangerous KL Rahul, but it has brought in one of the Pandya brothers, and we all know, and we've seen plenty of times with a white ball, he can destroy him at the end.
Must ask you then, one over, like as good as that, does the confidence flood back?
Well, you have to do it slightly one more over, but whenever you get a wicket in any form of the game as a fast bowler or as a spin bowler, it gives you a little bit of confidence. But if the next over he goes for 20, it soon drains away again. And you said it, the biggest thing, Mark, you've got to want to do it every single day, and it's hard.
You have. So it's the other brother now, Sam, to bowl. And Hardik Pandya! Off the mark with a blow that's 30 yards back into the seating at mid-wicket.
I love watching this guy bat. I mean, I think he's an awesome cricketer. Fortunately, he's had a lot of injuries which stops him bowling. But on his batting, he's so explosive. There's nothing of him. He's obviously very well put together. He's quite languid, long, but he uses his levers extremely well, and he times the ball. But he's just got that brutality also as well.
Bat speed.
Well, just no ground is big enough. You wouldn't think looking at him, but he does.
Good call.
He's very destructive.
When you say there's nothing of him, actually, what you describe him as is wiry strong. Do you know what I mean? He looks he looks so fit.
Yes.
And he looks physically, to me, he still looks strong, even though he's so slim.
Yeah, no, definitely. I reckon if you were to say to him, do 50 push-ups, he could do that quite easy.
Oh, yeah. And the rest. Curran again, Sam Curran. This great Yorker right in there in the block hole. Even Hardik Pandya can do no more than a single from it.
A good bit of bowling there. But I think one thing we've seen from England, especially this series over in India, but they've wanted to bowl a lot into the wicket, haven't they, at the end of the innings? I think these pitches are pretty good. You bowl into the wicket, I think they're going to fetch it. So I think it's going to need good skill. It's going to need balls like we've just seen there from Sam Curran. Excellent delivery. You can't hit that for 6. You cannot hit a good Yorker. People say, they get it wrong and they get it for 6 good Yorkers. They don't.
Oh, now, has Pant got much of this? His hand came off the bat. Of course he has. I can't believe I asked the question.
It's a miss it for 6, Mark. It's a miss it for 6. One-handed shot from Rishabh Pant straight back over the head of Sam Curran. Again, didn't get it right. Right in the slot. Bang. 6. Slower ball.
I mean, he's just bowled a fantastic, quicker Yorker. Next ball, slower ball in the slot. Bowl your best delivery. I mean, you did it better than most, Goffey, around the world. And it infuriates me. I know people say the game's changed. Get your Yorker in at the death. Bowl shoelaces, as my dad would always say. Get the Yorker in.
And now he's hit him down the ground dead straight, and it's good fielding, actually, very good. 2 England fielders combined down there. It's Bairstow who ends up flinging it in, but what you're saying is he shouldn't have risked the slower ball there. He should have just bowled another Yorker.
Just bowl another Yorker. If he wants to ramp you or he wants to do whatever, then good luck. And if it comes off, fair play. But if you're bowling length, the captain can't legislate for that.
Okay, all right, good. Thank you. There was a time when we'd have celebrated the slower ball, but not on this surface. That's what you're saying. There's nothing in the surface, so don't bother with the slower ball. 287 for 4 now, India. Oh, Hardik. He's hit that even further. Oh, miles further. He's hit it onto the concourse. It's a full toss, low at leg stump, and he's just flicked it as if he was brushing away an irritant fly.
Listen, we laugh because of the pure brilliance of that shot. It's a low full toss. It's just minimum effort, and he just flicks it, backs his bat, backs his strength, and his brother jumping up and down, watching him bat. Oh, what a shot! 89 metres, 6 runs. It's just what India needed, this, isn't it? I mean, Sam Curran just not quite got it right. Got one good delivery right in the slot. In between, 3 sixes this over. Absolutely brilliant batting from India. This is why they are so dangerous. They build partnerships, they get the score and back their hitting ability at the end of the innings to get over that 300 mark. They do it time and time again.
That was like a boxer's jab. It wasn't really even a punch. And it bounced once on the middle of the seating and flew up onto the concourse. And his brother, Krunal, down at the boundaries, was leaping about like a good one.
It's that sort of, that get off me. You know when you just like, get off me. Yeah, it was...
Don't bowl there, son.
Just disrespect.
Yeah, don't bowl there, son. They finally got this ball, or have they got another ball?
They've had to clean it, haven't they? I think every time it goes in there, even though there's no fans out there.
It was what Bumble used to call concrete finding. That's your role as an opening batsman. Find the concrete and you take all the shine off the ball very quick. Here we go again. Final ball of Sam Curran's over. And well bowled, Sam Curran. No,
Wide.
he shouldn't wide him. That's not fair. Sorry, don't agree with that. So it is wide of off stump the ball and full. But because Hardik Pandya had backed away, it made it look a lot wider than it was. And it gives the bowler no chance if you wide that.
Unlucky there, because that was clever bowling actually. As we said, he's realised, but he's looking to hit him, power it in again to the leg side, make him trying to hit you on the off, slanted it across him, give himself a bit of room and still called him a wide.
And well bowled, Sam. He does get a slower one in the slot, and he beats that huge slog from Hardik Pandya. So that's okay. Oh, now Sam obviously said something, and Pandya's run after him to talk to him, and not a very pleasant sight actually. And Sam responds back, and it's handbags, but it's not good. And they're all now. We got other players involved. Stokesy's come in there, and the umpires involved, and the other umpires arrived.
Oh, do you know something, Matt? They're turning into footballers. What do you think? They're going to have a fight in the middle of the wicket? Just get on with it. I mean, Crunell was the same the other night. Yes, he was emotional. Yes, he was passionate. Now he got it from Hardik. And Stokesy's telling him, just chill out and get on with the game. Stop thinking you're Rocky Balboa. Dear me, get on with it. What are you going to do? Have a fight in the middle of the pitch?
There's certain individuals that you think, you know, I mean, don't say anything, or if you say something, they're going to jump at you. Hardik's one. If Sam said something, he was frustrated by the wide. He bowls a good ball, he misses it, and then he sort of says a word to him, and unfortunately, Hardik's going to say, "What did you say, pal?" And it just gets a little bit more than it's handbags, really.
I think. How do I say this? It's the new India, and the point about these guys is they'll stare you down. And they'll give back whatever you give them, and that's a big change, and that's one of the reasons people feel Indian cricket's got tougher and stronger and harder to play against. Rishabh Pant on strike now to Tom Curran. It's full toss outside off stump. It travels miles in the air. How many for? 6 more.
Oh dear.
He keeps ending up with the hand off the bat. That's a hard ball to hit for 6, isn't it, Goffey?
Well, again, I mean, what you got there is you got width, you got pace on the ball, and he just didn't get it right. It was the perfect eye, actually, just to get any bat on it, wasn't it? It was about, a foot off the ground.
It brings up 300. I have to interrupt you and say 300 comes for India with plenty of balls left in the innings. And these pictures of Pant are fascinating, because he's ending up with one hand spiralling away to one side of him and his other hand holding the bat to the other side, and it's almost balletic really as you watch the slow motion replays. And now he digs out a Yorker, brilliant, opens the blade, gets one, does he, or 2? No, just the single down. That fielder out at cover is actually now behind square, and he's there for exactly that. So it's an interesting field setting.
That's what he should be. I was telling T actually but if you're going to come round the wicket to a right-hander and you're going to bowl round the wicket, the field to have is a deep third, but obviously a third man on the boundary and a real behind square, backward square, and stop them hitting into the power zones. Because if you get it right and get it full enough, that's the only place it can go.
Enormous pressure on England here. 301 for 4. We're 2 balls into the 47th, so there's 3 overs and 4 balls left. Tom Curran bowls on a length to Hardik Pandya, who slaps him over mid-wicket for 6, only just this time. But the umpire's checking it. It is over the rope, no doubt in my mind. Yep, it's confirmed. So he picked his spot well, and at this pace, these guys are at medium fast and no more, and they're getting pumped now, really pumped.
Well, this is the problem, isn't it, Mark? We talked about it at the start of the innings, but his bowlers, because of the bowlers he's got, need a little bit in the wicket. They need a little bit of movement, because they haven't got the pace to trouble the Indian batsmen. So they're just setting themselves and hitting through the line of the ball. Now, if you had an Archer, or if you had a Wood, or you had an Ollie Stone bowling at this stage, it's a bit harder to set yourself against 95 miles an hour.
Right, well, we've got long leg up, third man up, backward point is up, 3 behind square are up, so many others are back. and he gets an under edge this time and only a single for it. Pretty good ball, not quite a Yorker, low full toss, pretty good ball.
And this was our fair coffee at the beginning, wasn't we, when we were saying when you've got a side with all the same sort of pace, at the end is where you're going to pay, and we knew this was going to happen, really, didn't we? Unless, as you said, there was something in the wicket. We always feared that the Indians were going to, dine on our bowlers.
Well, very much the same. They're all similar pace, so you can set yourself. You set yourself for one, you're setting yourself for them all.
Tom Curran again, in he comes to, that's gone straight up in the air. Is anybody underneath it? Oh, they are, and it's a super catch, that. Whoa, Rishabh Pant has just scooped it really over backward point, high in the air, and Jason Roy's hasn't he caught a good catch? Goffey, you're not sure?
Well, we're not quite so sure as whether he were grounded. They're staying there in the middle of the pitch. Jason Roy looked shaking his head. He wasn't quite sure himself. He doesn't know whether he actually grounded the ball. I don't know if you saw the Jameson one in New Zealand the other night, Mark. Did you see that?
No.
Soft signal is out.
Soft signal is out. That's the impression I had, that it was out. Roy looked strangely uncertain himself. We shall see with the replays. Here comes a replay now. Yeah, actually fine. What's wrong with that?
It's out.
Caught it 2 feet
Just
above.
one more time and looks okay to me. Just one more time.
Caught it miles above the ground.
Yeah.
It's just out. It's just out. As Goffey said, there was one with Jameson, I think, against Bangladesh was there.
He caught it and then put the ball on the ground, and they gave it not out.
His fingers around the ball.
He's caught the ball. End of story. It's perfectly good catch. He's in control of the ball. I only think he's shaking his head because he got done a bit.
Yeah.
And he ended up reaching forward for it.
Screen.
It surprised him that it wasn't quite where he thought it was. So I don't think there's any problem with that at all. We're about to find out. Yeah, it's out. Given out formally. So that's the end for Rishabh Pant. And in the end, actually, England's tactic of bowling wide of off stump dried him up and made it harder for him, and in the end got him out in that area too, because that fielder is at, how would you describe him, deep backward point, I think.
And that's the area I'm saying, going across the batsman.
Now here we go again. Hardik Pandya on strike, gives it a real hard hit, down to mid-off. The fielding's done by Bairstow, only a single, which will bring Krunal, his left-hander brother, onto strike. So it's the brothers out there. It'll be a great thing for the memory of their dad, who died of heart problems in January. We saw the emotional scenes from Kunal the other day. It's the end of the over from Tom Curran, all happening, isn't it? And the last 4 overs have produced 52 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. The score's 309 for 5 with 3 to go.
Well, we were looking, but realistically we thought 320 again, a similar score to the other night. That would have been in India's minds. It looks like they're going to fly past that. They'll be looking now, the last 3 overs, they'll be looking at another 30 runs. So it should be a good score. But like I say, England's best chance of winning the game, they thought, was to chase, to give their bowlers the best conditions to bowl in. That was with a little bit of
to me,
juice.
this is it now. These 3 overs decide whether England can win or not. Because I think England can chase 325. I don't think they can chase 350. So it'll be very interesting. They've got to get one of these 2, if not both, out. Hardik Pandya out. He's got 21 from 7. He's scoring at 3 a ball, for heaven's sake. Well, he is. That's coffee. The thought fills you with dread, doesn't it?
It does if I'm bowling, yeah. He's scoring at 3. It's not 18 and over. Good luck.
We can't see the field, so I can't tell you what England are trying to do here. But
a
anyway,
bigger one.
Reece Topley, a bigger one is needed. Reece Topley then, here he comes. Going to bowl round the wicket. Bowls a slower ball. Joss Butler's dropped a sitter. Oh my goodness me. And it's Hardik Pandya.
Captaincy and keeping wicket. A lot on his plate, ball flying to all parts, and this was one of my biggest issues. They've got Johnny Bairstow. If he wants to captain, Johnny Bairstow could keep wicket. We've got him out there, and that's one of the biggest problems for me. I know Dhoni, but Dhoni did it for years and years and years and had so much experience of captaining. Joss has not captained. He's even joked about it, hasn't he? He's only captained in Western Supermare games and the odd England game when Owen Morgan's not been available.
He's captain England when Owen hasn't done the job. But that's a bad drop. I'll explain it now as Hardick drives down the ground pretty hard, and a little misfield now, very uncharacteristic from Bairstow. Did they come back for two or not? No, they didn't. So what he did, Butler, he went one-handed to his right at about, head height, and he sort of parried it, unless he could have gone with two hands. And as he parried it, he dropped it. And then he threw himself to try to catch it and just couldn't reach it, and then he just laughed at himself.
It's a poor drop.
Himself, I think.
It's a poor drop,
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's a dolly. Good knuckleball. Good knuckleball by
Very
Reece
good
Topley
slow
coming
ball.
round the wicket.
And I think he's laughing because he knows that his mind was on something else, and probably the field. And I think he knows that his concentration wasn't on the job there, and that's why he's just finds the whole thing. Sometimes you might as well laugh because it's so awful, really. Anyway, here's Topley now to Krunal, who just has an enormous slog. First ball gets an inside edge out to square leg, and it's 311 for 5 with 2.5 overs left of this innings. He's gone now as Butler to apologise to Topley and have a chat with him about the field. A side that's together will put that behind them. It's the way of the world, I'm afraid.
And you're right, Mark. The best way of dealing with it is to smile about it, because we're going to get tense, get uptight. He's got a job to do. He's still got 2 and a bit overs to try and negotiate. And the only thing is how much is Hardick going to punish the England side now? That's the thing. You drop him on 21.
Right. Yeah, because otherwise you're into the bowlers. Shaduk is in. I know he strikes the ball well, but he isn't Hardick Pandya. And that's why when I said with 3 to go, it's probably the game right here. So let's hope that they get Hardick Pandya out.
Saying that, it's a good start from Reece Topley this over. .11, good start.
He's bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Hardick Pandya, who has a real big swipe at a shortish cutter outside off stump. All the pace taken off the ball, and he misses it. He just tried to hit that too hard, frankly.
Again, good bowling. Outside off stump, making him hit to the offside. You can see the way he's standing at the crease. Hardick Pandya is looking for that helicopter shot that Dhoni taught him, hitting to the leg side.
Is that a wide? That's close to a wide, isn't it?
Yeah, probably got away with it.
It did, yeah. Just outside the wide line, but not called because Pandya hadn't backed away. So he looked closer to the ball. Now he bowls a full toss, just beneath waist height. That's chipped out into the deep, short of the man at deep mid-wicket. And there's just a single for it. So you're right, this over going really well. .1, binary. One more binary ball is required here.
Yeah, get out the oval really well. You make sure this ball doesn't go for a boundary, and it'll be a phenomenal over.
He's going to bowl to the left-handed Krunal. I'd be inclined to go with the Yorker here. I wouldn't risk the length ball, slower ball off this ball. I'd cut my losses, get a single down to long on or long off, fire it in there full but off stump. Here comes Topley. He goes with the slower ball, and it's pulled, but it's okay. There's a man down at long leg, so it's just a single. It's a superb over from Don Topley, though that wasn't a Don Topley, that's his dad, Reece Topley.
We're all at it.
And we're all at it. And it's 313 for 5 after 48. Hardick has 23. Krunal has 2. 2 overs remain. Curran and Topley have a wicket each. That's Sam and Reece. Tom Curran has 2 for 69 from 9. Will he bowl this last one, or will his brother? Stokes 5 for 42, no wickets. Moeen Ali 10 for 47, no wickets. And Adil Rashid 10 for 65, 1 wicket.
You see, the thing is there, what we were talking about, Mark, about having the confidence to bowl at the end of the innings. You look at his figures now, Tom Curran, 9 overs, 2 for 69. Is if you don't get off to a good start in the match, and then you've got to come back at the end, and India have got wickets in hand, that's when it can get really expensive, and that's when he could end up with 2 for 80, 2 for 85.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Which wouldn't be a bad effort at the end. Now he's got a bowl. It is to be Tom, not Sam. And he's going to bowl to Krunal Pandya. And he bowls a good full wide ball, which is hit directly to the field exactly as it's been set by Jos Buttler, so only a single for that.
And that's good bowling, you can set your field, as Goffey was saying, don't bowling it straight at the stumps. You want to bowl it wide, obviously not too wide where the umpire calls it, but wide and full. They can only get a single, 2 at worst.
especially to power hitters. Like I say, it's different when you're bowling someone like Rahul. He'll use his touch and he'll guide it in between the fielders for 4 and use the pace of the ball. But the guys who are looking to hit the big sixes.
Now Hardik on strike, and he drives down the ground hard and long, over mid-off, well over mid-off. A magnificent shot. The best he's played, I reckon. 6 of the best from Hardik Pandya.
It's that slower ball again, isn't it? Slower ball in the slot. You just can't do that. As Goffey was saying, to these power hitters, they will punish you. Even miss hits will go. And that's gone rows back. That back of the hand, slower ball. But it's in the slot.
You see, he's lost that surprise as well, Tom Curran. It was such a good ball he had, didn't it, when he first came on the scene? But now, because of the IPL and these tournaments he's played around the world, everybody knows it's coming.
Well, what did it do to Jay Dernbach? I mean, he was one of the best exponents we had in this country, but he overdid it. And he became the most expensive international bowler, I think it was, fortunately for him.
29 now for Hardik from just 12 balls. Tom Curran again, and this time he bowls it into the pitch, taking pace off it, and there's nothing Hardik can do except smash it into the turf, and it in the end goes quite gently out to long off for just a single, so he moves to 30. I think that the point too with that ball, once you work it out, is it's all about overspin. It can't cut either way. He's bowling it out of the back of his hand, and it's really a top spin around the back of the hand, and so it does come on to the batsman. It doesn't deviate at all, and if you hit through it on a pitch that's still got some pace, you're going to be fine. Is that an edge? No. Is he widing that, the umpire? No. Okay, so wide of off stump. Tom smiles at the umpire and almost says thank you for the leeway you've just given me.
Good bowling. Across the left-hander, wide of the crease, Yorker. Can't hit it. Tried to guide it, used the pace of the ball, which was the right shot to do, but just didn't get the hang of it. Keep it out of his power zone.
2 balls left in the 49th. Curran bowls a length ball outside off stump, which is hit firmly just over extra cover, and then goes bouncing into the rope for a 4 that was well deserved with the quality of the strike. On that occasion, Krunal did not try to hit the ball too hard. He resorted to timing rather than brutality.
And you make a great point, Goffey. I think when you're bowling against power hitters, you want to keep it out their hitting zone. If you've got touch players like Rahul and Rohit, you know, they can guide you and manipulate you a lot easier. But power hitters, get it out their slot. You can't just keep bowling in their slot. He's bowled a wideish full delivery. He got none. Next ball, slot, dispatched.
That's a wide, well wide by Tom Curran. He's sort of almost resorting. Well, it's the last resort, really, isn't it? Just to get it out of his reach. But of course, the trouble is, you play with a wide line. You have to bowl another ball. And you end up putting more pressure on yourself. The over's so far gone for 13, and there's another ball to come. Krunal Pandya, very much the same build as his brother Hardik, tall, slim, very, very slim indeed. And now he gets it right, and it goes out to Jason Roy, where he took the catch to get rid of Rishabh Pant a moment ago. So a full wide ball works for Tom, and it's the end of the 49th over. 3-2-7 for 5.
2 for 83, Tom Curran of 10 overs. He'll be disappointed with that. He got off to a good start, didn't he, with the ball. The ball was nibbling around a bit. He good opportunity to bowl. Players were just looking to knock it around, but he's just not got it right there at the end. He's got a bit of tap. He picked up a couple of wickets, but he'll be disappointed when he looks back at his bowling performance, when he gets back in the pavilion and thinking he didn't quite get it right there. Bowling slower balls, bowling length balls into the slot of these batsmen. As he showed that last over, when he got the ball wide out of the hitting zones to the left-hander and to the right-hander, he went for 1 out to deep backward point or to third man. I just don't get it. I really, really don't. It's frustrating as a ex-fast bowler to be sitting here and talking about it. I don't want these boys to lose their confidence. You don't want them to get it for 6s and 4s. You're always going to get it for a 4 and 6 at some point, right? But you've got to cut the number down. The way India have took this game away from England in this innings, it's remarkable. And this is what India are good at.
Reece Topley then to bowl the final over of the innings. Oh, it's a highish full toss that's hit firmly down to long on with a straight back by Krunal, and it's just a single. the sun's come out in London, away to the east as we look towards Canary Wharf and the O2 and such signature places. We see pale blue. Way to our left to the west, it's much cloudier, greyer. But it's bright and sunny if you're an Indian. Firstly, it's a clear sky, and second, the score's big, really big. Now 3-2-8 for 5. 5 balls remain. Here's Reece Topley round the wicket. Hardik Pandya bowls at a very gentle pace, cutting it. He's only really ambling in, and he's taking all the pace off it. And sure enough, Hardik mistimes it out to mid-off, so just the 1 from it. Credit to Reece Topley in these final 2 overs at the moment, but he still has 4 balls to bowl. You need a calm head, you need great skill, and as I've said, you've really got to want the job.
And I think with Reece Topley, the advantages he's got, and he did so well, is his height. He's getting with his slower bowlers and those cutters extra bounce, and it's vital.
Here he comes from over the wicket at the left-hander, and this goes, just sort of lobs up and then dribbles on the bounce to extra cover. He got absolutely nothing of it. The bat swing had nothing to do with the ball strike.
It's causing problems, isn't it, Goffey? As you said, the height, possibly the angle, obviously being a left armour. It just seems to be getting that extra bounce, that sort of tennis ball bounce, which is causing issues.
Well, of course, this is smart of Reece Topley to, you want to do this job. That's handy because you don't find many death bowlers, and now he bowls it full, and it just beats extra cover. A diving extra cover on another day may just stop that. It's Moeen Ali fielding there. Ben Stokes may have stopped it, but anyway, it raced past him to the extra cover boundary for 4.
I mean, he's very deep in his crease. About the last minute, as you said earlier, Mark, that bottom hand comes through at rapid pace.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a lag, hasn't he? And he sort of just, now that is straight up in the air. Who's underneath that? Oh, super catch, well done. Very good. There's Jason Roy underneath it. He's got a good pair of hands. The second nice one he's taken in the deep. Hardik Pandya is out, beaten by that slower ball bowled into the pitch by Reece Topley.
Yeah, good bowling again from Reece. Knuckle ball deep in the crease. Hardik Pandya looking to hit to the leg side. That extra bounce coming from the height that Reece Topley has got. He didn't quite get hold of it. It's gone straight up in the air. It still nearly got to the boundary, by the way, and it's a total miss it. And it gets a good catch from Jason Roy. Hardik Pandya goes for 35 off just 16 deliveries. He looks annoyed as he leaves the crease, but India 334 for 6. It looks a good total for me, Mark, with just 1 delivery to go.
Yes, and because the batsman crossed, it won't be Shaduk who faces it, and consequently he's come out without a helmet. And boy, has he shaved his hair at the sides. In fact, there's nothing there. It's almost a number 1 at the sides, and then the mop is on top. So unusual to see a bare-headed batsman these days. Anyway, he's out in the middle because in theory he won't be striking, though it always amazes me they come out without a helmet, because if there's a no ball single there, he'll have to face a ball. So
correct.
And then he's got to get the helmet. It all takes so long. Anyway, it's a Krunal Pandya on strike, and he flicks it away off his hip out to deep square leg. Do they come back for 2? Yes, they do. Good running. Gives them 2 off the final ball of the innings. Well bowled, Reece Topley. What a tremendous performance over the final 2 overs. Really good. The innings closes. Thakur doesn't face. Krunal finishes with 12 from 9 ball, and India have a mighty score of 336 for 6.
Yeah, they'll be pretty pleased with that, India. I think when they'd have set out batting first, they'd have been looking at a similar total they made the other day, 317. But they've gone slightly better today. Excellent batting throughout from India. A little bit of help for the bowlers early on, especially Reece Topley getting that extra bounce, but 336. An unbelievable innings from KL Rahul to set them on the way. Short burst from Hardik Pandya, and obviously Rishabh Pant and Virat Kohli. But 336, that's a good score from India. They'll be over the moon with a total like that. England will be slightly disappointing the way they fielded. They were ragged in the field at times, but now the hard work begins. They're going to chase down 336.
Can they get them?
They can get them, yeah.
I
mean, for sure they can. I mean, we still got a very powerful batting lineup. The top 7 I mean, they're destructive, and I always say when you're chasing a big total, one of the top three have got to get 100, and they got to go big, and then be that anchor, and then allow the stroke makers to come in behind that and just bat. So they'll need a good start. They don't want to be losing silly wickets at the top. But you know one thing with the England first two with Roy and Bairstow, they're going to come, and they're going to come hard.
True, that old phrase, they won't die wondering. So confirmation then that India, put into bat by Jos Buttler, made it 336 for 6. KL Rahul, the star there, 180 made from 114 balls. Virat Kohli 66 from 79, and Rishabh Pant 77 from 40. Some fine ball striking from Hardik Pandya, who made 35 from 16, carried them to that total. It was pretty hard going for England's bowlers after a decent start. We think it's a very good pitch. We think it's a fast outfield. We think it may even get better for batting with a bit of evening dew on it. We shall find out whether England are up to the task or not in a short while.
A very good afternoon to you. It's TalkSport 2. It's the second one-day international between India and England in Pune. England won the toss earlier this morning, put India into bat. And boy have they, 336 for 6 they have posted. Rohit Sharma 25, Shikhar Dhawan 4, Virat Kohli 66, KL Rahul 108, Rishabh Pant 77, Hardik Pandya 35, Krunal Pandya was not out at the end along with Shardul Thakur. Krunal with 12 from 9. Shardul Thakur didn't actually face a delivery for the bowlers. Reece Topley ended up with a couple, as did Tom Curran. 2 for 50 for Reece Topley, 2 for 83 for Tom Curran, 1 for 47 for Sam Curran, 1 for 65 for Adil Rashid. So it's 337 at 6.75 and over is the asking rate from the outset for England, and it is a stiff task, and bearing in mind 317 was too many for them 3 days ago. It'll be interesting to see what happens. And just keep an eye out on this one. We've been mentioning this, how India start slowly and then pick up. 41 they scored in the first block of 10 overs, 41 for 2. They then went 49 in the next block of 10, 52 in the third block, 68 in the fourth block, and 126 in the last 10 overs. They were 126 for 3 in the last 10. So we'll see how England approach their innings. They're walking out to the middle now. The players will be back underway shortly. Steve Harmison, it's fair to say, though, that in a chase of this magnitude, a good start is absolutely imperative.
It is imperative. Good afternoon, Macca, and good afternoon to everyone. It is important that England get off to the start they did in the last one-day international. You'd say England got themselves in a position to win, and if England can get themselves in that position again, I don't see them making the same mistake again. Was it 180 runs, 36 overs to go with 10 wickets in hand? England don't lose many games from there. That's why they're the best team in the world, because of the starts that they get. So it's going to be intriguing without Captain Morgan. Sam Billings not playing in this side, their first strength side. But if England can get off to a good start, then any total for me is chaseable because of the way, the velocity of the start that they get off to. But England, fingers crossed that the ball doesn't move as much is what it did for England, because Reece Topley and Sam Curran got this ball to swing in the first innings, and if you give a brand new white ball to Bhuvaneshwar Kumar and it's swinging, boy, he's in business.
Well, that's what it is. It's Bhuvaneshwar Kumar with only one slip in place. First ball takes the inside portion of Jason Roy's bat. We'll go through backward of square leg, and England will be underway with a couple. Roy was pretty much playing the line of that one then. It takes the inside edge and goes safely away. So England underway with a couple. It is Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. It's that interesting time at the moment that we're not under lights, but we're not really quite in natural light. The natural light is disappearing quite quickly. The lights are on, but at the moment it's one shadow from the natural light rather than 4 shadows from the floodlights. As Bhuvaneshwar Kumar goes in, that's a little bit of shape away from Jason Roy. He's trying to drive off the back foot, no real timing, and it's into the covers, and there's no run.
Yeah, a little bit of shape from that ball. The ball before seemed bolt perfectly upright, but the seam was from a wrist position. He was looking to push it back in. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar doesn't want to give Jason Roy any width, any room whatsoever. He's not looking to swing it big outside off stump. He bowled that way in the T20. Success against Roy, but back into him. and that's something to keep an eye on. Keep an eye on how much it does swing back into Roy rather than ball going away from him.
In goes Bhuvaneshwar. It's the in-ducker this time, and Jason Roy is playing straight. He's able to turn it to mid-on, where Shardul Thakur will do the fielding. So Roy has 3 from 3. Johnny Bairstow will be on strike now in this first over here on TalkSport 2.
And from a swing point of view, from India, there's only really Bhuvaneshwar Kumar who you think is as dangerous. You know, Thakur is more of a hit-the-deck bowler. He's going to try and hit back of a length, going to seam it more than he is going to swing it. But there has been a bit of movement, and when there is movement, there's not many better white ball bowlers, if there is any, because I don't think there is, than Kumar.
He is on his way once again, up and past umpire Menon. Johnny Bairstow gets his first delivery, plays it on the onside. Shardul Thakur will do the fielding at mid-on, and there is no run.
And it was very pleasing to see Johnny Bairstow get a score in that first one-day international. Give him, yes, he got 90 odd off. I think it was off 60 odd balls, but he did give himself a little bit of a chance to get going and get in. He caught up and then went big straight after that. So good to see Bairstow in the runs. Confident Johnny Bairstow is always good for England.
He waits bat raised for Bhuvaneshwar Kumar and actually just moves a little bit of a shuffle towards the ball and then outside of off stump again, just trying to turn it on the onside, and there'll be no run. 3 without loss England.
Bairstow will be also conscious of why he's going across to off stump. He's normally bats middle, he bats it, takes a guard of 2, which is middle in leg. He looks as though he's on middle stump here, looking to get very much across, because Johnny has a big thing of seamers getting bowled, between bat and pad, and he'll not want that against Kumar, because Kumar's swinging it back into the right-hander.
Final ball of the over. Bairstow turns this towards mid-wicket, but can't beat the fielder there, and there's no run into the first over. England 3 without loss. It's 337 the target for England to level this 3-match series. Of course, absolutely imperative they do win this one today. India winning that first game, therefore England, if they want to win, have to win this game and level things up. Just notice one thing straight away. We picked it up the other day. Johnny Bairstow in the first game batted in a shirt which had numbers and his name on in white letters rather than black. Apparently it was because it was done by a company while they were in India, and they mistakenly used the T20 setup, which is a red shirt with white letters and numbering. And we were joking the other day, Kate Cross made the point, he's made 94 from 66, he is going to carry on wearing that shirt. He's not. He's swapped back to the official England shirt, so he's got the blue shirt with the black letters and numbering, so if he doesn't get any today, he will be blaming the shirt.
Incredible to think the Daily Mail hasn't put this up on the front page already, isn't it?
Remarkable. Right, Prasida Krishna is in, and Prasida Krishna had a tremendous one-day international debut 3 days ago. 4 for 54. Cracking effort. And he will be opening up to Jason Roy. He's tall, lean, he's in, he's pitched it up, and Jason Roy immediately goes on the drive. Can only mistime it to Hardik Pandya at mid-off though.
It's all right, Macca, I'm not going to make fun of your number thing again. Gary Morgan has sent us through a stat. So minimum 20 innings opening the batting together. Bairstow and Roy now have the highest average opening stand in one-day internationals. So Haynes and Greenwich, they're only 52, aren't they?
Only.
Yeah, Finch and Warner, 52 as well. Katic and Gilchrist, which probably didn't do it that many times, but maybe Hayden was injured, average 55. AJ Jadeja and Tendulkar, 59. And Bairstow and Roy, 60 from 42 innings. That's handy.
Well, like you said right at the very start, Macca, if you've got a partnership like that.
As Prasida is in, Roy is driving into the offside, and it's Hardik fielding at mid-off, no run.
If you've got a partnership like that at the start, you've got a great chance of winning cricket matches, because what you do get with Roy and Bairstow, it's not so much the 60-run partnership, they get it very, very quickly. If the average in 60 runs, I'd be intrigued to see how many balls on average that is in. I would be very, very surprised if it's more than 50.
I think it would be. I think I reckon they'd average about 60 balls, but that's still way quicker than everyone else on this list.
Prasida is on the way for the third ball of the over, and Jason Roy walking into this one. Plays it back down the pitch, no run. That one, 139 kilometres an hour, which is, I don't think England got above that 138 that Reece Toffley bowled early on in the innings. So already, after 9 deliveries, I'm pretty sure India have already got the fastest ball of this match.
Yeah, and Krishna bowls from a tall action, not quite as tall as Reece Topley, but we seen in the first innings when the new ball, it just bounced a bit. It was difficult to hit through the line of the ball from the back of the length.
Jason Roy guiding to backward point, fielded, and there is no run on this occasion. So England have lost their last 2 one-day internationals chasing. Before that, though, they'd won 4 out of 6, and of the 2 that they didn't win, there was a no result and a tied game. So we know that England prefer chasing, but 337, I mean, in anyone's book, it is a stiff chase.
Yeah, 337 and no Root, no Morgan. Massive for England, that.
Prasida is in. Jason Roy is on the back foot, punching back down the pitch. Fielded at mid-off, no run. It's interesting you mention Owen Morgan there, Harmy, because when the team was announced this morning, I had a look at the ECB's tweet and when they put it out, and the reaction, and there was a few people on there going, oh, thank goodness Morgan's out, he's been enough. This is Owen Morgan. It's the modern thing is like, you know, what have you done for me lately? I mean, if you've not scored 100 in the last 4 minutes, you need to be dropped, apparently. Prasida goes in. Jason Roy's got one he can work off the hip this time. Down to fine leg to Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar could actually hold on to that because he's about to be bowling, but he does indeed fire it back to the wicket-keeper. 2 overs gone. England 4 without loss, and Jason Roy has all 4 of them.
Just on that, Macca, I did a video the other day where I mentioned that KL Rahul was dropped after 4 bad innings, which in T20 cricket is nothing and can happen to anyone. And all these people started saying, oh, no, well, he shouldn't play in the one-days. And I said, he made a one-day international 100 4 innings ago. How can you drop someone with that? It's ridiculous. People just do not look back at all. And it doesn't matter what format, out of form, in form, it's nonsense half the time.
Yeah, they've turned into a football crowd, really, now. That's what seems to be happening in the social media world of a football crowd. And, you know, Owen Morgan's a fantastic batsman, fantastic leader for England.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar starts. Oh, it's a great little inducker there to Jason Roy. Jason Roy got completely turned around. He's trying to work that into mid-wicket and has ended up getting the leading edge to mid-off.
He actually did well here, Jason Roy, because he did look to turn on the leg side, but then because he's watching the ball, you know, closely, and he did well to keep his head and his eye level straight. If his head had fallen over just the slightest there, you know, he was out for all money. Because he kept his head up, kept his head still, and his eye line was quite straight, he could make the adjustment to square him up. It looked awful, but at the end of the day, he kept the ball out. If his head was over, he'd have been in all sorts of trouble.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar in again. He's got the inducker going beautifully, Bhuvi, at the moment. That's running back into Jason Roy again, turning it on the onside, and there is no run.
No width. That's what they'll be saying. Rishi Pant from behind the stumps, Virat Kohli from first slip, mid on and mid off. Will keep reminding Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, both to Bairstow and to Roy. No width. Don't want to give them a hands free, because if they get their hands free, these guys are devastating. When the ball comes back into them, it's a completely different ball game.
There is only one slip in place. It's a ring of 4 on the offside. Rohit Sharma is there, stationed at first slip, and this one beats the outside edge of Jason Roy's bat and goes through to Rishabh Pant. And Jason Roy just nods in appreciation, as if to say, well, there's not a great deal I can do about that. That's an absolute beauty.
What a ball this is. It's angling in. The seam's got it angling in, and there are some little green grass patches on the wicket, and it's just clipped one of the green grass patches, and it's not sort of decked away. If anything, it's just stood up. It's just stood up a touch, and that difference in movement has just beaten Jason Roy's outside edge of his bat. He's given a nod of approval.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar is in. Jason Roy forward. Squirts it out on the offside, really, to points, and there's no run.
Again, another fantastic bit of bowling here by Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. He's wanting to bowl the ball in, not give Jason Roy any sort of width whatsoever. Interesting to see how the England batsmen keep attacking this passage of play, because yes, England play are expansive. They want to be free flowing. They want to get runs on the board. But this is a fantastic bit of bowling. England have got to get their head down to get over this spell, because if not, they could be in trouble.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar is in. It's the straight one, and Jason Roy swings very, very hard at this one, gets no contact, and it goes through to Rishabh Pant for no run.
Is that what you meant, Harmy? Just a full-blooded swing outside off stump? Keep your head down?
There was a little bit of width in that, so I'll give that to Jason Roy. But at the end of the day, it just shows you, because of the pressure that Bhuvaneshwar Kumar's put on Jason Roy, bringing it back in, lets the ball go, a little bit of width, trying to bring slip into play. No foot movement, head's fallen over, balance is gone, trying to hit too hard, completely missed it.
Final ball of this over. Jason Roy is punching to mid-off. He's going to take a single for the shot, and we'll get there. It's well fielded. The throw comes in from Hardik Pandya. It's well backed up as well by Kuldeep Yadav, but the single is taken. And England are 5 without loss after 3 overs here on TalkSport 2. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar has now bowled 2 overs that have conceded 4. He went for 30 from 9 overs. He took 2 for 30 in the first game, and Bhuvaneshwar Kumar is applying the pressure. And just seeing the replay, the throw from Hardik Pandya, had it hit, Jason Roy would have been short of his ground.
Yeah, that's just pressure. That's pressure. Jason Roy, he's having a tough time down Kumar's end, thinking, right, I need to get to the other end very, very quickly. He's looked to push it and run. He would have been out. He would have been a long way out. Very good fielding by the Indian mid-off.
Jason Roy is still on strike due to that single, and he's just lobbed this one up into the offside, and it lands short of Virat Kohli. He's got crossed up really facing Prasidha, and it's just lobbed out, and Virat Kohli coming running in, then gets the dive, but it lands short of him.
This is just pressure. This is constant pressure by 2 bowlers who are putting the ball in a good area, in and around off stump, not giving England any width, not giving Roy a chance to get his hands free, not bowling too full, so they can hit through the line of the ball, bowling good back of length, test match length if anything, because the surface is just holding in with the brand new ball. Excellent bowling by India.
Prasidha in once again. Jason Roy turning it on the onside, can't beat the fielder at mid-wicket, and he remains on strike. It's England 5 without loss. There's been 20 balls of the innings so far, and Jason Roy has faced 17 of them. He's got stuck down the striker's end. He's not hitting boundaries, and at the moment he can't rotate the strike either.
And it'd be interesting to see how Jason Roy attacks this passage, because in inexperienced Jason Roy, a Jason Roy with no confidence might just give it away. He's now got to get his head down and think, right, I've got to try and just try and overcome this little passage.
Beautiful straight drive from Roy. Prasidha just was too full on that one, and that will release a little bit of pressure. Jason Roy goes to 9, his first 4 of the innings. England 9 without loss.
Huge confidence booster for Roy. Good batting by Jason Roy, not moving too much, not trying to hit it too hard. Let the ball come to him. Ball in and around off stump, a little bit over pitch, not exactly a half volley. Hit straight back past the bowler, who couldn't stop it. Good shot, good confidence booster for Jason Roy.
4th ball of the over. Prasidha is in. Jason Roy's coming at the bowler. He's hit again to Hardik Pandya at mid-off. They will scamper the single. Hardik holds on to it on this occasion, knowing he's not going to be able to get the shy away, and that ball was 143 kilometres an hour. Prasidha is definitely working up some pace in this spell, but of course, as we've seen before, sometimes the quicker it arrives, the quicker it disappears if you can get it away.
Absolutely, but the lines and the lengths of bowl, lengths especially, the lengths have been fantastic, and difficult because the bounce that Krishna gets, it is very, very difficult to stand there and really feel as though I can trust hitting this through the line of the ball. I can really sort of get on my toes and give this a good back foot punch, or come on, rock onto the front foot. Again, like Reece Topley in the first innings, a new ball just seems to be just bouncing that touch more.
Johnny Bairstow on strike to Prasidha then. He's in, bowls. Oh, that's another glorious straight drive from Prasidha in his follow-through. He's got the big old size 12 out and managed to block it away, but that was almost going to be a carbon copy of the Jason Roy boundary from 2 balls ago. Prasidha just a little bit too full. I suppose better to be that than too short. Get it up there. And Johnny Bairstow's absolutely pinged that one out the screws, but gets nothing for it.
Yeah, it's a fantastic shot by Bairstow. Great bit of timing. And the old size 12s, much better than the hands for the fast bowlers. It's easier to stop when you've got your big 12s in the way, size 12s in the way. Stop a certain boundary. Fantastic shot by Bairstow.
10 without loss as Bairstow drives into the offside. Hardik Pandya is in an awful lot of the ball at mid-off at the moment. That one is straight to him and ends the 4th over. It's commentary of the second one-day international between India and England on TalkSport 2, with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team writing, of course, with an edge. And the second of 3 matches, with England having lost the first, so just a reminder, they do have to win this if they've got pretensions of winning the series. 327 more runs from 46 overs is the requirement for England, because they were set 337 from their 50 after 4. They are 10 without loss.
And a good start from India, but no damage from England, and that's what you can hold hope on. Yes, it's a big total, but all of a sudden, if England, because India have bowled well and potentially try and risk and they lose a wicket by not just absorbing this spell and then going again, they'll be behind the 8 ball.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar to start a new over. He's got Jason Roy walking at him, turning to mid-on. Shardul Thakur will do the fielding at mid-on, but can't prevent the single being taken. Roy has 11 from 20.
That's good batting. That's good batting by Jason Roy. He's a power player. He wants to stand there and hit boundaries, hit 6s and 4s, and get off to strike rate up and get off to a good start. But understanding that bowler can bowl well. He has got a brand new ball. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar is swinging it, but in good areas. So look to rotate the strike. Look to try and change the angle of attack for the Indian bowlers.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar is in. It's a shorter ball. Johnny Bairstow pulls, and it goes wide of the man at mid-on. And Shardul Thakur can't catch it. It goes all the way for 4. Johnny Bairstow is off the mark. He's off the mark with the boundary. England 15 without loss.
Yeah, and it's not a huge big shot, not timed perfectly well, but it's a boundary. It's a boundary that will give Johnny Bairstow some confidence. He hit the ball lovely down the ground in the last over. Jason Roy advanced out of the crease. Maybe Bhuvaneshwar Kumar's thinking that, just had to drag his length back just a touch too far, and Johnny Bairstow capitalised, got himself a nice confident boost in 4.
He's walking a little bit at Bhuvaneshwar Kumar here and turning to mid-on as Thakur will field. And again, England take a comfortable single. They've got 6 off 3 deliveries already. And that's the important thing. Just keep the scoreboard ticking over at this stage. I'll say again, India, after the first 10 overs of their innings, were 41 for 2. So they didn't go out and Jaya Surya it from the very first ball. That's not the way you can make up at the back end of the innings. So England at the moment are going at a similar kind of rate themselves. So they're giving themselves a platform, giving themselves a start. They're 16 without loss, halfway through the 5th. A little bit of width on offer. Oh, brilliantly fielded by Virat Kohli. Jason Roy got a ball and threw his hands at it. If it beats Virat Kohli, it is going for 4. But the Indian captain diving away to his right-hand side. What a save.
Yeah, good stop. That's what you want when your bowlers are bowling well, and they are bowling well. England have had to come out with a different plan here to try and rotate the strike, advance down the wicket, put Bhuvaneshwar Kumar off his length. And what you want from your fielders is, if the ball goes in the air, take these diving catches, but if the ball goes on the ground, throw your body at it, make sure you get a good stop. Gives the bowler that little bit more confidence that he's doing a good job and his fielders are with him.
There's a slip. Third man is coming up inside the circle because the second man out that is allowed out in the first 10 overs is going. There's a long leg and now a deep mid-wicket for Jason Roy. Is this the double bluff, or are they going to give him the short one? Bhuvi Kumar goes in. It's a ball that is pitched up and Roy will turn it down to long leg, where Prasida will do the fielding, and a single is taken. 17 without loss. So there's a ring of 3 on the offside, then a mid-off. Only 2 allowed outside the 30-metre circle in this first 10 over period. Still got natural light at the moment. I guess in about half an hour's time then the lights will take over. Coming up 6:10 in the evening, Friday evening in Pune.
I think England will want that light to come quicker and hope that the dew factor comes in, because not only is it more difficult to hold the ball, it just skids on a little bit with off the surface, especially when the spin bowlers will be on.
In comes Bhuvaneshwar Kumar to complete the over, and it's a short, quick one to Johnny Bairstow that Bairstow thought about playing and bailed out. There's a few smiles all round. He's probably quite glad he did bail out on that one. 17 without loss after 5 overs are England trying to make 337. By the way, while we're talking about times and time to play and all that, don't forget Sunday morning the clocks go forward. We go on to summertime on Sunday morning in the UK. So the first ball of the match is at 9 o'clock rather than the 8 o'clock that we've been having. So it's one of the great things about organised sport, I always think, is going on to summertime, and then when we go back to Greenwich Mean Time, there's always someone in your club that forgets and either rocks up an hour early or an hour late.
Sunday morning football was brilliant, absolutely brilliant for that.
Procida to start a new over. Jason Roy's whacked him through mid-wicket, and Jason Roy has decided that one had got to go. It's pulled away beautifully. Roy goes to 16, England 21 without loss.
Yeah, dismissive from Roy. Interesting, the over before he advanced down the wicket to Bhubaneswar Kumar, and possibly Krishna thinks he was going to do that, so he's just dragged his length back. Roy goes all the way back in his crease, gets a inexperienced bowler, boundary off the first ball in the power play. This is what Jason Roy wants. Jason Roy will feel as though he's worked hard for this position, and now we'll be looking to capitalise in the latter half of the power play.
Bhubaneswar Kumar goes in again. Sorry, Procida goes in again, and Jason Roy, whoa, what a good shot that is, through square leg, and that goes for 4 as well. 4 fours in the innings for England, and back-to-back ones from Jason Roy as he goes to 20. That wasn't massively short, but Jason Roy's just whipped it through square leg and away.
No, not massively short, but the way the bounce is off this newer ball. Krishna's a bit taller than Bhubaneswar Kumar and a little bit more pace, so Jason Roy's probably just sitting more on the back foot, thinking if he gives me width outside off stump, Jason Roy's got that lovely back foot punch, but he's also, if he comes a little bit straighter, I can pull him off a length, and that's what he's done these first 2 balls of the over.
Procida is in once again, right arm over. He's taking Jason Roy on the chest on this occasion. Roy was looking for the pull, and it was just sort of bowled hard into the pitch. Not a short ball, deliberate short ball, but Jason Roy wasn't able to get anything on that, and England remained 25 without loss.
Yeah, similar lengths to the first 2, and that's what tall bowlers do to you. They do. But ball doesn't quite come off the surface as well as what somebody a little bit more consistent does. That's what Krishna does as a big tall bowler who doesn't always get his action right. We talked in the mid-break, me, Goffey and Tudes with Jared, about the action and the bowling action. When he doesn't quite get it right, he has natural variation, and that was what it there. It was just a natural variation of his action, and Jason Roy was through the shot before the ball got there.
Procida is in, and so again another short ball. There's fine leg up inside the circle, and Jason Roy beats the man at fine leg, gets it about 5 metres to his left, and as a result it's a 3rd boundary in the over. It's a cracking over from England's point of view, 12 from it from 4 deliveries, and the runs are flowing at the moment. England 29 without loss.
Well, this is more like Jason Roy and Johnny Bairstow can catch up. This is what they can do in 1 over, in the natural variation there. That was a little bit quicker, that bounced a little bit more, and it was very, very good batting, and shows you how much Jason Roy is watching the ball. Didn't try and hit it too hard, bounced on him a little bit, got a bit closer to him, and he knew he just had to ride the bounce and help it on its way around the corner to pass 45, and he was going to get a boundary.
That's a quicker delivery from Procida outside of off stump. Jason Roy has nothing to do with it. When you've already taken 12 off the over, you don't have to. And that one again is around the 140 kilometres an hour mark, so England remain 29 without loss. Good pace, good carry. Rishabh Pant takes it round about throat high in the end.
They've just thrown the ball into the back of Prasis there as they've given the ball around. Is there something in his bowling why he goes for more runs with the new ball? We've only seen 2 games. It's only his 2nd game, and he may never have gone for this many runs before with the new ball. But is there something you spotted, Harmy?
Procida is in, and Jason Roy, well fielded again. Virat Kohli again going to his right. They will take a single as he's knocked it down. Not able to stop it cleanly at first attempt, but he saved 3 runs there, most definitely. England are 30 without loss after 6 overs. Guy Swindles is going to come in to take over the ball by ball after Harmy has answered Jared's question.
Yeah, I can see, and I found this in when I was bowling in white ball cricket. You're easily pulled off your length because of how tall he is. So your margin for error when you haven't got as many men out the side the circle is so much smaller. in an ideal world, Virat Kohli would throw the ball to him with a mid-on, mid-off up, deep point, deep square leg, fine leg, third man, and then say, right, ball back of a length. If they try and pull you off length, or they try and cut you, or they try and slash you, well, you've got boundary riders to stop that. But you also, if you bowl that little bit fuller, we bring the outside edge into play and the bounce that gets to it. So I think it's just bowling in the power play and not having as many fielders outside the circle because of somebody who's so tall, who has natural variations trying to bowl it into the surface, which means that batsman can just lean back on and sit back on the crease and pull them off length.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar in and being treated with rather more respect by Jason Roy, who plays a forward defensive shot up to mid-on, no run.
Plus, as well as that, Jared, when you look at the tall bowler, you see the pull down to fine leg because of the angle that it's coming and the ball that it's bounced. You've just got to help it on its way. You don't get that with someone like Bhuvneshwar Kumar or a shorter bowler. You can put a ring field. He bowls top of off stump. It's very difficult to get through the field. Where the taller bowlers, you can actually get it over the infield.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar in again. That's down the leg side. That should be a wide. Just waiting to see. It is certainly called that.
It's interesting, in T20 cricket, the theory at least is that taller bowlers are better in the power play because if you're trying to hit them across the line, you hit them straight up in the air. But when you're milking players, which is really what you're doing at the top of a one-day game, you can see how that would go the opposite direction.
Absolutely, 100%, and I think that is the key. But that's something that these two don't do. But Pesto and Roy, they ain't looking to milk; they're looking to sort of get on with it.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar, a man difficult to get on with it against, as that's cut over the top of the wicket-keeper brilliantly by Jason Roy. What a shot that was. It was a little bit short outside off stump, but it was treated with almost contempt as he just cut it over the wicket-keeper for 4. England moved to 35 now without loss, and Jason Roy batting beautifully at the moment, it must be said, is currently 29 not out.
Well, rewind 4, 5, 6 weeks, we said about Test match cricket, England haven't earned the right to score runs. Jason Roy in this innings has earned the right to score runs. India have bowled fantastically well to Jason Roy so far, and then all of a sudden one advance down the wicket, a good boundary. Now he's starting looking as though he's in a bit of touch.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar in again, and that's driven by Jason Roy. Brilliant. Absolutely superb from the Surrey man. Again, it beats the fielder who was sprinting down Shardul to try and cut it off, but an on drive has now gone for 4 as well, and that's back-to-back boundaries from Jason Roy, and he is looking now to get on the front foot against these Indian bowlers.
That's a phenomenal shot. That is a fantastic shot. He's standing there in his crease, he's let the ball come to him, and the power that he's put in this to go back down the ground, not lost his body shape or anything, and again it comes back to he's earned the right to get himself in this position to score runs.
Kumar in again, and this is cut away into the covers by Jason Roy for no run, but that shot was something else. Looking at it again, and when you actually have the benefit of a replay, and you can see that he's punching it away on the back foot with that amount of power for 4. So Jason Roy now doing exactly what England were hoping he would. He's moved on to 33 from 32 balls. Johnny Bairstow has only faced a quarter of the deliveries Jason Roy has faced, just the 8 so far for Johnny Bairstow. He is 5 not out, but England have now moved on to 39 without loss. Bhuvneshwar Kumar in again, and that's thumped to Virat Kohli at cover by Jason Roy. Seems to be picking out Virat Kohli with almost unerring accuracy at times.
Yeah, be disappointed. You could just see in his body language there. He cursed a little bit. Just see he got a little bit frustrated there because he felt as that was in his scoring area. That was in Jason Roy's scoring area. And he'd be disappointed he didn't put that away for 4. Bhuvneshwar Kumar doesn't give you many bad balls to hit, and that was one that Jason Roy would have thought, I've missed out here. I've worked so hard and I missed out on a hit there.
Still runs coming from this over as that's flicked away on the leg side and will be a single, and Jason Roy will steal the strike again, as he has done so many times in the 7 overs that we've had of the England innings so far here on TalkSport 2. At the end of that 7th over, though, Roy, 34 from 34 balls, has made sure England have reached 40 without loss. so they require now another 297 from 43 overs at a fraction under 7 and over. So good start.
Good start, yeah. Honours even, I would say. I think India have bowled very well in that first 5 overs. England have come back into it in the last 2 overs of the power play. 3 overs to go inside the power play. Be interesting to see what happens when Thakur comes on, who I'd imagine will bowl one of the next 2 or 3 overs, try and hit the pitch hard, and whether England try and take, Bairstow or Roy tries to take him down. But I would say honours even for the first 7 overs. India bowl well. England are starting to look as though they're coming back into this power play.
Well, Prasida will continue despite taking a little bit of punishment in his last over, which went for 13, including 3 boundaries. Prasida Krishna will be bowling again, and that is pulled away by Jason Roy. Timing, well, good, but picks out the fielder. And he didn't really try to smash the ball to the boundary, but it means Johnny Bairstow will get a bat, which he'll enjoy.
Yeah, Johnny's just assessing the situation from the non-striker's end. Sometimes that's not a bad thing. Johnny will be seeing the ball swing and bounce that a little bit and think, oh, well, I'm happy down here. Go on, Jason, you have a go. Jason Roy's come through that passage of play very, very well, and he's now looking to cash in, say, the second half of this power play. It's massively important that England do the power play well, chasing what is a very, very, very good total that India posted.
Absolutely right. Crucially feel that these two do set England on their way. Prasida's in again. Johnny Bairstow in just the 9th ball he has faced, in comparison with the 35 Jason Roy has faced. His timing isn't quite as good, and that comes off a thickish inside edge. 2 long on. There'll be no run, and Alex Tudor joins us now alongside Harmy and myself. Tudes.
Yeah, decent start, isn't it?
Give
no
Harmy
wickets
a rest.
down. Let him have his lunch.
In again is Prasida. No run though, as once again Johnny Bairstow middles this one. It goes up to mid-off though, and there will not be a run. But he started slowly the other day before suddenly smashing something like 22, I think, off an over from Prasida Krishna on that occasion. So certainly the bowler will be wary facing Bairstow if he gets into his belligerent best.
Yeah, dangerous players if they're at the wicket for a period of time. Obviously, India would like to see the back of them. Obviously, England fans would like to see these two just continue on their merry way.
By some way, England's most successful opening partnership in this form of the game. That's punched up, and they go for a very quick single. Bairstow going to Hardik Pandya. Always a risk. He's a very fine fieldsman indeed, but Bairstow was very quick off the mark, one of the better runners in the game, and in the end he got home pretty safely for a single, and he moves on now to 6, and England moved on to 42 without loss.
No, I just think it's important when you've had a good start, like Jason Roy is 35 from 35, that you continue. We always talk about the conversion rate with the Indian top order batsmen. Their conversion rate is phenomenal.
And we've seen this a little bit with Jason Roy so far. I think 4 innings, including across the T20s and the first ODI here, he's got into the 40s playing beautifully, but has yet to record a half century. In again, and that's nicely shaped to point from Jason Roy. No run.
I always have a running joke with the kids at my school, and like I say, I don't want to see pretty 40s and 30s. They don't pay the bills. You know, I mean, you'll go home, you turn on the lights, they ain't working. You know, you got to go on, you got to go big, you got to be hungry. Like the Indian batsmen, you know, their conversion rate is. I keep going on about it, and I'm sure Gerard will come on and tell us about the percentage of conversion, but it is phenomenal.
Well, we've seen 7 half centuries or better already in 2 games. As in again comes Prasida, and that's launched over the ring of fieldsmen. Well, it's interesting that although the power play has officially finished, Jason Roy isn't worried. He goes over cover before and finishes that particular over on a high. England move to 46 without loss. Roy is 39 not out from 37 deliveries. Johnny Bairstow 6 from 11. And on TalkSport 2, England require 291 runs from 42 overs.
Just to go on the 100th thing there, guys. So Rohit Sharma in the last 5 years has 19 hundreds, and Bairstow, Root and Roy combined have 26.
Yeah.
It does show. It tells you, but I think that is part of the tactic as well. The two different ways that the teams are looking at it. But the England batting lineup is not as long as it was in the heyday. You know, when you had, Plunkett or Rashid batting at 11, before Joffre came in, when it was all about the all-rounders, and guys like David Willey were playing. It's not quite as strong now. So I'd be interesting to see if the England top order just pull back a little bit more, maybe just in that middle over period, just to make sure that they do get those big scores, and then allow for Joss Buttler and Moeen Ali and everyone to come in and swing.
And that was always used to be my point. I think Alan Butcher, who I respect massively, and he would always say, if you've got too many batters, they always rely on the next guys. Like, next guy will get it, next guy will get it. And I just feel sometimes you're saying, right, I'm batting with the top 6, and that's it. So you guys need to go out there. This is what you get paid to do. Go out there and get your runs.
The psychology of that is so weird. So we played in a game with the Melbourne Stars when I was the analyst, where we took out a batsman, and literally the top order guys just all froze because they were worried that there was one fewer batsman in the side. So it can the exact same thing can go the complete other way, can't it? And especially in limited overs cricket, you're never quite sure what that little change will actually do to a team. But when Hardik Pandya went up to number 6, was it in the T20 game, wasn't it? When Hardik Pandya went up to number 6, he changed the way he went about his innings a little bit.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar is in, and there's a big LBW shout, and certainly Alex Tudor and Jared Kimber were immediately suggesting that looked pretty plumb to them. So now we are having a discussion between the bowler and the skipper, and Virat Kohli has decided against. So despite the best efforts of Jared Kimber and Alex Tudor, no LBW shout, appeal for an LBW, a review for an LBW. Instead, Jason Roy can carry on. Over the top slightly.
That's why we're here. That's why we're here. We're not umpires. Hit a back leg, maybe just outside, maybe, possibly.
Oh, and that's another good one. That's an inside edge onto pad.
But this is great bowling. The one thing you don't want to do with Johnny Bairstow is give him room. They feel that the ball coming back into him, causing him issues, and that's what Bhuvneshwar Kumar is doing fantastically well here, as we just look.
Ooh, interesting. It was umpire's call, well, I'm not sure. It was very close. I think if they'd reviewed it, I think it would have been umpire's call and he'd survived, but it was desperately close. So, well judged as Bhuvneshwar Kumar's in again, and that's flicked round the corner. Can the fieldsman get there? No, he can't. It goes up to fine leg for 4, and Johnny Bairstow, well, that's his second 4, and that will release the shackles a little, and he moves to 10. England's 50 comes up in the 9th over. So excellent effort as far as England are concerned from just 51 balls, so just the start that they would have needed in pursuit of the 337 that they need for victory. 50 without loss, and yet another 50 opening partnership between Jason Roy and Johnny Bairstow. Bhuvneshwar Kumar in again, and Bairstow this time plays it out onto the leg side. Easy single, they move to 51.
Yeah, they've got a good understanding, these two, Jason Roy and Johnny Bairstow. They like batting together. And what I like is that they don't try and outdo each other. Obviously Jason Roy is 39 from 37. Johnny Bairstow's hardly faced any bowling. He's only faced 15 deliveries, 11. So he's like, all right, you're on it tonight. I'll give you the strike, and then if you get out, I will go. And I quite like that. Sometimes you have batsmen who are in and they're trying to outdo each other, which can be good fun, I'm sure, for the listeners listening or people watching.
In again is Bhuvneshwar Kumar. That's driven up to mid-on by Jason Roy, but on this occasion there won't be a run. Yeah, Bairstow and Roy have the highest average opening stand in ODIs for pairs who have played at least 20 innings together. It's over 60 in 42 innings. What a platform that is for any side, and one of the reasons that England, as long as they win this next 2, will be ranked number 1 in the world. But certainly between India and England, nothing much, and that's thanks to Roy and Bairstow. As far as England are concerned, a terrific opening partnership that's played very Sensibly back to the bowler by Jason Roy for the end of the over. You're listening to commentary of the second of 3 one-day internationals against India on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team, including Lizzie Ammon, Simon Wilde and former England captains Mike Atherton and Sir Alistair Cook. England then currently 51 without loss at the end of the 9th over. They require another 286 from 41 overs. That's a run rate of a fraction under 7 an over. Johnny Bairstow 11, Jason Roy 39, and Jared Kimber is quickly in on me there.
Just on the opening partnership, so you talked about them having the highest average from minimum 20 innings in ODI cricket history for opening batsmen. They're also the quickest, and they're the quickest by a distance as well. They've got a strike rate of 117 in those partnerships that they put on together, where they're averaging 60. Brendan McCullum's on this list twice, unsurprisingly, batting with Martin Guptill and Jesse Ryder. And Sehwag is on this list as well. So it's everyone else is under 110 strike rate from minimum 20, and they're at 117. So they score more runs, and they score quicker than anyone else ever.
To do that when McCullum and Guptill are batting together, that is some record. Anyway, we have a change in the bowling. Shardul Thakur will be coming on. First change for Prasidit, whose opening salvo comes to an end. And Thakur has caused England a few problems. He's gone for a few runs, but he's usually taken wickets so far in the white ball game. Shorter run than some of his fellow quicks, and he's in right arm over, and Johnny Bairstow plays a very correct forward defensive out to mid-on, no run.
And that's a good knack to have, and one thing I always tell to bowlers now is, what's your role? His role is not to bowl dots, his role is to take wickets, and in doing so he may be a little bit expensive, but if he keeps picking up 3 and 4-fers, Virat Kohli is going to be a very, very happy man. And it's just knowing the team, knowing what your role is, and him and his individual knowing what his role is. Very, very important. Clarity.
As the pressure is off, I guess, if you're just told, just get me some wickets. He's in again. Johnny Bairstow steps outside off stump to try and make some room on the leg side. He plays it on the leg side, but straight to the fielder, no run.
It's not so much the pressure's off, guy. I just think it's all bowlers are different. You know, I used to bowl with Martin Bicknell. Martin Bicknell was very economical. He's going to bowl maidens, but also he's going to get people out because of his bounce and height, and he bowled it away. But my job was to be explosive and try and get wickets. So if I bowled 5 overs for 30, the captain doesn't really care if I've picked up 2 wickets.
Well, Thakur is in again, and that's cut away by Bairstow, but straight to the fielder. It's a good shot for nothing. But that's 3 dot balls in Thakur's first over.
I mean, don't get me wrong, if you're in rhythm, you'll be able to bowl it pretty much where you want and stuff like that. But I knew my job was to come on, unsettle the batsman, bowl a few short, bowl the odd one on backward length. I might get flayed over point or whatever, or get pulled. But generally, I was able to pick up wickets.
Dusk settling over the Pune Stadium as that's pulled away by Bairstow. That is a good shot. He was through that very quickly and smashes the ball on the pull to certainly long on-ish area between mid-wicket and long on. Good shot.
I always say as a fast bowler, you don't want to be getting pulled in front of square, and that was way in front of square, sort of that mid-wicket region. He's picked up length very, very quickly there, Johnny Bairstow. It's good batting.
And he was doing this the other day. Suddenly he shifted gear and suddenly seemed to be seeing the ball with so much time. Thakur in again. This time he forces Bairstow again onto the more defensive shot, but Bairstow middling the ball now, and that goes at pace to mid-on, no run.
And I think that 4 would have just maybe get him going, as you said there, Guy. That next ball, he's absolutely middled that to mid-on. Hit it far too sweet for him to get a single, but he just sometimes it's one shot or so that gets you going, and maybe that pull shot's the shot to get Johnny Bairstow's innings going.
He's 15 from 20 deliveries so far. Shardul Thakur has 1 more ball left in his over. He has quite an impressive quiff with the sides cut with the haircut. So a number 1 round the sides, but the quiff on the top, which bounces as he comes in to bowl again to Bairstow, punches away through the covers, and that will be 4 more. That's a really good shot with excellent timing, and what had been an excellent over from Thakur. Suddenly there's 8 runs from it. At the end of the 10th over, England have 59 runs. They've yet to lose a wicket. In comparison, India were 41 for 2. Johnny Bairstow now cranking it up a bit, 19 from 21. Jason Roy, 39 from 39. And if you're chasing 337, which is what England are doing for victory, you need a good start. And once again, they've provided it.
Guy, there's nothing better in the game, really, when you see a batsman back foot punch, up on his toes, sort of effortless, just using the pace on the ball, piercing the field. It's a fantastic shot. We see Joe Root do it a lot in Test cricket and ODI cricket, and to see Johnny Bairstow there, as I said, I think that pulled 4 has just got him ticking, got him going, got his timing going, and that was just a shot there. So yeah, I'm in form now.
And they're up with their average 59. Well, they're a run below the average for these two in their career as England's opening pair, fraction over 60, and they're doing what they do best once again. Virat Kohli, while not panicking yet, well, he's turned to spin in the 11th over as Kuldeep Yadav comes on, who was slightly expensive in the last match. His 9 overs going for 68, and certainly his skipper will be looking for a little more control in this outing for Yadav. But certainly Kuldeep, and a bit of spin required to just change the rhythm of this match. And he's in, and that's driven by Jason Roy up to Virat Kohli. An extra cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, I don't think these two are going to let him settle. They're going to be after him straight away, as you rightly said there, Guy. In his previous game, got put to the sword a little bit, and they'll be after him.
It is a change, though. They were just beginning to tuck in to the pacemen, so just a bit of a change of tactic from India, certainly from England, who in both the ODIs so far have bowled their spinners much later in the innings. India looking to get theirs on as soon as the first power play is finished, and that's punched on the back foot, rocking back onto the back foot, punches it down to mid-off. There's only a single, wasn't quite timed, goes to Shikhar. And slightly disappointed, Jason Roy goes through for a single rather than the boundary he was hoping for.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get that through the covers, really. And ended up hitting it straight to mid-off, deep mid-off. That's why I think he was a little bit upset. He could see a gap there. Ball coming back into him. Ended up just hitting it down to long off.
Where it was easier for Shikhar Dhawan. Kuldeep Yadav in again, left arm over, and that's a little bit on the short side. Cut away by Johnny Bairstow, but straight to the fielder at cover, no run. So immediately a little bit of a break applied. Johnny Bairstow, 19 not out now. Kuldeep Yadav in again, and that swept by Bairstow is a long way forward. Big LBW shout. Certainly a lot would need to be right for that to be given out LBW. And once again, Virat Kohli declines the opportunity to review.
Yeah, doing all right, pitching outside line, missing it, missing another set of stumps, to be fair. So, good decision from the skipper.
Yes, that would have been embarrassing if he had actually gone for that. As it is, Kuldeep Yadav knows he beat his man a bit, and that is forces a false shot from Johnny Bairstow, who gets a little bit of a leading edge as it plops into the mid-wicket area. There is no run, and after England had just looked as if they were accelerating, this is a really good over as far as India are concerned, and Kuldeep Yadav just the single from it. Bit of trouble caused, but that is short and swung away, but there is a fielder now in the deep, and Prasida is there to make sure that England can only take a single. There'll just be 2 then from that over. England move up to 61. Roy 40 not out, Bairstow 20 not out here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed that he didn't dispatch that slightly long hop going, turning even more so to the leg side. Johnny pounced on it, but there was a man operating down there, the deep square, sort of very fine, so he was able to do that. But a good first over for Coldy. As we said, you know, the game before he was very expensive, so he's just that would have settled his nerves just going for those 2 runs. Be interested to see how he goes for the rest of the evening.
Quite an interesting comparing the skyline in Pune, which is a glorious peach and purple colour as the sun sets there, and the window outside the 17th floor here at London Bridge, where it is raining, grey and miserable. Well, England certainly aren't grey and miserable at the moment. They're 61 without loss, chasing 337 for victory. They require another 276 from 39 overs. Run rate has just crept above 7 again, and it will be Thakur to continue. Johnny Bairstow grabbed the strike with the last ball, and that's down the leg side and will be a wide. We will still need another 6 balls at least in this over, and England move to 62 without loss.
Yeah, it's a bad start. It was the first boys. I always talk about that first ball of your over and that last ball. Get out the over very well. That's a bad start.
Shardul Thakur will be disappointed with that, particularly after Kuldeep Yadav had applied the brake so well in the last over. But interesting head-to-head between these two. They met 3 times. Johnny Bairstow has scored 31 runs, but he's been got out twice by Shardul Thakur in 3 one-day internationals, so it's going to be interesting to see whether he can survive on this particular occasion. He had scored 98, of course, before he was out in the last match. 94, sorry.
Trying to get to that 100 with a 6, wasn't he?
He was a bit, just mistimed it. Shardul Thakur, though, in again. Right arm over the wicket. Bairstow plays a very correct-looking forward drive that Shoreditch's recover is in very swiftly to pick up the ball, and there will be no run.
Guy, can we talk about Kuldeep Yadav a little bit?
I'd love to.
Excellent. Up until the start of 2019, he was averaging 20 in one-day cricket, going at 4.7 runs and over and taking 2 wickets per match. I think you will all agree that is good.
You'd like that. You'd really like that in your
Agreed.
team.
Since then, his bowling average is 39, going at 5.6 runs a game, and he's taking 1.25 wickets a match. He has really, really struggled. I think...
in again on this occasion, Thakur, and that is punched up to mid-on, no run.
I think there are so few left-arm wrist spinners in the game that if you are a quality one, and he is a quality one, that you get a bit of a honeymoon period, and then after that you have to be a good bowler to survive. So we've seen Tabree Shamsi have a really good record and then sort of peter off, not quite to this level, and we've seen it with lots of left-arm wrist spinners happen with Paul Adams back in the day. You know, it's very rare for you to be a consistently good left-arm wrist spinner. For one reason is that the way that their technique is, their front arm drops, so they're not as consistent landing the ball as leg spinners usually are.
In again is Shardul Thakur, and that's a forward defensive, very correctly played, back to the bowler, no run.
But also there's so much footage now, you're just not going to get away when batsmen just have it at will, can't they? There's clips everywhere, so you have to have a few more tricks, don't you? You can't, as I will keep saying about, you can't be a one-trick pony. You got to have, and you got to know that as a bowler, because these guys are watching you, so you got to change it up a little bit.
Yeah, and I think also that they are a lot more dependent on their wrong end, because it's going away from the right-handed batsman. So it means you're actually showing it more, which means there's more chance of it being picked than there is for a leg spinner. So I think all those sorts of things come into play. But you face, for every 100 balls you face in international cricket, less than one of them is from a left-arm wrist spinner. So you could go through a whole career and never really see much.
Perhaps in again, and that is driven nicely by Johnny Bairstow, but straight to the fielder. They do, however, pick up a single on this occasion. There's one more ball left of this over. England 63 without loss.
Michael Bevan. How could you forget Bev?
So, in your first-class career, I reckon you would have played against 3. Brad Hogg, Michael Bevan and Simon Kadich. So 3 Australian batsmen who happen to be in county cricket. They're the 3 you are most likely to have faced, because it is so hard to find them in county cricket. They did occasionally pop up. Recently, the Dutch had a very good one. Is it Michael Rippon, who's now playing for New Zealand? But he never got a county deal, or not a permanent one anyway.
Thakur in again, and Jason Roy uppishly, but through the covers, and they'll pick up at least one. I don't think that they'll be able to get back for the second as Prasada came in. So 3 runs come from that 12th over, including that wide with the first ball. So good recovery by Shardul Thakur, and England, after the 12 overs that they have faced so far, are 64 without loss. They require another 273 from 38 overs at 7.17 here on TalkSport 2.
I think in the T10 there was a young Englishman who'd been picked up, young left arm wrist spinner. I think he was left arm. Was it now? I can't remember if it was left arm or wrist or leg spin. But someone who'd only played like a game for Yorkshire or Lancashire and then got picked up. So I think there is maybe that sort of wrist spin that's happened in places like Nepal and Afghanistan and random places will start to sweep through English cricket. Whereas before, maybe in 4-day cricket, the wrist spin wasn't as important to England. But in T20, it's going to change things, I think.
Well, as Yuldip comes in again, it is tucked away onto the leg side. And taking over on commentary as England move to 65 without loss is Mark Nicholas.
Yeah, the big test for Kuldeep. He needs to keep it full. He has a tendency, as a few wrist spinners do, to drop short when they start, and he'll be nervous. He improved the other night, but was never quite at his best. At his best, terrific bowler, natural wicket taker, got a good wrong 'un. Here he is now to Johnny Bairstow. And Bairstow's forward, driving. Good big stride there by Bairstow, getting as near to the pitch of the ball as he can. It goes out to long off for a single. India in their well-known dark blue, and so it's a slight retro look about it with the stripes, the red and white stripes across the shoulders. India in their sort of famous dark blue. England in their light blue, and that comes back a little at Roy, and he inside edges it onto his inside thigh. It always stings a bit, but he pretends it doesn't sting. Yeah, England in the light blue that they won the World Cup in, but it's slightly different shade. As ever, the kits turn around pretty quickly to keep the commercial boys happy. No run from that ball. Arms in the air from Kuldeep Yadav as he bowls again to Jason Roy, and Roy looks to slap him but doesn't really get it. It just drifts out to deep mid-wicket for a single.
He was looking for a boundary there, wasn't he, Mark? He saw it, his eyes lit up, he saw a bit of height.
Had a huge backlift there. He sort of extended his arms in the backlift as if to say, this is disappearing to Mumbai.
Just lost his shape a little bit, try to hit it too hard. You know, as a batsman, try to hit too hard.
Time it. Time it, that's the key. Kuldeep again. And he's a bit fuller this time. That was the wrong, and it actually, Bairstow went to sweep it and missed it, and it is going to be called a wide. I wasn't sure the umpire would do that. It didn't miss his pad by much, but I think that's consistent by the umpire. It was a full ball down the leg side that Bairstow tried to sweep and missed, and so that penalises Kuldeep. Very solid start by England, albeit in the face of some excellent new ball bowling. It really zipped around, and Roy wasn't finding it easy particularly, and that's off the back foot. Bairstow ends up heading straight back without much power to Kuldeep Yadav.
It's good bowling. He started well here, Mark.
Yeah, much better length today, and it looks to me as if there's a bit more on the ball too. That just might be confidence following through properly. Normally get more on the ball. Spins it in his fingers now. A great mop of curly hair on his head. Blows out some warm Pune air from his mouth. Half smiles at the reverse sweep by Bairstow that goes straight to a fielder. So nothing comes of that ball, but plenty happened during it. 68 for no wicket. The target 337 on the back of a really excellent 100 by KL Rahul. Some fine batting too from Virat Kohli, Rishabh Pant and Hardik Pandya.
It was very entertaining, wasn't it? I mean, the way they go about it, that sort of slow start, but they always know they're going to make it up in that middle and back period is always very dangerous and ominous, because we with the England bowling lineup, we felt that was coming, didn't we?
Yeah, we were worried about their ability to resist once the muscles were being flexed, and we were proven right. 122 came from the last 10, by the way. That's a lot of runs of 10 overs. Shardul Thakur bowls now to Roy, who just nudges it into the leg side. Back they come for a second. They run very quickly. Bairstow's one of the 2 or 3 quickest in the world. When him and Warner back together for Sunrisers Hyderabad, the running between the wickets is electric.
I mean, this is totally different. This is domestic cricket, but James Foster and Ryan Tenderskata in T20 cricket, when I used to watch them down at Chelmsford, was ridiculous. They were running frees to the man on the sweep boundary.
Right.
It was frightening to see.
Yeah, well, of course, fielders become intimidated then. Tend to take their eye off the ball. Thakur bowls again, and it's safe. What happened there was Roy tried to turn it leg side, got a leading edge offside, and it looped up, but there was no one fielding where the ball went, so he got away with it. The bowler felt he deserved a wicket.
And he has to be a little bit careful here, does Jason, because as we said earlier, he's got a few faulties. He's got England off to a great start. He just needs to kick on for me. As well, I'll go back to that conversion rate. If you want to be known as a great player, that conversion rate has to be a lot better.
He's made a couple of big scores for England for sure. 106 over bowl. What a delivery that is. You were talking about Joel Garner earlier today. If he had bowled a ball like that, that bounced and moved away off the seam. Rishabh Pant flew to his right side to try to take it, but he dropped it. Bairstow didn't hit it because he had no chance of hitting it, so much did it move. Although it was a scrambled seam, not a seam up ball. Interesting.
Yeah, across the seam. Just had there is an extra little bounce in this wicket, a little bit tennis ball, Mark. And it's flown through.
Hasn't it? Wow. In fact, Pant, seeing it again then on TV, Pant did quite well to reach it. He flew like a salmon leaping from water. That's straight and just blocked. Oh, for 6, just over the head of mid-on. And I mean blocked. No follow-through from Johnny Bairstow. A remarkable shot, a brilliant shot, of course.
Absolutely fantastic. It's all technique. It's just a check drive. He's not followed through, he's just checked it, gone up to about shoulder height with his bat. And at one stage you're thinking, oh, is the infielder in? But no, long off was back. He's got absolutely no chance. But it's that base. He had a very good base, and he just went with his hands. He was able to get elevation. Yes. Fantastic cricket shot.
He was. It was a length ball, a fullish length, but a good length ball, not a hard volley. Here's Thakur again, and this time he looks to cut, but doesn't quite manage it, and he says no because he sees Kohli circling like a vulture there to strike upon his prey in that extra cover region, and he's wise not to take on the vulture that is Virat Kohli. 77 for no wicket to Roy, 46, Bairstow 28. They're currently scoring it to 5.5 and over. They need to score just over 7 and over to win the game. It is winnable. It's good foundations here, and from good foundations, well, from little acorns, as they say. Thakur bowls another excellent ball, and it's punched back at him by Bairstow. He does the fielding, so he hit pretty firmly out of the middle of the bat. 14 overs gone now, and still 77 for no wicket. I think we've established the old adage that it needs one of these guys to go on and go big. You know, if somebody gets 130, 140, well, you remember the great chance.
Yeah, dead right, Mark. And I think if you're always chasing 300 plus, the top 3, someone in the top 3, predominantly one of your openers needs to go big, as you say, get that sort of 130, 140, and then the rest back round him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big ask, of course. We'd settle for 100, but if it can go on. Roy got 160, I think, at the Oval in a one-day game, didn't he?
Yeah, I think, was that Australia against Australia, was it? Wasn't he? Parked them all over the place. Archbishop Tennyson's was in trouble there.
Oh, now, big hit. Has he sliced it? Has he got it? What's the story? Morning glory, or evening glory, I should say, on this occasion. 6 for Jason Roy, and he knows he didn't get that. He raises his bat for 50. He laughs at himself at the fact that the bats are so darn good. It just cleared the man at long on.
His heart would have been in his mouth, I know that, Mark. As we rightly said, you know, I've been at him a little bit getting these 40s. He's seen it again, sort of long in a delivery, and he's said, right, this is going. Came across it a little bit. I think he wanted to get it slightly wider.
Yes, you know what? It just spun a bit, that's why. Just an iota away from him. and therefore it missed the dead centre point of the bat. Now he slaps one out to mid-on for a single. And just incredible how often these guys clear the ropes when they don't quite time it. Anyway, he's got a 50, which is a real pleasure to him. You can see the joy in his face. Well, I can only tell you about it, but it really is writ large. It's more than just your average smile upon reaching a milestone. And now that's a hit out to long on, one bounce to Hardik Pandya by Johnny Bairstow. Darren Goff's moved in alongside me, and this is, well, it might not quite yet be heart-pumping stuff, Goffey, but it's surely gripping.
Well,
85 for no wicket.
I'm enjoying it. Jason Roy taking the lead this time, 53 not out from just 49 deliveries. But Johnny Bairstow, I mean, last over, Mark, that shot over mid-on. Oh my word. Out of this world. Just a punch, wasn't it? It looked like he just blocked it for one. Here, come on.
I said block. That's exactly the word I used, Goffey. I agree. It did. It's just what it looked like. Yeah, well, their timing's good. They're physically very strong. Bats are amazing. You know, they make good use of it. That's a single off down out to deep backward square for Roy, who's now on 54. Bairstow will have the strike. He's on 29. Kuldeep into the fifth ball of his third over. Has none for 15 at the moment. He doesn't dare over pitch against these boys. Nice drive that works its way out to deep mid wicket, though probably not quite where Bairstow intended it. I think he was aiming a bit straighter than that. Anyway, he sprints through for the single.
I think for England, isn't it, the key is to keep as many wickets as they can in the hutch. We saw with India how they could afford those last 20 overs.
Roy waits now and goes forward and tries to find a gap on the offside with his little forward push, but there isn't one. So it's the end of that over. 87 for no wicket. Roy on 54, Bairstow on 30, and you're listening to commentary of the second of 3 one-day internationals between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team writing with an edge.
In fact, that last 10 overs, what did they get?
122.
122 the last 10 overs. I say with wickets in hand, with a ball striking talent, they've got India. With England, it's a little bit different. We've got some quite high quality ball strikers as well in there with Butler and Stokes. But we play it slightly different. We're going to be way ahead of what India were. We were the other night and ended up losing the game. And I would say after 30 overs again, we were probably going to be way ahead of what India were. We've just got to finish like them now.
Oh, it's still a tough ask though. 250 for 30 from 35 overs. It's an awful lot of runs. Just got to stay in the game. Take it deep, you can win it. A little lovely punch down the ground. Not little, it's 6. There's nothing little about it. He's done it again. He's blocking sixes, is Johnny Bairstow.
He is blocking sixes. That is just an unbelievable strike. We talked about Hardik Pandya, the way he just punches the ball and backs his bat speed, backs his strength and backs his technique. Well, Johnny Bairstow has obviously learned something from it, because the last 2 shots he's played off Thakur down the ground have been breathtaking to watch. I mean, they are just punches that end up going over the ropes for 6. Fantastic to see. 93 for naught.
Goffey, you might have played. I played in the game for Michael Parkins' 11 at Maidenhead and Bray Cricket Club. Remember?
Yeah,
Bray Cricket Club. And Bairstow played age 13. He was. And here's Shardul Thakur to bowl at him. And now he flicks one over mid-wicket for 6 more. Bang, bang, 6-6, Johnny B.
Wow. It seems to have just got into a rhythm of punching the ball, isn't it? It's almost like it's not even a full swing of the bat. It's just a high bat lift coming down, and it's just a punch, like a 3/4 punch. It's a fantastic shot again through the leg side. A slower ball from Thakur, drifting onto leg stump. He just watched it all the way onto the bat, over square leg for the maximum. 99 for naught. Dear me.
15 overs and 2 balls. Yeah, I was just talking about it. At 13 years old, he played in this game, and there were a lot of good cricketers on the field. Internationals, county players, very good club players. Oh my God, could he play cricket? And didn't he rule the roost? He was king of the castle that day, I can tell you, as a 13-year-old.
Well, he was good at all sports, Johnny. He was good at rugby, he was good at hockey. fantastic at hockey actually, and obviously good at cricket.
Here he is on strike to Shardul Thakur. They've made a change or two to the field after a long chat with Virat Kohli, and that's a slower cutter, off cutter on the length and off stump, and Bairstow pushes it to backward point for no run. It's interesting that the back, you said high backlift, but actually, Goffey, it's not that high a backlift, is it? Do you know what I mean? Say compared to the great Brian Lara.
Well, it's lower than it was last year.
It is, isn't it?
He's changed it slightly, hasn't it? He was coming from really periscope
high,
material. Yeah,
I
and
wonder
he's
if
changed
it is an attempt to be more economical with the stroke, perhaps.
Yeah.
Better in the hitting
Well, there's
zone.
a lot can go wrong, can't there, if you've got a real high backlift? It's like with golf when you go all the way back, overswing, like me.
Don't we know? And now he plays it nicely, actually, straight to mid-on, and there isn't a mid-on there, so Rohit Sharma runs around from mid-wicket to do the fielding, and that brings up the 100 for England in the 16th over. 54 for Roy, 43 for Bairstow, 337 the target, don't forget.
I'll tell you what it's like, Matt. Do you know when you play a round of golf in the wind, right? And you've got to, rather than have a full swing, you've just got to punch one under the wind. You're hitting it 180, use a 5-iron or 6-iron, and just punch it low rather than the full swing. You know what I mean?
I'm not hitting a 6-iron into the wind, 180, not me. Back goes Roy, and just drops it down rather neatly into the gully. Single, quite easy to take on that occasion. So he moves to 55. Yeah, you're quite right, and the pros do it so well. So they get a lower ball flight, and it sort of, the idea is that it pierces the wind. But Bairstow, I think, has worked on making sure that his straight hits go straight, so that the full face of the bat meets the ball when he's trying to hit it. So you don't drag it a bit and hit it down mid-on's throat, and you almost hold it off with that punchy type of strike, whereas Roy's rather different. He throws kitchen sink and all the china at it. And a bit of luck there. The slower ball beat Bairstow on that occasion, and he went at it, and it just lobbed up to where mid-on would be, but of course mid-on's back now, deep mid-on, so there's another single in it. Thakur looks almost exasperated and certainly drained by what's going on here. 16 overs, another one completed, 102 for no wicket as drinks are brought onto the field by the Indian players. The England lineup today includes David Malan and Liam Livingstone, along with Reece Topley. They were the three changes to the side. Topley bowled 2 very good overs at the end. Actually bowled pretty tidily most of the time, in 1 bad over I think, but he did a good job for England at the end. It did look as if India might get to 3-4-5, but he clung on at one end. Tom Curran took a bit of a pasting, and England's attack of seamers, Tom Curran, Sam Curran, Reece Topley, Ben Stokes, missing real pace, which in a way compromised them. But anyway, the search is on for 337 to win. It's 102 for no wicket. Stokes is on the card to come in next, then David Malan, Joss Buttler, Liam Livingstone, Moeen Ali, Sam and Tom Curran, all more than capable if they can just find a way to make it their day.
Yeah, it'd be a good chase. 337 to win. England got off to a great start, 102 without losing a wicket. And Jason Roy, we've seen throughout the white ball series, whether it be T20 and the longer form, 50 overs, he tends to get himself in. The frustrating thing for England and Jason Roy is he tends to get out in the 40s. But he's got on to 55 of just 52 deliveries. He's unbeaten, played some fantastic shots, but the last few overs have belonged to Johnny Bairstow. 44 of 44 deliveries. But the last 2 overs, he's really stepped up and played some magnificent punches down the ground and square of the wicket on the leg side.
And they're both going at around about a run a ball, or striking at around about 100. So they're in a very good position here. They've really given England a chance. It's going to take some winning, awful lot of runs to get, but yeah, there's certainly a chance to do so. 235 more required. So what would they want? What would they want to get to 30? Another 14 overs to get to 30 bowled to leave the final 20.
I would say they'll be looking at 180, won't they?
That's the last 20.
No, they'll be looking at 180 after 30 overs.
I see, okay.
Yeah, that's what I would say they'll be looking. That's the figure in the head.
No,
I always say with India, they look to get to that 150 mark, 150, 160. I think England, they could even get more than that, Mark, if they carry on the way they're going. But I think in their heads, if they can get to 180 after 30.
So leaving themselves 157 off the last 20.
Yeah.
That's fine if you've got wickets in hand.
Exactly. Well, if you
You
consider...
probably need 8 wickets in hand.
Yeah,
don't
well, you consider India scored 122 off the last 10. So if you've got wickets in hand, you can do it.
No wickets yet for the 4 Indian seamers, though Bhuvaneshwar Kumar used the new ball extremely well. It might be interesting to see if Virat Kohli goes to Hardik Pandya's sort of change of pace seamers. He'll certainly, obviously, Krunal Pandya is crucial, the left arm spinner, but Hardik is not to be underestimated with the ball, particularly under pressure in one-day circumstances.
Well, he didn't bowl, did he, in the last game?
No,
so
he
I
didn't,
don't
but
know
he
whether
did bowl in the T20s.
Yeah,
off
he's
and
been
on.
coming back from injury though, so it'll be interesting to see. I agree. I think now's the time to change and get both the Pandyas on and have a look at them. See if they can get through a few overs, motivate each other.
Well, they batted together. A day of Pandya
Yeah,
pandemonium.
exactly. I just think them two together, motivating each other, be brilliant.
Okay, Kuldeep Yadav then to bowl to Johnny Bairstow. The drinks break is done. They need it. Oh, that's a wonderful shot. He's climbed into that on the front foot, straight back over his head, this time with a follow-through. Brilliant from Bairstow.
Absolutely.
And it took him to 50. How about that? What a shot to go to 50 in one hit.
He's definitely stepped up, hasn't he, Mark, here? The last couple of overs. He's played some magnificent shots. Just a little bit of air from Kuldeep. Right in the slot for Johnny. Outside, spinning back into him. Got full contact on it. And it went straight down the ground for another maximum. Johnny Bairstow, well played, sir. Excellent.
Yes, he's now seeing it big. Can he make it big? Can he make this a substantial contribution? He played beautifully the other night for 94. He's got a couple as he's going to have to go. Oh, it's out of throw. He missed the throw. Roy had no chance going running to the non-striker's end. Prasad was the fielder and he threw, and had he hit, Roy was out by a yard. But in fact, as it was, the fielder at the stumps, the bowler of course, didn't even gather it. It's a bit of a mix-up. I don't think that Roy ever thought there was a second in that.
Well, he jogged the first one. The first thing they tell you is growing up, Mark, run the first one as quick. He jogged the first one, but Johnny always wanted to.
Yeah, and you've got to be aware of who you're running with. So you know if you're running with Johnny Bairstow, you better be on your toes. So you're going to be pushing the fielder hard. And Bairstow goes back here, and good stop. Kohli, is it? No, Rohit Sharma. Oh, that one is out. Oh, that's the most terrible mix-up. In consecutive balls, England gave chances to India. They missed the first chance. They've taken the second chance. Jason Roy is run out most unnecessarily.
Let's say, though, what a wonderful bit of fielding there from India. He's punched it, hasn't he, into that mid-wicket area with the spin. Middled it, timed it really, really well. He obviously saw the shot, thought it was fantastic. Diving at full stretch, can't quite see who it is yet, but he gathered it as quick while he's still on the floor, threw it into the wicket-keeper, Rishabh Pant, and he's out by 5 yards. Even longer. He actually gave up, but a wonderful, wonderful bit of fielding.
Yeah, Rohit Sharma did very well there. He had to move sharply to he threw himself to his right. I mean, he's not the best mover, he's a good pair of hands, threw himself to his right, and then from the ground he winged it flat, and it was taken on the half volley by Rishabh Pant, the wicket keeper, who whipped the bails off. And as you say, never mind not being in the frame, Jason Roy wasn't even in the picture. What a pity, of playing so well and both gone to 50. So there you go, 110 for one, and Ben Stokes arrives at the crease. Could do with one of those days of Ben.
Oh, opportunity for Ben Stokes. We all know he wants to get right up there, batting in the top of the order, whether it be 1, 2 or 3. Didn't really get his opportunity in the T20 series, had a quiet T20 series. Bowled well in the first game the other night, but this is an opportunity for him now to show, but he can do this role that Joe Root does so well for England. Batting at 3, 110 for 1, he comes to the crease. England well set. He's got a little bit of time to get his eye in. Doesn't have to come in and score a run a ball. get his eye in.
Well, he's on strike to Kuldeep Yadav. We know that spin isn't his strength. He leaves that alone. It comes back and hits the pad. It's not given out. They appeal. Oh, Kohli comes in. Do you want to review it? Kuldeep does. Rishabh doesn't. What does he do? It's Ben Stokes. I don't think it's out. I think it's missing the stumps, full stop. He's offered no stroke.
He's gone for it.
But Kohli has decided to review it. So when you don't play a stroke, you bring all sorts of trouble into the situation. No stroke. It's only clipped the pad though, Goffey, hasn't it? Hasn't hit it full on.
Yeah, it just clipped the pad, wasn't it? I think it was the googly, wasn't it, from Kuldeep? So it's just whether it came back enough. It's coming in, definitely come in. Yeah, it's not. It shouldn't have come back enough. That it should be missing off stump.
Give me the ball tracking now.
Well, we know that it helps that he's been given not out.
Yeah, ball tracking coming. Stand by. Yeah, stand by.
Waiting. Here we go. Ball tracking.
Pitching outside. Missing. Go to the on-field umpire. Stay with your caller. You can signal now.
Not out. Interesting. What Hawkeye is suggesting there is that it didn't really spin much. It just held its line. You're right. It was the wrong one. It was, if anything, coming back into Stokes, but it didn't spin a lot.
Again, Virat Kohli getting it horribly wrong.
Here we go again. Stokes' second ball. This is straighter and Stokes plays forward. That was the orthodox delivery. So the orthodox ball spins away from Stokes. And the wrong one comes back into him as... Oh, we've just seen a replay of the run out on television and it is the most terrible mix-up. Roy threw his bat high in the air in disgust. And now Stokes is off the mark on the back foot. Lovely firm drive down the ground where there's a minor fumble from Hardik Pandya, but nothing serious at the end of the over. 17 overs gone. England on 111 for 1. Best of 52, Stokes 111. Get your feet off the ground. Nelson.
I don't believe in that rubbish. It's amazing no matter what level of cricket you play, you know, Mark, whether you're playing in the park fields, for your local club, an international game, there's no better feeling than getting off the mark, is there? I mean, for Ben Stokes there, padded up first ball, would have had the heart in his mouth, but then,
there he is.
Yeah, a couple of balls later, just there you
what
go.
About when you
off
knock
the
middle
mark.
stump out the ground as
Well,
a fast bowler,
I mean,
or
I'm
as a
talking from
batsman
a
you go to
batter's,
100?
I'm talking from a batter's point of view, just to get one off the mark.
Overrated, I reckon. Not much difference between 0 and 1.
Well, there is. There's a
See,
duck.
you don't rate 1-1-1 as a superstition.
No,
I don't think. Getting off the mark's that special.
There's a duck following you off, mate. If you get a note.
Well, you might be in an Ashes test in Australia, but that was, I'm afraid, just beyond me.
They were brilliant, though.
Yeah, definitely.
It was superb.
Krunal Pandya now to bowl. In he comes, and immediately Stokes is forward firmly and drives. Well, push drives, but there's no run from it because mid-wicket sprints round to do the fielding. They keep playing this run out, and my goodness me, it's a mess up. They'd have had time had one of them quickly said get back, but they didn't. There's a single for Stokes down the ground off a ball back of a length from Krunal. Rohit Sharma's the man. Full length dive, brilliant throw, yet again showing his natural cricket talent in pulling off that run out.
Just check what that is, please.
Under the bat miles in the air to Jason Roy and then dropped it.
I think he broke it as well as he dropped it.
Did he?
Just to top it off.
Krunal bowling round the wicket to Bairstow, who goes forward defensively as if he were playing in a test match with a nice bent front leg and pushed it quietly to short extra cover.
This is where you've got to be smart, Johnny, in game management.
Just got to play and play and play. Just got to, if he's in at the end of the innings, as he drives down the ground for a single. Richie Beno used to say, "Be there at the end."
Well, if Johnny's there at the end, we win with 4 or 5 overs to spare. Let's be fair to it. If he's there,
takes something to bat that long in a one-day international. It takes a very strong mind. That's what it takes. And we know he has the ability. Krunal bowls again. Stokes has a big waft at it outside off stump. The gods are with him. He gets an edge down to third man. The fielder, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, pulls it up just inside the rope. So Stokes gets a couple.
He's right though, Virat Kohli, you know. The outfield definitely does get softer. I think we all know, doesn't run as well when he gets a bit of dew on it.
Yeah. It's so when you get a shot, that's a nice shot really good by Stokes, a forward defence, but hit firmly enough to go down the ground for a single. 18 overs gone now, 116 for one. Yes, it's as if the dew softens the top, and if the ball pitches in it, it tends to hold up a bit. Anyway, Goffey, another word from you, and then I'm handing over to Andrew McKenna.
Yeah, 18 overs gone, 116 for one, target of 337. Johnny Bairstow's the man, 53 not out, playing absolutely wonderful, played some magnificent shots again down the ground. That seems to be his favoured hitting area in these two 50-over international matches we've had against India. Ben Stokes is at the crease now, wanting to score, wanting to succeed at 3. Well, he's got the opportunity here, Maka.
Absolutely. 221 needed by England. Stokes is forward to Kuldeep Yadav. There is a slip in place. He's pushed back down the pitch and there is no run. I've got to say on that review, by the way, in a winter of horrendous reviews by India, that may be the lowest of the low. That was awful. That had nothing going for it. Stokes waits for Kuldeep. Left arm over. Stokes swings hard into the leg side, gets the bottom portion of the bat on that one, and it will dribble out to the leg side sweeper for a single. 117 for one.
And it tends to be, if we're going to be really honest about it, Mackie, when Rishabh pants behind the stumps.
There is a connection, yes, you're right.
There's a connection, and Virat Kohli just goes to him every single time. The only person we're missing in that trio is Ashwin.
Kuldeep is in. Bairstow turns on the onside. Oh, not another run out. They've hit it straight to Rohit Sharma at mid-wicket. Unfortunately, Ben Stokes said no quickly enough. And Johnny Bairstow, I don't know what he's thinking there. There is not a run there. And it's not even gone past the fielder before he's calling. They always say wait for it to go past the fielder before you decide. Johnny's running on the shot. Calm down, Johnny. 53 from 50. Kuldeep is in. This is roundabout leg stump. Bairstow is turning on the onside and Rohit Sharma will do the fielding, no run.
That's a good line actually. He's just bowling now to Johnny Bairstow for Kuldeep, pitching on that middle stump, giving him no width whatsoever so he can free those arms and hit down the ground. Really tie him up, make him mitt him through the leg side. He's got that man at short mid-wicket. He can be there for the catch, can be there for the run-out. India are bowling for run-outs.
Absolutely, but looks about the only way they were going to get them out to start with. Bairstow is deep in the crease, turning this to Rohit Sharma, and there is no run.
There you go, the same line, Maka, pitching on middle, turning into middle and leg. He's got that short mid-wicket in place. It's a better line, this, from Kuldeep. Really impressive line.
Final ball of the 19th over then. England 117 for one. No slip to Bairstow. This is outside of leg stump, and Bairstow can turn it to the sweeper, who is Prasida, out on the square leg boundary, and it will be a single to end 19 overs. 118 for one, so 219 needed from 31 overs. David Milan is padded up and is ready to come in next. David Milan included today as Sam Billings wasn't able to overcome his shoulder problem. England making 3 changes. Reece Topley into the bowling as Mark Wood is rested, and Liam Livingston is also in the side for Owen Morgan. Interesting one for David Milan. This is only his second one-day international.
Amazing,
his only ODI was against Ireland back in May of 2019. And he actually opened the batting that day with James Vince. Bairstow deep in his crease to start the new over from Krunal Pandya, and finds the cover sweeper, single taken. Jared.
If you look at his record, you can make a very good case that's the form of cricket he's actually best at. First-class cricket, I think he averages more in domestic one-day cricket than he does in first-class cricket, for instance. And even in T20 cricket, he took a long time to get good. He's always been a good one-day player domestically.
Krunal Pandya in, left arm over the wicket. Ben Stokes plays to Virat Kohli at short mid on, no run.
I mean, he was dominating, when it was a 40-over competition, he was dominating teams in one-day cricket. So it's incredible that that's the form he hasn't got as much in.
Krunal Pandya goes in and Ben Stokes goes long, high, and lands in the second row with the ceasing at long on. And Ben Stokes has doubled his score in one shot. Stokes goes to 12, England 125 for 1.
Absolutely wonderful shot from Ben Stokes. Just come to the crease, moves him to 12. If you've watched him this week, Macca, in the last couple of days, working with Paul Collingwood in the nets, that's his hitting area. That's where he hits the ball with the spin so well. He's such a clean striker of a cricket ball. Wonderful shot. 125 for 1 here on TalkSport 2.
I'll be honest, I was more interested in watching him on The Breakfast Show with Laura Woods when he admitted he uses ladies' deodorant. Stokes deep in his crease, punches to long off for a single. Shardul Thakur will do the fielding.
Is there any difference?
He said the reason for it was he said it smells nicer. So
it does smell nicer.
Yeah, I've used it.
There you go. He did say he's not the only one in the dressing room to do so. Although
Must be a cricketer's thing.
He wasn't willing to out anyone else.
Yeah, I've done it.
Krunal Pandya is in, left arm around the wicket to Johnny Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow hits to long on. Takes a single from the fourth ball of the over, 127 for 1. So after this delivery, we'll be at the 20 over stage. After 20 overs, India were 90 for 2. But England did this in the first game. Stokes swings hard into the leg side. Again, straight to the sweeper, who is Hardik Pandya. And that is the single taken. So 128 for 1 after 20 overs. India, as I say, were 90 for 2 at this stage. Just to give him comparison, first game, 3 days ago, India 83 for 1 after 20. England 157 for 2. So we're 70 odd runs on and lost with 8 overs.
They play totally different though, Mark. I mean, batting first, they've realised, but they've got to keep the wickets with that new ball. They get to around 150 after 30. I think with England now, they'll be looking at around 180, 185 after 30. Totally different ways of playing the game. Both
they're trying to take that last 10 overs out of the equation effectively, aren't they? Because after India made, 126, England can't be banking on doing something similar. What do you say? Let's get it to 80 or 90?
Well, yeah, after the last 10, if you're wanting 80 or 90, I think you fancy yourself to win, especially when you've got wickets in hand. So it's two totally different ways of playing. They're both successful, and they both had huge success over the past few years.
Absolutely. Prasidha is back. 4 overs, 0 for 25 so far, and he's going to bowl right arm over the wicket. Stokes is in behind this, back down the pitch, and there is no run.
Well, this happened to Prasidha the other night, didn't he? He got a little bit of tap with the new ball. I think today with 4 overs for 25 again. So got a little bit of tap, and then he came back, and then ended up with 4 for 54 the other night. He gets some bounce, and he showed huge heart, and he got some big wickets for his captain the other night, and that's what he'll be hoping he can get from him tonight.
I have to say, it was tough going on Prasidha not to get man of the match. I know Shikhar got 98, but either him or Krunal Pandya for me. Ben Stokes comes to meet this next delivery from the right arm quick, and he pushes it back past the bowler to mid-off, and there is no run.
But Ben Stokes, he's always busy, isn't he? No matter where he bats, whether it be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6, he'll use his feet, he'll do things, he'll try and knock the bowler off his rhythm. He's now run at Prasidha there, bowling at decent speed. What is he, around 86, 87 miles an hour?
Absolutely. He was up at 140 at the back end of his first spell, so he was bowling quick enough. Not much of him, he's wiry. It's in. Ben Stokes hits hard to backward point. Well fielded by KL Rahul, who is the man stationed there. There is no run. Of course, KL Rahul kept wicket in the first game, but he's in the outfield with Rishabh Pant back for this second one. Jared.
I think it was between the matches, wasn't it, that Ben Stokes said he'd been talking to Joe Root about how to bat it first drop in a one-day game, because it's obviously something he hasn't done. I don't remember Joe Root charging down the wicket too often or clearing the front leg. Like, they are fundamentally different players. Ben Stokes is going to have to work out his own way, really, isn't he?
Joe does walk down the crease, though, doesn't he?
Not like that.
No, not like that, no. That was running at him.
Yeah, that's more John Wayne, whereas, Joe Root goes for a stroll.
Yeah.
Josh Butler does that as well, walks at the bowler, don't he? Yeah.
Prasida on his way once again, past umpire Menon. Stokes is turning this on the onside. It's past Rohit Sharma at mid-wicket, so they'll be able to come back for a second. Oh, I tell you what, that might be tight.
That's close.
That is going upstairs. Virat Kohli is at the stumps at the non-striker's end. I'm not sure if he's deflected it onto the stumps or it's just brushed them on the way. But Anil Chowdhury, the third umpire, is going to get a look at this as the fielding from Hardik Pandya. It is Virat Kohli who takes... Oh, do you know what?
Miles in.
It was nowhere near as close on the replay as it was in real time.
I thought it was a direct hit at first. Like I said, the angle we're getting here obviously is very difficult because we are relying on the pictures from the TV, but I thought it was a direct to start with, direct hit, but it missed by a mile.
No harm, no foul. 130 for one. Prasida goes in. It's a short ball, and Ben Stokes doesn't play a shot at that one. It carried through to Rishabh Pant, who frankly made more of it than there actually was. I mean, it got through at decent pace and decent bounce, but it didn't quite need the theatrics it got. But there is another delivery gone. As we just get another look at the replay of that potential run-out opportunity. Of course, the umpires get out the way so the TV cameras can have a look, so they're not in a position to judge. Stokes hits this hard to mid-off for the final ball of the over. 2 runs from that over, 5 overs for 27 now. Prasida. England 130 for 1 after 21 overs, so it's 207 from 29 overs to win this game here on TalkSport.
Yeah, I mean, it's all set, isn't it, for an absolute crackerjack of a game. The only surprise for me is Virat Kohli took his lucky red t-shirt off. And he's had it on, hasn't he, all the one days, the T20s. He's battered in it, he's fielded in it. But I've noticed just now he's not got that lucky t-shirt on. Remember Steve Waugh used to have the red towel? Kohli has the red t-shirt.
Well, we mentioned earlier, Johnny Bairstow's gone back to the shirt with the blue letters and numbering on the back. He made 90 of the other day, and one with white letters and numbering.
He's probably got a telling off for actually not having the right shirt on. A mistake, but I still don't know how he had a shirt with white numbers on it,
because apparently it was printed in India locally and they made the mistake because England on the T20 kit, that's red with white letters and numbers, so there was a bit of confusion. Krunal Pandya to start the next over, left arm around the wicket. It's pushed by Bairstow into the covers, no run. However, he might have got a telling off, but if he got 90 odd in it and he wants to carry on batting in it, I'm lessing him.
I tell you what, Macca, he's a man of information, isn't he? He doesn't miss anything.
Most of it useless, in fairness. Krunal Pandya is in, again left arm around the wicket, slightly short, enabling Bairstow to punch out to the cover sweeper. Again, there's a bit of a yes and no about whether they're coming back for the second. They don't. Kuldeep has it in his hands, doesn't throw, but that's enough to convince them to stay at home. 131 for 1.
To be fair, the only way we look like losing wickets at this moment in time is through a run out. We've lost one. We've already had a scare between Stokes and Bairstow.
It's a left arm over delivery, fire down the leg side by Krunal Pandya. They're going to take a bye here. It could well be a wide as well, but again Ben Stokes called Bairstow through. Again, because Bairstow is playing an expansive shot, it's not the easiest for him to take off and scamper through for a single, so it is a wide and a bye, with Rishabh Pant not able to stop that one cleanly. It is odd that Bairstow and Roy had a few issues with the calling, as Bairstow punches to long off for a single on this occasion. 134 for 1. I mean, they batted together so much, it seems odd that they now have problems for whatever reason.
Just getting excited out there. Johnny's on a roll. He wants as much strike as he can get. He had it taken away from him the other night, if you remember, when Stokesy came to the crease, and then Owen Morgan.
Stokes swings very hard at this ball from Krunal, and with no real timing gets it out to Kuldeep Yadav, sweeping on the leg side, so it's just a single. 135 for 1.
So he's probably a little bit eager to have the strike, Johnny, and make sure he keeps that rhythm going. He's in such a good tempo at the minute, hitting the ball and striking the ball so well. But Stokes has come to the crease. I think he's been really good. 17 of just 20 deliveries. He's kept rotating the strike, and he's putting the pressure on India.
Krunal was about to come in and bowl, but took a step and then bailed out, goes back and will come in now for the 5th ball of the over. Bairstow standing tall, plays it to long on for a comfortable single. Steve Harmison's made his way into the commentary positions and takes over from Goffey. What you made of it, Harmy?
Yeah, it's been good start for England. They battled hard first 5-7 overs when I was on at the start. Fair play to Roy and Bairstow, but now they're cashing in.
Final ball of the over then. Krunal Pandya goes in. Stokes gets one. He can get underneath, and he's got all of it over square leg and away for 6. Another big hit from Ben Stokes. He put one straight back over the bowler's head earlier. This one has gone over square leg, and that's the final ball of the over. The 7th 6 of the England innings. They're 142 for 1.
Yeah, he's just looked. He had another look there, Ben Stokes. He just blowing it over the line. I think he knew he had just enough to get it over the rope. It's just whether he hit it straight down the fielder's throat. He just got it to the left of the Indian fielder out there in the deep. And again, another positive, a good start from Stokes.
It's the second of 3 one-day internationals between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team writing with an edge. It's going to be Prasida to carry on. He's currently having a conversation with Shikhar Dhawan. Hardik Pandya is there as well. They're the mid-off and mid-on. Bairstow will be on strike. 59 from 59. England need 195 from 28 overs to win this game. Prasida Krishna has bowled 5 overs that have cost 27. And he's going to make his way in past umpire Chowdhury, and that is a short ball that Bairstow can swivel around and pull through backwards square leg. He's pinged it off the middle of the bat. The long leg fielder really didn't have that far to go, but he can't get around and cut it off. It's 146 for 1 as Bairstow goes to 63.
Yeah, good shot there by Johnny. He's used the angle of the ball coming into him. He didn't have to go and chase it, didn't have to fetch it, wait till the ball ran about his midriff, just swiveled on that front foot. Lovely shot.
India hit 24s and 14 sixes in their innings. England have got 12 fours and 7 sixes already. They did this on Tuesday though, and then had that late order collapse where it all fell apart.
Just about to say that, deja vu. We were in the same position, and I said earlier in the piece, I don't think England will mess this up like they did first time.
Prasida Krishna is in. Bairstow just looking to drop it into the offside set off for a single. Doesn't really get hold of it properly though, and there is no run.
I think that will be the message at the end of the first one-day international. If we get in this position again, we don't make a mess of it, and England are in that position again. You know, less Morgan, less Billings, who would be in their first choice attack, but even still, this is a powerful batting unit from England, and they're in a fantastic position again.
Prasida is in. It's driven to mid-off. It's driven past mid-off by Johnny Bairstow, and that's a beautiful shot, and England go to 150. Great shot from Johnny Bairstow. They're 150 for 1, 22 overs and 3 balls to get there.
Stand and deliver. That is an absolute beautiful shot by Johnny Bairstow. When you hit a boundary, the first ball of an over off a short ball, imagine as a batsman you're sitting there for the next 5 thinking, right, he's got to over pitch one. I can rock forward, get on the front foot and try and pierce the field in the gap. Fantastic. Full face of the bat. Beautiful shot down the ground. Pressure on the bowler.
4.4 this over. He's pitched it up again. Bairstow works it through mid-wicket. Now it's all about where the fielders are stationed, and Hardik Pandya thought about going down on that one-handed as he goes around from long on, uses the boot, then picks it up and flings it in. Johnny Bairstow thought that he might actually be able to come back for a third there, but they settled for 2. Bairstow goes to 69.
Yeah, normally the fast bowler uses the boot, and Hardik Pandya is one of the top fielders around the world. But actually, it was the best thing for him, because if he had dived forward and slid in, the dew that's on the ground, he might have took the ball with him over the line. So, not many times you do see top international fielders like a Hardik Pandya use the big boot, but that was definitely one of them that was the benefit the Indian fielder.
England 152 for 1 as Prasida goes in. Bairstow, it's quite close to him and the line of off stump, and he's just dropping this down to third man and taking off for the single. 153 for 1. I wonder if we'll see Hardik bowl today. He didn't bowl in that first game. I haven't seen it officially announced that he's not bowling in this series. Of course, he's had injury problems. He did bowl, and actually bowled really, really well in the T20s. So I don't know if there's some kind of an agreement that he's not going to, but maybe 2 or 3 overs, if they could get that out of him, could be quite interesting. In comes Prasida once again. Ben Stokes this time is just guiding it down to third man for a single to complete the 23rd over. 154 for 1 England, trying to make 337. You're listening to TalkSport 2 and Steve Harmison.
I think you'll be able to bowl. I can't see the point of playing him and just going in with 5 bowlers in a 50 over match if he's not fit to bowl. I would imagine he would be fit to bowl. He bowled well in the 2020s. The thing he didn't, I think one of the reasons he didn't bowl in the first one-day international is because England started losing wickets and kept losing wickets at times where they didn't need to bowl him. So that will be the challenge for England. Now they're in a similar position they were in last week. Can we get Hardik Pandya to bowl? Because if Hardik Pandya does bowl, it means the India captain is changing his game plan. And England are putting pressure back onto the Indian bowlers.
I think there was also just a little bit in that last game where he was trying to see what some of those younger bowlers were like. So it would have been easy to bring Hardik back on, but instead, he brought on Prasith back, to see how he would come back in that situation.
Krunal Pandya to start the new over, left arm around the wicket. It's short of length and it's been hammered to long on, where Suryakumar Yadav is fielding. The 12th man is on. Bairstow will go down to the striker's end as Stokes takes a single.
I mean, as much as both of these teams want to win, I think there is also a small part of this which is a little bit of experimentation. For instance, it would have made a lot of sense for Topley to bowl out today, and he didn't, and they tried Sam Curran very deep into the death. So I think they're just, having a look at a few different things.
Krunal Pandya, left arm around the wicket. Bairstow is swinging very hard. This into the leg side. Will it beat the fielder out there? No. Shikhar Dhawan does well to his left-hand side. Knocks it down, then gathers his own rebound. And Bairstow will come back for a couple. 157 for 1. And actually on that, in a strange way, Owen Morgan will be delighted if England get up and win this with him not playing, because someone else has had that spot in the middle order.
Yeah, and I think if there was a World Cup game, or you'd think Milan would bat 3, but we've gone in with an experiment of Stokes batting 3, and why change it?
Bairstow is forward to Krunal Pandya, and there is no run as he just plays quietly into the offside.
Probably little things like that as well help with Stokes' overall development, just making him think about different things.
Krunal has gone for 30 so far. This is his 4th over. Bairstow is swinging very hard at this one. It takes him on the front pad and just loops out into the offside as he's aiming a big shot, probably just backward of square leg, but he's not able to get hold of it.
I think on that front, Jared, I think Ben Stokes will say, I'm staying at 3 because I want some time in the middle. I earned the right to have some time in the middle. I didn't get much in the 2020, so I want some now.
Krunal is in. It's short and wide of off stump. Bairstow hammers it out to Hardik Pandya, who is sweeping on the cover boundary for a single. Bairstow will go to 73 from 68 balls faced. England 158 for 1.
Well, the last one day was his first one day since the World Cup final, so it's not like he plays that many, so he's even in the middle less than other players, so it makes sense really.
Final ball of this over is short, pulled down on the leg side, and Stokes has swung this high, hard and handsome over the leg side boundary, and it's 6 more to Ben Stokes. He goes to 31 with his 3rd 6 of the innings. He hasn't hit a boundary 4 yet, but he's got 18 in maximums. Stokes goes to 31, and England 164 for 1 after 24 overs. So it is 173 needed from the remaining 76. Some more thoughts from Harmy, and Guy Swindles will be picking up the ball by ball.
Yeah, that looked a filthy drag down by Krunal Pandya, but I think you give credit to Stokes here, because the way he's played that over, anything sort of full, he's looked to go downtown, and he's more or less saying to the bowler, I just want you to drag your length back, just drag your length back a touch, and you're going straight over square leg. And that's what he's done. So that's calculated batting by the way Ben is thinking at the minute. And when Ben thinks like this, and he thinks in a positive manner, then that's good signs for England. Very, very good signs for England. He hasn't spent a great deal of time in the middle. Jared's saying he hasn't played since 2019, since that World Cup final. other than the other day. Ben Stokes will want some time in the middle to get some runs and confidence going. He's gone into the IPL. He's big earner in the IPL. You want to make his mark in there as well.
50 Partnership came up with that 6 as well. And it's Thakur who is in, right arm, fast medium, outside off stump, left by Johnny Bairstow. He's currently 73 not out from 69 deliveries. And really good to see Ben Stokes in some form and actually have some time to build himself into some form. Yeah,
I've spoke about Ben leading into this series, the one-day series, getting him back in at number 3. It's been a hard 12 months for Ben Stokes, and a little bit more since that sort of World Cup final.
And that's paddled round the corner nicely by Bairstow. There should be a couple. Fielder is accelerating round and does brilliantly to cut it off. It is Kuldeep Yadav who dives to his right to do so, but they go through for a couple more and England move on to 166.
Excellent bit of fielding, but to carry on with Ben Stokes, what he had at the back end of last summer and have to go back to New Zealand, and the loss of his father, somebody who is, all our fathers are huge in our lives and mentors and stuff like that, but Jed and Ben were really, really close, and having to come to terms and go with that, it's been a very, very difficult time for the Stokes family.
Thakur in again, and that's cut away by Bairstow. Fine stop at very deep point by KL Rahul. Of course, wicket kept in the last one-day international, but with Rishabh Pant included. Rahul into the outfield now, but you can see why they've gone that way round. Yeah, definitely, and to finish off on the Stokes point, when you are such a big name and you're in the highlights and everybody expects you to perform, sometimes you do have to take a step back and think there's a human element to this and what the guy's going through. Thakur in again, and that's crunched away by Bairstow square. But there'll only be a single as it goes out to the deep sweeper at deep cover. So coming back into the international fold, and the way India's gone, he didn't get much of a run in 2020. The Test matches was a difficult batting surface. These 3 one-day internationals will do him the world of good, batting at number 3, spending some time at the crease, getting them movements going again, getting them back playing positive cricket, having the mindset of going back into playing, and that's can only good signs for England and for Rajasthan when the IPL comes along. In again, and that beats Ben Stokes. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he just took his bat away in time, but it was a very decent ball fired across him by Shardul Thakur. This is not far from off stump. This is not far from off stump. He does beat him. He's beat him all ends up. He's beat him for length more than anything else. A little bit of pace, but length. Gone that little bit fuller. Thakur, he bowls back of a length, but because he's quite skiddy and the bowl's cross seam, ball's just skidding on, not bouncing as much as Ben thought there. Bit quicker than he's been bowling as well, around 130, and that was up to 136 kilometres an hour. In again, and Ben Stokes goes for the reverse ramp, doesn't get it on this occasion, misses it, and that's turned out to be a very good over from Thakur, just the 3 runs from it. So at the halfway point now of England's innings, they need another 170 runs from 25 overs. England currently 167 for 1. At the same stage in their innings, India were 112 for 2. Yeah, England are in again, deja vu, first game, great position, and I said in the earlier part, England will be saying to themselves, we're not going to make the same mistake again, and I don't think they will. I think there will be a lot more onus on game management, because I think that was a big criticism of the England cricket team in that first ODI, that they didn't manage the game very well in there. It's all well and good saying this is the way we play, we're going to go crash bang wallop. I think there was times during that first ODI where they could have played the situation a little bit better, but now here comes Bhuvaneshwar Kumar again. Like in that first game, when he came on to bowl, he changed the game, he changed the context of the game, he got a wicket, pushed England back, India squeezed, and I think this is the time where England will be saying to themselves, we need to change that game management for this little passenger player. If England win the next passenger player while Bhuvaneshwar Kumar bowls his next spell of 3 or 4 overs,
then I think England will fancy themselves to win this game comfortably.
Well, welcome to Talk Sport, listeners. That was Steve Harmison as we reach the halfway point of England's innings. They're chasing 337 for victory in this second one-day international, and they've had a good first 25 overs. Of the 50, 170 runs they require. They've scored 167 for one. Not-out batsman Johnny Bairstow, 76 not out from 72 balls. Ben Stokes, 31 from 26. The only wicket to fall, Jason Roy. The catastrophic run-out confusion between him and Johnny Bairstow that saw Roy go for 55 from 52 balls, 7 fours and a 6. And England, we've mentioned it before, in a very similar position to they were in the first one-day international. They saw India get away from them a bit in the last 10 overs when they were bowling. They then put themselves in a great position to win halfway through their innings, but now they need to keep wickets and they need to keep it ticking over. Usually Joe Root plays that role. Ben Stokes, of course, is batting at 3 because Joe Root's being rested, but Stokes playing a very Root-like innings at the moment, 31 from 26, ticking along at a run a ball. It is Bhuvneshwar Kumar who will bowl, who's invariably been the pick of India's attack in recent matches. Right arm over, and it's punched away by Bairstow. One bounce to backward point, no run.
And this is the passage that is going to, for me, is going to dictate to where this game is going to go. Bhuvneshwar Kumar is going to come on and bowl 2, possibly 3 overs to try and squeeze England, try and take a wicket, try and get the run rate just that little bit higher. And if England can get through this, they didn't on Wednesday night. Got to get through this, because if they do, then they set themselves up to win this cricket match.
In again, and that's played by Johnny Bairstow into short cover where Virat Kohli fields. Again, there will be no run. England remain on 167 for 1.
And that's what he does. This is what Kumar does best. He bowls in and around that off stump. Test match line, test match length. No real pace, but says to the batsman, you've got to hit through the line of the ball. You've got to take a risk, potentially hit across the line of the ball, and that it brings risk.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar in again, and that's punched straight by Johnny Bairstow to the bowler, who feels very well off his own bowling. There is again no run. Should England be looking just to punch a few singles at this stage, rotate the strike? They've got the left-hand, right-hand combination, just put the bowler off his line a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that's what Ben Stokes has just gone down the wicket and spoke to Johnny Bairstow and possibly said, just try and rotate the strike, don't try and hit through it. This is a key passage that's going. Let's not lose momentum, but also let's not take any undue risks.
As we saw India do that very well in the middle part of their innings, where they just took what seemed to be a run every single ball. Bhuvneshwar Kumar in again, and that's a good drive from Johnny Bairstow. Well, I thought it was. It came off a thickish outside edge in the end and went out to deep point, and they walked through for a single, as there was never a second. But that's the first run off the over. Partnership goes to 58 from 56 deliveries. Johnny Bairstow moves up to 77. England to 168 for 1. Ben Stokes, in this, only his second one-day international since the World Cup final in 2019. First one was earlier this week, so finding his form again at the 50-over style of cricket, as in comes Bhuvneshwar Kumar. That's a lovely punched-on drive from Ben Stokes. They're certainly thinking about 2 as Yadav comes in. Ooh, there were 2, they're taken 2. But they are going to have a little look, because Ben Stokes was a wee bit tardy putting his bat into the crease, and it was a direct hit from Kuldeep Yadav in the deep.
Yeah, the ball thrown in from the deep. I think Ben's just waiting for the ball to go over his arm so he doesn't get hit. I don't think there's too much alarm. There wasn't a great appeal by Rishabh Pant, but this is very, very close.
It's really tight.
Keep going.
I think he could be out, because he's got to be over the white line. His bat is only touching the white line, and I think Ben Stokes, through not really putting his head down and running, is going to be out by millimetres. Well, he might be in by a millimetre.
Keep going.
This
keep
is so tight. I know Jared
going.
Kimber, our analyst, has already given him
going.
out on the first view, but the bail has to come off, which it
Just
is
can you zoom
now.
it further?
And I
The line thing, because
think he.
I want to double check
But
it.
it's as close as it could possibly be. Basically, it's a millimetre
Yeah.
either way. He's either in or out by a millimetre.
Can you give this out, Jared?
Well, I think the bail is out of the.
Yeah, I think it's actually
Yeah.
out,
Just
but
one more
it's one of
time.
them ones that can the third umpire be totally sure to give it out?
It's a very
Benefit
good
of
call.
doubt goes probably with a
Can you give
batsman,
me
doesn't
from
it?
stump
It's
can as
just
well?
the
So I
frame
can
is
see
in the wrong spot,
bat
isn't
is
it?
clearly
Yeah.
grounded inside or not.
Usually with these ones, you could say if we had more frame rate, that would be either in or that would be out. I think if we had more
Okay,
frame
give me
rate,
the
I still
zoomed
wouldn't know.
It is. I don't think I've ever seen a closer run out. This is
going
so
forward.
tight and so crucial to where this match is
Yeah,
going,
keep going forward.
which is why I think we are seeing so many replays for it. Ben Stokes, who batted beautifully, but he
Yeah,
was a
please give
bit
it a spin.
casual for that second run. There was a second run there, but he didn't
that's better.
really rush for the last yard
Still
or
up the
two, and a brilliant piece of fielding
Still
from
up the line.
Kuldeep Yadav, and still the third umpire is trying to work out
No, I think I
if
can't say clearly.
the bail is
outside.
off.
Yeah.
I think he's
Ready with my call. Go to the big screen.
going to survive. I think he might get the benefit of the doubt, the batsman.
He might get the benefit. He's going to get the benefit. Yeah, he's got the benefit of doubt. For me, it's out.
Ben
For me, it's
Stokes
out.
survives. Ben Stokes survives with England on 170 for 1.
He was very clear though, wasn't he? He said that it's not. I just can't see enough there. He tried. He couldn't get the frame that he wanted. I'm pretty sure Ben Stokes was out there, but I can see why the umpire didn't think there was enough evidence. I would have given it, but either way.
Well, it would have been Ben Stokes' fault entirely if he had been, because he should have been in by a country mile.
Yeah, ball watching. That's what did for Roy Bairstow. The first run out, ball watching. He was ball watching there. A bit lackadaisical. Didn't want to get hit when the ball was coming over the top. He thought he just had to just push it in, and for me, that's out.
Well, England get away with one, you feel there. They have perhaps felt aggrieved a few times with the third umpire's decision off the field during the test matches and one or two others, but
Yeah.
that one was very much England's way.
Yeah, I've just had Ollie here talking about the rower in the stumping in the test match being that close. So England's got away with one. Stokes has got away with one. Might just sort of give him a little injection and kick him into gear a little bit. But for me, that there was. I know the umpire says he couldn't be 100% certain that to give it out. But I think we've all been around cricket long enough to know that Ben Stokes has got away with one there, and England have got away with one.
It was one of the tightest run-outs. I know we've said it before, but it was so close and so marginal.
It's one of them ones, though, Guy. I think if you did a poll of asking 100 people, I think there's
Particularly cricketers.
Yeah, particularly cricketers. I think a high percentage, I would say over 70%, would say that was out.
Well, England will be relieved that it has been given not out. We eventually came to the end of what was a most interesting 24th over from Bhuvneshwar Kumar. Just the 3 runs from it. Johnny Bairstow moves to 77. Ben Stokes eventually to 33 not out. And England need another 167 from 24 overs at a run rate of 6.95. As it's Kuldeep Yadav who bowls, and the first ball is patted back by Bairstow. No run. Bairstow crossed with himself for missing out.
Yeah, he did miss out on one there, but it's interesting that Virat Kohli's gone to his wrist spinner with Bhuvneshwar Kumar. So he's looking to get some control from one end, but also get some overs into Kuldeep, but hopefully try and buy a wicket as well.
Kuldeep Yadav in again, and that's short, and it's on the leg side, and it's pulled away by Bairstow, backward of square. It was a poor ball, and it got exactly what it deserved. Johnny Bairstow 4 more, he moves to 81.
The dejected look on the Indian captain's face there, talking about control from one end, but this was no control whatsoever. Buffy ball for Johnny Bairstow. The only thing Johnny Bairstow's disappointed with, that didn't bounce as much, because if it bounced a little bit more, I think he would have tried to hit that for 6, because that's what that ball deserved.
Had to get down on one knee though in the end to sweep it for 4. That is tucked around the corner. There is a man for exactly that shot. Short, fine leg. Bhuvneshwar Kumar. There is no run. Ben Stokes 33 from 28. Bairstow 81 from 79. So all the England batsmen so far scoring at better than a run a ball. Kuldeep Yadav is in again, and that's tucked away to short mid-wicket, where Rohit Sharma, who pulled off that brilliant run out earlier, the one that was actually given, on this occasion fields and throws it back to the bowler. No run. In comes Kuldeep Yadav again, left arm over, and that's punched up to mid-on, and it will be a simple single. And there's one more ball left from this over. England have taken 5 from it. Bairstow rocks his neck from side to side just to release any tension that might be creeping in there. Ben Stokes, fresh from his save courtesy of the third umpire, will now be facing the final ball of this Kuldeep Yadav over. Left arm over to the left-handed, and that's a beautiful piece of bowling. It really is. It's span away from Ben Stokes. It was too good for him. The Indian fielders have a laugh as you're listening to commentary of the second of 3 one-day internationals between India and England on TalkSport 2, with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team writing with an edge.
Yeah, it's probably the first ball we've seen, Guy, that's actually spun and spun big. Adil Rashid, Moeen Ali in the first half didn't really spin it that much. Kuldeep Yadav hasn't really spun it that much, but this one he bowled it a little bit higher, a little bit above the eye line, and he's got one to rag and turn, and there was an anguish and a cry. But when you bowl a ball he did to Johnny Bairstow first up, always putting yourself under pressure.
It's Bhuvneshwar Kumar to continue, and Bairstow drives that handsomely. There was a little bit of width there from Bhuvneshwar Kumar and clambered in by Johnny Bairstow, and that is some shot. Bat a little way away from the body, but so much power as it's sped to the long on boundary.
Yeah, fantastic shot there, Johnny Bairstow. A little bit uppish, bit in the air, probably bounced 2 or 3 yards inside the 30-yard circle, quite flat as it went past the infielder, but Johnny was in total control. Just width, all that was. Good length, but width.
That's a good ball from Kumar that tucks Johnny Bairstow up and takes an inside edge into his thigh and just drops down in front of him. No run. Bairstow 86 as he chases his first century of this ODI series, having come so close in the first match.
Yeah, like said earlier, Guy, about England not making the same mistake again. Johnny in this position now, he'll be telling himself. Ben Stokes will be telling him, don't make the mistake you made on Wednesday night. Don't give it away. You've got 100 there. Go and get your 3 figures for its team.
And that's another nice piece of bowling by Bhuvneshwar Kumar. Johnny Bairstow looking to swing it away on the leg side, but it was through him quicker than he was expecting. Hits him on the pad, drops down in front, and again there's no run.
Johnny's looking for that shorter ball. He's hit Kumar down the ground off a fullish ball that was a touch wide. Now going back in his crease thinking he's going to drag his length back, trying to pull Kumar off his length because he's not got a great deal of pace, feeling as though anything sort of back of a length is a free hit into the leg side. And just tried to hit it too hard, lost his shape. That's all Johnny's done there. And I'd imagine Ben Stokes will be trying to keep reminding him 3 figures there, and make sure you get us into a position to get over the line. Don't give it away. You're the man that's going to take us to the win.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar in again, and one of those late cuts, attempted dab down to third man. They get so many people out, but batsmen continue to play it. But on this stage, Bairstow is beaten, doesn't get the edge, and is still there. Is Bhuvneshwar Kumar, though, one of those bowlers you think, right, if we can get 4 or 5 and over, that'll do, let's just see him off and we'll get our runs elsewhere? Because he's got a fantastic economy rate.
He has, and he's got a way of bowling where he bowls tight line, tight length, and he asks questions of your technique.
In again, and this time Bairstow waits for the ball and bunts it down backward of square, but there will be no run as Prasada at short third man fields comfortably, and the score remains on 179 for 1.
There's no mystery to him. There's no mystery to Kumar. He just bowls very good line, very, very good length. He's got a great wrist position. He understands the game. He knows what ball to bowl at the right time to the right person. And he's brilliant at that, and he has been brilliant at that for years. For a number of years now. He's just had he's just had a bit of a false start.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a stutter on his run-up. Ended up not releasing the ball. Johnny Bairstow was ready for him, and we'll go through the final ball of the over again as Bhuvneshwar Kumar goes back to his crease.
But the reputation he's got and the way he bowls, he puts pressure on the batsmen. The batsmen see things or look at things that probably aren't there, and that's what brings added pressure.
In again, and that's punched up to long on, and they can trot through for a single. So England have taken 5 from that over, which is exactly what the bowler Bhuvneshwar Kumar averages in his career, conceding per over. His economy rate is exactly 5. England move on to 180 now for 1, and we've had 28 overs, so they require another 157 from 22. The run rate is back over 7. Johnny Bairstow 87 not out, Ben Stokes 33 not out here on TalkSport 2 as Steve Harmison has a well-deserved rest, and Alex Tudor joins us in the commentary box.
It's great batting this, isn't it, guy? Bairstow, Stokes, bit fortunate with that call with his bat on the line. I was giving that one out, but he's still there, so England fans will be happy.
Good batting, less good running, because that seems to be the only way India are going to get anybody out at the moment. Jason Roy got in a muddle with Bairstow, run out for 55, and Stokes very lucky to survive. And it will be Kuldeep Yadav who continues to twirl away, and that is punched up by Bairstow to KL Rahul at long on just for a single, and the score moves on to 181 for 1.
Yeah, just need to keep going. We talked about when you're chasing a big total of 300 plus, the importance of someone in your top order getting a big 100, and as you say, Johnny will make sure he doesn't.
And that's cut away by Ben Stokes. It's a little bit short, but there is a man out on the deep cover boundary, so they walk through for a comfortable single, 2 from the first 2 balls.
Make the mistake of the other night when he got out for 94. I'm sure Ben will keep getting on his ear. Make sure you go deep.
Well, you do feel if England can take a leaf out of the Indian book and have as many wickets as possible in hand with 15 or so overs to go, when they can launch the attack, as Kuldeep Yadav is in again, and very watchfully played out into the onside by Johnny Bairstow for no run. It's a dot ball.
And that sort of trump card of having Butler as your finisher.
Yeah, it's a fantastic position England have in that regard. As in comes Kuldeep Yadav, and that's swung away by Bairstow. High, incredibly handsome, and that is 6 of the very, very best. And Johnny Bairstow moves on to 94, the same score he was out for the other night.
And any of these batsmen, especially Johnny Bairstow, as soon as he sees any height in the delivery, and it was good length as well, he was able to get underneath it, it was always going to disappear. And once he puts the back to it, it was always going for 6. Fantastic shot, good batting, pressure on the bowler.
Well, he tried to bring up his 100 with a 6 in the last match and fell short. What's he going to do at 94 on this occasion? 94 not out from 90 deliveries. Been a terrific innings again by Johnny Bairstow, who really is enjoying these Indian conditions. Looks around to see where the field is. Kuldeep Yadav. Left arm over the wicket. Bairstow just punches the ball into the covers where there is no run.
Just on Yadav, they put up a graph on the TV not that long ago saying he's been bowling quicker of recent times, and we were talking about how he's been worked out a little bit, so that's probably something he's tried to do. this particular over has been way slower than the rest of his overs. So I think Virat actually said, can you toss some up?
He's in again, and Bairstow plays that out onto the leg side. There is no run. Bairstow will have to wait.
So that last ball was about 5 kilometres quicker than the one that was hit for a 6. So I think he tossed a couple up, got hit for a 6, and they went, do you know what, Virat? I'm just going to get out of this over if it's okay with you and me.
Yeah, they need to take a risk, and you're right. Virat's most probably say, look, we need a wicket, toss a few up to tempt them. Batsmen these days, they don't need much tempting, do they?
No, they don't, particularly these two. Bairstow, though, has moved to 94 from 92 deliveries. Ben Stokes 34 not out from 30. England, well, as they're on 188 for 1 now, at the end of the 29th over, they require another 149 from 71. Pretty much 7 and over, so eminently doable with the batting lineup that England have. And just see how many wickets they managed to lose after 29 overs last time. They were 5 down at this stage when they lost the other night, as wickets were beginning to tumble. So an altogether healthier position on this occasion, similar as far as runs are scored, but it's those 9 wickets in hand. And it will be Shardul Thakur to take over. They were hoping that Bhuvneshwar Kumar could work the oracle, get someone out, take that crucial wicket in the middle of the innings, but that experiment hasn't quite worked, and it will be Thakur, whose first 5 overs have gone for 38, who will be back into the attack. Ben Stokes will be facing the right arm fast medium. Shardul Thakur in now, and that's wide-ish, and it's a thickish outside edge. He threw everything at that at shoulder height outside off stump. Wasn't where he meant to where he meant to punch it, but he still gets 4 runs for it, and Ben Stokes moves on to 42.
Yeah, bad first delivery. Short, wide, as you say, Guy, not where Ben wanted it to go, but you throw the kitchen sink it, and sometimes you run your luck, and it was a thick edge, sped down to third man, fine third man, absolutely no chance, 4 runs, and now it's pressure on the bowler to try and get out. When your first ball goes for a boundary, you then got to try and you're trying to claw it back, and in doing so you may overcompensate, and that's when the batsman's looking to pounce on you.
So 192 for 1 now, England. Shardul Thakur, having attempted the short wide delivery, will be looking to improve length and line this time. Oh, and does so, and beats Ben Stokes outside off stump. Stokes trying to conjure a shot and ended up playing and missing.
Yeah, great comeback ball. As I always said, you're under pressure going for a boundary in your first ball, straight back, hitting good length, just beating Ben outside his off stump. Good ball.
Well bowled, Shardul Thakur. England will still be very happy with the situation they find themselves in. These two have put on 82 so far for the second wicket. Shardul Thakur in again, and Ben Stokes comes down the wicket to him. Bowler sees him coming, and he ends up punching to short cover where Rohit Sharma fields, and there won't be a run.
As long as they don't make the same mistake as the last game. After that fantastic start from both Bairstow and Roy, and then they collapsed. Don't think they'll make the mistake again.
Certainly it was an altogether more confident Ben Stokes who came to the crease on this particular occasion, and Stokes drives magnificently down the ground. He'll only pick up a single for it, and Hardik Pandya actually felt that fielding on the boundary, but there is a single. Stokes goes to 39.
Yeah, great punch down the ground, good base from Ben. All about, as I always telling people, about getting a good base, trusting your technique, which he has a very good one.
Yeah, for a man who can score really quickly, he plays a really classical brand of cricket on many occasions, Ben Stokes. He can play the invention, but he plays the textbook remarkably well, and that spat at Bairstow, who did very well indeed to actually keep it down and not give a caught and bowled opportunity.
Yeah, look what one of those cutters from Shardul, just dropping just in front Whole lot of India were hoping that would go to the hand, especially with the form that Johnny Bairstow's going, but England fans happy that it dropped short, and he continues.
Yeah, that would have been frustrating to be out for 94 in successive matches. The final ball of Shardul Thakur's over, and Bairstow punches that up too long on. Happy to take a single. There are 6 coming off this over. England move to 194 for 1. Bairstow 95 not out. Ben Stokes 39. England require another 143 from 20 overs. Just over 7 and over here on TalkSport 2. And after a word from Alex Tudor, it'll be Mark Nicholas.
Yeah, Shardul be happy that he got out that over really well. As you're saying, going for a boundary first ball, only going for 2 more runs in that over, for going for 6. He'd be happy with that, but I suppose his captain was looking for him to try and get a wicket. The only way I think India want to win this is by taking wickets. Afternoon, Mark.
Hi, Alex, and hi, everybody. I said the other day England should win from here. I couldn't have been more wrong. Will they have learned from that? It's really that simple. 143, it really isn't a big deal anymore in 20 overs with 9 wickets in hand. With all the experience of 2020 cricket, not to win would be, well, it would be, I think, quite paralysing for them, really. Yes, there'll be a bit of fatigue in time for Bairstow, for sure. It's the demanding conditions. Anyway, here's Kuldeep, and Bairstow goes to smack him over mid-wicket, which he does clean as a whistle. What a sound that made off the bat. He goes to 100 with a stroke to remember. He knows he has to give more to this innings and he has to see England home. But boy, England go to 200, Johnny Bairstow goes to 100, and England are flying along in Pune.
Yeah, fantastic from Johnny Bairstow. Dispatching Kuldeep of the deep mid-wicket. Again, getting quite long in his delivery, able to get underneath it. That's the important thing. 82 metres back, bangs. 6 runs, 100 for Johnny Bairstow. As you rightly say, Mark, he needs to continue. He needs to go big.
That's a really cool innings, you know, to follow up 94 one day and being infuriated with himself for getting out for 94, particularly picking out a fielder in the deep, settling down, taking a new guard, as they say, and doing it all again, and this time making sure he crossed the Rubicon. Brilliant. Right, Kuldeep again. And again he pitches it up, and again Bairstow goes to the same place, but this time he doesn't get it. Actually, he came up and out of that a bit, and it went out to mid-wicket for a single. So the key thing is for Bairstow just to settle down. If I was Stokes, I'd just have a word with him and say, look, you know, you're bound to want to just go harder and harder here, but understand that there's a job to do. We both have a job to do. Stokes himself is 39 from 34, so he's in and set. A day of runs. A day of runs today, lots of them for not many wickets on a lovely pitch, and that's a gorgeous straight drive for 6. Raining 6s in Pune. Ben Stokes this time straight down the ground off Kuldeep Yadav.
Yeah, fantastic shot again. No, getting long in his delivery, just getting long in his length, able to get up and underneath it in that slot. And these batsmen now, especially Stokes, he doesn't need an invitation, just lofting that straight down the pitch. 6 runs, fantastic. Bowler under pressure.
I like that description of the ball getting long. You mean that it's just every pitch has a length.
Yes.
And for this pitch, it's too full. It's bold. It's pitching too long towards the batsman.
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
It's in his arc, in that hitting zone, don't we? We always see sometimes people are able to see the pitchers. You know, they have you know, the slot short of a length. You know, and that was in the slot. Batsmen are able to elevate it, get up and underneath it.
We used to just say it was over pitched. But I like long.
You like long? You like long?
Oh yeah, I'm up for long. The batsman hit it long, I know that.
You're right, man, he did, didn't they? I mean, the one thing I always talk about is why do they bring in the boundaries? I'm not going to harp on about it for too long, but why do they bring on? Because lads are hitting it into the stands. I just don't see why they bring in the balls.
Fair call. Kuldeep again, and back goes Stokes. Elbow high, quite orthodox. Hits sort of punch drive to short extra cover, but there's no run from it. 207 for one. England needing another 130. 9 wickets in hand, a good pitch. What a thing it would be to level the series and take us to the third game with it all to play for. Now Stokes goes leg side, just wipes it over short mid-wicket really. He jumped up and tried to catch it, but there was no chance. There's a big expanse out there, sort of straightish mid-wicket. Stokes on 49 now.
Good batting again. Just getting again his length, not quite getting it right, giving it a little bit too much air. Ben thinking, right, I'm going to get up and underneath this. Didn't quite hit it as sweet as he did, but as I said, these are strong men now. Even miss hits go for 4.
Yeah, good point. Back he goes and slashes it away. He thought he had a single, but he's crossed with himself for not picking the spot. End of the over, 31 gone. England need they need 337, so that's a further 126. That's all. It's a good partnership this, 101 from 88 balls. 1 or 2 iffy moments, not least when Stokes, in my view, should have been given run out but wasn't, and that was just his laziness not grounding the bat. It looks like we've got a drinks break. Plenty of batting to come. Milan, Butler, Livingston. Liam Livingston back in the side, so too David Milan playing today. Moeen Ali, Sam Curran, Tom Curran, Adil Rashid, Reece Topley. It's there for the taking, Alex, hey?
It is. Listen, if England don't win it from here, they've only got themselves to blame. They've been set up perfectly, the perfect opening partnership. This partnership now with Stokes and Bairstow has been absolutely phenomenal, like you just said. It would have to be there's nothing in the wicket telling me that they can't chase this down. There's no demons, there's no indifference. It seems to be skidding on with the dew. It's good for batting here.
Let's talk about the pitch then, because it's a gem of a surface, offers just something to the new ball. Incredibly, a pitch in India not spinning. I'm trying to think of one that through a one-day international hasn't spun. Maybe Chandigarh, but really, it's just coming onto the bat. It's got bounce. It's a great pitch.
Perfect for one-day cricket, isn't it? As Harmy said earlier on, in white ball cricket, people want to see runs. Well, they're getting that today.
Don't see these in Test cricket in India.
This was always going to happen. You're always going to see runs in one-day cricket for me. In Test cricket, that's a difference.
Yes, I wasn't sure I agreed with Harmy, by the way, but you obviously do. I don't think it's essential that a one-day game is driven by 4s and 6s. I think the balance between bat and ball still applies to one-day cricket.
No, I totally agree. I'm not saying I agree with you. I'm saying with Harmy, I was just saying that that's what he said. He wants to see runs. I still, as you say, I still think there's got to be enough in it for the bowlers. I mean, bowlers figures going for 83 off 10 and 90 odd. Yeah. They ain't going to want to be doing that every game. Let me tell you, you ain't going to be playing too much cricket if you bowl like that.
No, there's some of that. If I think of the best one-day games I've seen, the World Cup semi-final 1999, Australia South Africa, low-scoring game, 214 I think was the run chase. The World Cup final, England chasing 240 odd, relatively low-scoring game. And then the other two high-scoring games, the famous South Africa-Australia 4-3-8 game, and then India at Lords when Surav tore his shirt off. That was about a 3:30 game. So I think they're amongst the best ones anyway. I mean, there'll be others if I'm just thinking off my head. They're some of the best, and they're a mixture of high-scoring games and very tight, low-scoring games.
Well, I was playing in that one when Surav took his top off and he was swinging it around.
What were the scores? Am I right? 3:30?
Yeah, it was 3:30. It's that game where Nasser got his first 100 and pointing to his back with number 3 and letting everyone know that he was a gun player and he should have been batting it all the time, even though it was his only 100. But there you go. He was getting a lot of stick, and that's how he wanted to try and silence the critics. But actually, halfway, we thought we had it done. Tendulkar was gone, Dravid gone, everyone was gone. No one had heard about Mohammad Kaif, and there was a young Yuvraj Singh coming who blasted us to all parts. Goffey steaming in, Flintoff, myself. We went all over the place.
Plastered. Brilliant. Oh, Tudor, you're a boy. Love you. Plastered indeed. What year was that?
Well, it was only 202? Yeah. 201? Something like that?
202, I think.
202?
Yeah, I've got 202 in my head. Like it. Right, we've had a long drinks break again. The earlier one was 4.5 minutes. Shadul Thakur runs in, hits the pitch hard around off stump, and calmly Bairstow plays forward, opens the blade of the bat and runs it to third man for a single. Sprinted it hard, as did Stokes, and the score moves to 212 for 1. A reminder of the day so far. Jos Buttler put India into bat, and England struck early wickets, important wickets really. Rohit Sharma and Shikhar Dhawan. England bowled pretty well with a new ball. Not England's most famous attack. Reece Topley, Sam Curran and Tom Curran as the seamers before Ben Stokes came on. And to this ball, Stokes is forward, and actually the face of the bat turns in his hand, and so the ball goes to mid-wicket, and he meant it to go straight back past the bowler. Virat Kohli does the fielding. After that, there was a really good partnership in which Virat Kohli played somewhere near his best, and KL Rahul played absolutely at his best. Rahul went on to get 100. Kohli went for 66. Rishabh Pant then played an array of shots, so too Hardik Pandya, and India made 336 for 6. Sounded like a few too many, not many too many, but a few too many. Yeah, good run by Stokes, picks the misfield by the bowler, hit it firmly back at Shadul, who went down with one hand to pick it up. It ricocheted away, and Prasidha wasn't able to do anything about it in the end. So a stolen single by Ben Stokes. He came careering down the pitch, shouting at Bairstow to go, and they've made it home. Two men with red hair and red beards battling for England out here in the heat of Pune. And I tell you what, nobody's realised that it's Ben Stokes' 50, and nor did I. That's why that's quite funny, you know. The England dressing room started animated applause just to remind everybody it had happened. It was because of the drinks break. He spent the whole drinks break on 49, and because of the misfield. Good 50 that by Ben Stokes. Nice to see him in form. Had a bit of luck with the run-out decision that went his way, but there you go. You can only go as the game goes. That was a bouncer that Bairstow ducked underneath. Very good. 50 for Stokes, 100 for Bairstow. England in a really good position in Pune.
Yeah, good knock from Ben. Went about his business. Masterful, just working it around, then deciding when to go for the boundaries, and that was happening. It was a good knock. Needs to continue though.
Yes, good over so far. 1 dot, 1 dot. Thakur again drops it just a tad short, and Bairstow plays an astonishing pull stroke. Really, it was a tad short, and it didn't bounce much. Ended up with one hand off the bat, and he thrashed it through mid-wicket all the way along the ground for 4.
He did that with fantastic power there, Mark. As you rightly said, it's a cutter, an off cutter. Sort of had a little bit of whip, thrown his hands, used the extension of his arm, and he's trying to hit it so hard. Bottom hand comes off the bat. He's absolutely nailed it. You think of all those baseball shots, Babe Ruth, Sammy Sosa, Maguire. Fantastic.
Yeah, you mean when they finish with one hand off the bat? That's right. It's because you keep your top hand going through the ball, isn't it? And now he angles one down to third man for a single. Quality batting, boundary single. That's a good set, isn't it? Boundary single. 218 for 1 England.
I'll tell you, my dad and his mates be absolutely making some serious noise if that was me batting, you know, hit a boundary and take the single. They used to absolutely love that.
I'll coming back to you and your batting in a minute. You're listening to commentary of the second of 3 one-day internationals against India on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team. Lizzie Ammon and Simon Wilde, of course, right for the Times group, as do Mike Atherton and Sir Alistair Cook. A good partnership. We're in the same building as the Times as well here. 119 for England to win in 108 balls. Surely they're going to get over the line here. Surely. Still some travelling to do. Yes, you're batting. Your dad, 99, Edgbaston. You know, what an occasion for you.
Yeah, I remember, yeah. You were there.
Yeah,
remember doing an interview with you afterwards.
I know. Well, we were so excited for you.
Yeah. I mean, what is it, 22 years now or so? Hurts a little bit. Just that one run.
I know, it's incredible, isn't it? One damn
one run.
Yeah.
You have to remind 4P once in a while. Tell him never to meet my mum. She's still after him. Holds a grudge, Mrs. T. If you ever sees her walking with an umbrella,
It was great that you
not a good
played
sign.
that innings, wasn't it? Because you were picked as a bowler and you showed everybody your all-round talent, which you must be proud of.
yeah, no, I don't bowl too much actually. The lads bowled really well. I think Alan Mullally bowled well, Tuffers bowled well, Caddy.
Here's Kuldeep, he bowls now to Bairstow, goes back and he works a ball around leg stump to square leg or just behind square for a single to give the strike back to Stokes. Yes, sorry.
No, so I remember I didn't bowl much. I remember I was bowling. I remember Stephen Fleming saying something to me like, you're no good or something like that. I said, well, I was good enough to get you out. I remember nicking him off. And then when I came into bat, it was like, all right, here we go. And I just had one of those days. I always knew I could bat, but at that level, you just never know. And they had a good bowling attack. That's what I was proud of. They had a very good bowling attack. Jeff Allott just came off 20-odd wickets.
Dion Nash.
In the World Cup. Dion Nash, very good bowler. Simon Doull was rated 7 at the time. And a very young Daniel Vettori. That's a serious 4 bowlers, so I was quite happy with that.
Yeah, okay. Kuldeep Yadav bowling to Ben Stokes, who smashes him over long on for 6. Really, if Stokes goes after you over pitch and Stokes goes after you, you've got no price. It clears the boundary by a long way. And very different from Bairstow, who's more of a puncher. Stokes is a full follow-through man.
Yeah, if it's up, it's off. And the thing I admire about these young guys now is that more often than not, when they decide to go for that 6, 80-90% of the time it happens. I mean, when Goffey and I used to play, whatever, guys be trying to get 6.
Well, I'm going to tell you something Barry Richards told me. He said he thinks the difference, yes, of course the bats are a massive help, but when you've got a bat that good, there's no doubt in your mind.
It's very true.
He said with his bats, even hitting the ball over extra cover, you had that niggling doubt that if you didn't nail it, you'd be caught at extra cover.
Yes.
Now they don't even worry about the boundary fielder, particularly down the ground, because they're so confident in the equipment. And sometimes he said you had to be courageous to take the risk. If you know, particularly if the ball wasn't quite coming on. But now you don't. You're absolutely comfortable that the equipment will do the work. All you got to do is hit it sweet. As if that is easy. Kuldeep again, and again Stokes now. Far enough, high enough, long enough, 6 enough. 231 for 1 suddenly, and Ben Stokes has 62 from just 42 balls. Kuldeep Yadav is taking a pounding.
Yeah, as you said, Mark, it's raining 6s. As you say, these guys are hitting at will. No boundaries big enough, 85 metres. It could have been even longer than that. Fantastic cricket shot, bowler under pressure. 13 from 3 balls. He needs to get out of this over. I think Ben's going to keep getting after him.
Well, there's 3 balls remaining in the over. Yeah, he has to get that ball back a little. He's just a little full. Here he is now. Oh, he's another one! High and long and 6. Phenomenal batting from Ben Stokes. 3 in a row.
It's that long delivery again, Mark, isn't it? It's that long, it's too full. It's in the slot. You can't do that to these modern day players. Allowing them to elevate. As you said, no boundary in world cricket is big enough, and especially for Ben Stokes, strong young man. 3 in a row. He's going to be ticking. He's going to be going again. I'll tell you, Mark, but I'll tell you, this next one ain't going to be floaty. He'll be firing it in.
Yeah, this is bully Ben, isn't it? I wonder if he'll now predict a short ball and go back and look to pull it. We shall see. Gun barrel straight, that one. Brilliant ball striking. This is bullying Ben, and you don't want to get in the way of him when he's like this. If you're an average bowler, not quite at your best. Oh, frightening to run into Ben Stokes. And at the moment, for whatever reason, Kuldeep isn't the bowler that he's a young man, not the bowler he was a couple of years ago. In that World Cup in England, he bowled very well. I remember particularly at Old Trafford how well he bowled. 18 fours, 14 sixes in this innings. Brilliant ball striking. A long discussion by the think tank. Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, Kuldeep. Some faces amongst those Indian players that look not just confused, but concerned for sure. Okay, so KL Rahul came in as well. I really feel for Kuldeep here. He knows the world is watching. At least a minute has gone since the last ball was bowled. 3 consecutive 6s. The world's great all-rounder on strike here. Kuldeep, where does he bowl now? Well, he goes wide and short, and Stokes drives it off the back foot out to cover for a single. That's good ball, really. He got it away from Stokes, took it out of his arc. I think that's good thinking. 238 for 1. England need fewer than 100.
I'll tell you also, be happy, Mark. Rajasthan Rolls, seeing this, just getting him ready for his IPL.
And Ben missed the first part of the IPL. He was in New Zealand with his father. So they'll be pleased not only to have him, but have the best of him. And Bairstow misses a attempted pull. The ball didn't bounce as much as he thought there, and he inside edged it onto his pad, and it rolled out to backward square for no run. It'll mean that Stokes is on strike, and a chastened Kuldeep Yadav makes his way to his fielding position. I feel really sorry for the young man. He's a great talent, but boy, this is a stage that exposes you, strips you to the bone, as it asks questions that some days you simply can't answer.
I'll tell you what, I've got a lot of time. I've got a lot of time for KL Royal going up to him, just putting his arm round him, telling him, listen, don't worry, this can happen, it's one-day cricket. Yes, you fetched it a little bit, but keep your head up, still believing you're a good bowler. I like that, because there's been a lot of time, and I've been on the back end of it, when you've fetched it a little bit and no one's coming to talk to you. Sort of, they're thinking, oh, the game's gone, you've lost us the game, and you get blanked. But I've got time for that, because obviously you know how Virat can be. He's going to be disappointed. Rohit Sharma's sort of shaking his head, because I think he's having a lot to say. I think during the drinks break he was giving a motivational speech, but it was good on KL Royal just going up to him now. That would mean a lot to the young man, I think.
Well, do you know, that's the premise of the discussion we had after that day in the Test match. Very difficult time for Dom Bess, and Steve Harmison talked at length about that sort of thing and how badly it preys on your mind. Krunal Pandya now, and he bowls short, and Stokes has played a fantastic shot. I cannot tell you, for me that's the shot of the day. It's a tad short, and off the back foot he's driven it straight down the ground, way over the ropes, into the stand for, well, into the side screen for 6.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mark. Shot of the day, dismissive, long hop. He just rocked on the back foot to get that elevation and just dispatched him. I mean, these guys do this at training when they have either a bowling machine or someone's throwing with the mitt, just bowling left balls and letting these guys just dispatch it to all corners of the ground. That was fantastic batting.
Yeah, that was strength, wasn't it? Brute strength really got that ball there. Now that's a wide. Krunal doesn't know what to do, so he bowls full and wide, but he gets it too wide. That was like Tom Curran to Rishabh Pant earlier today. I don't blame him, by the way. This is very difficult for a bowler. So what now? He's going to try to bowl the same length, but just a tad straighter. Oh, and he bowls a bumper, and Stokes treats it with disdain because it doesn't work. It's actually just a terrible ball. A long hop outside off stump. Stokes just pummeled it over extra cover for a 4. So there are so many boundaries here. England are going at such a rate. 249 for 1 now.
Yeah, Big Ben's ticking. That was a filthy delivery, I have to say. I'm sorry as an ex-bowler, but that was filth. Action looked all wrong there also.
What now? Does he pitch it up again? He bowls it slow and wide, and Stokes now slaps it away. Oh, that's a good bit of fielding by Shardul Thakur down at long off. He had to move quickly to his right, but the ball spun on him, so he used his left hand to field it, transferred it and flung it in. Stokes got 2 from it. What a burst of activity. So many boundaries. 6.4 1 6 6 6 6 4 2. I mean, it's just unbelievable how quickly England are scoring here. We're in the 34th over. England have 251 for 1. They need 337 to go 1-all in the series. Here comes Krunal Pandya to Ben Stokes. A wild, wide. In fact, Rishabh Pant has done well to dive to his left and stop it. Even Krunal Pandya, so experienced with the IPL and the Mumbai Indians, freezing in the face of Stokes.
I have to say, this is not the best over I've ever seen so far from Krunal Pandya after the fantastic start he had in his debut. This has not been a great start. Under pressure.
Here's a move, he comes round the wicket, and now he bowls into the area outside. Yes, 6 more! Oh, the fielder is Kuldeep Yadav. He threw himself high and wide to his right. He got both hands to it. He couldn't hold on. It slipped through his fingertips and over the boundary rope. He falls to the ground, and so it seems are India in the face of Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes.
Last couple of overs, India unfortunately have been bowling runs. It's been going to all parts. Try to go for a catch, it was always going to go over. Got himself in a sort of wrong shape. To be fair, not much he could have done.
Oh, and Stokes goes again. This is the biggest of the lot. It's gone miles, miles. What a ball strike. A length ball on the up, deposited over straightish mid-wicket by England's great all-rounder.
I mean, I shouldn't laugh as an ex-bowler, but this is punishing, devastating. Fantastic batting by Ben Stokes. He's just elevated, lifted it. If that comes back, tells me that's not 95, mate. That's 100. Trust me. That's gone miles. It's one of those ones when you hit it, you go, oh! Fantastic batting.
He's got 93 in 49 balls.
He was 50? He was 50 off 40.
Just a moment ago, remember we didn't pick his single when it went. There was that misfield, and he jogged through to go from 49 to 50, and the England dugout had to sort of exaggerate their applause just to notify everybody that their mate had got 50. He's now got 93.
42 off 9 balls. His last 9 balls, he got 42.
And now that could race away. That's a wide full ball, but very full, Yorker length, wide outside of Stokes, swung at and toe-ended, and it's gone past Rizab Pant for 2. So Stokes has 95, Bairstow 109. England are 266 for 1 from 34 overs, chasing 337. Amazing.
And this is where the game of cricket just keeps you grounded. What a fantastic debut by Kunal Pandya. Last game, this game, he's bowled 5 overs. He's gone for 65 runs. And that's where the game of cricket, you can't take it for granted. That's why you just have to keep going, keep improving. But Ben Stokes, wow. 95 from 50 balls. That's phenomenal. Johnny Bairstow, all he could do is watch at the other end.
Prasida Krishna coming back to the attack. The young bowler who made his debut the other day in the first of these games. He's bowled 6 overs, none for 39. He showed that he has a big heart the other day. He came back in after a pounding at the start and took 4 wickets. Gosh, how India could do with a wicket now, or 4. Here he comes. Bowls to Bairstow, who digs out a Yorker. All the time in the world to play that ball. It's a good ball, just swung into him a bit. And was well played by Johnny Bairstow, who's obviously enjoyed standing at the other end watching Stokes' astonishing assault on the Indian attack. 6 after 6 after 6 after 6. 10 sixes he's hit in this innings, 60 runs in 6s.
And this is the thing, I think, Gerard, this is what we were talking about. Once if he gets in...
And now a bouncer from Prasida that's left alone by Bairstow, sways out of the way of it. He's not falling for that. England look in control.
And this was the conversation we're having in 2020 cricket, where if you give him more time, he's able to do this.
Hang on, you hear that noise? That's a no ball call. Oh, we don't want to be stepping over that line now, not with free hits available. Yeah, it is over. It's a fair call. So free hit for Johnny Bairstow against Prasida Krishna. Oh, he's played a remarkable shot.
No way.
Go on, try to describe that.
Wow.
Your turn.
It's a low full toss, about sort of ankle height, wide-ish outside off stump, and he basically he's just jabbed his bat at it.
He has. He dropped his bat on it and punched the bottom hand through it, and it's flown over cover for 6.
I remember Moeen did it in Durban when we were out there, and when he got 30 off like 12 balls or so, and he played a similar shot. It's ridiculous.
And he knew how well he'd hit it because he didn't move a muscle afterwards. Didn't take a step out of his ground. And Stokes comes down in amazement.
Yeah, he's enjoyed
that. A huge fist punt to his partner. And breathtaking. That matches Stokes' one off the back foot down the ground. That's a length ball that Bairstow tries to wallop over mid-wicket, but it actually just misses the ball. It thuds into his thigh pad. 273 for 1. The target 337.
I think it was like the last 26 balls gone for like 79. Lashes is that, Mark? That is lashes.
Lashes. He got some licks, man. He got some licks.
You're bowling runs.
I see it again. A full toss and Bairstow pumps it down the ground. 4. Oh my goodness. The batting, I agree that the bowling's lost it a bit, but you can't do anything except admire the quality of the strike, the sheer freedom of spirit in this partnership between Stokes and Bairstow. England need only 60 now from 92 balls with 9 wickets in hand.
It's not great bowling. I mean, you're being polite saying it's rubbish. And that's harsh to say, but it's not been. I think on both sides the bowling has not been good today. The batting has been exceptional. The hitting has been good. The bowling.
And now Bairstow pulls it for 4 to mid-wicket, and if I sound underwhelmed, it's because of the quality all around it. But that's another fantastic strike, and it's just every ball looks to be a boundary. 123 to Bairstow now. An extraordinary assault this in the last 20 minutes to half an hour by Jonny Bairstow and Ben Stokes. Darren Goff's come in to have his say, and then Andrew McKenna will have his.
Well, I'm loving it. Absolutely loving this. It's been an absolute exhibition of ball striking from Jonny Bairstow, firstly, and Ben Stokes getting his opportunity at number 3.
Well, that's a good Yorker, just outside off stump. Really well bowled. We have something we see very rarely these days, a dot ball over to Goffey and Macca.
A dot ball. Very much a rarity at this moment in time when Ben Stokes gets in this mood. We saw it in the Ashes series at Headingley. We've seen it in World Cups. We've seen it in big games in all 3 formats. The kid can play.
I think there was an edge there. It looked like he jammed his bat. I thought he hit the ball straight into the ground. But it has gone through to Rishabh Pant, so they're just having a look, Macca, I think, to see if that's a caught behind.
I'm interested to know whether it's a player review or an umpire review. So we see the ball.
No, it went straight down, didn't it?
Ball.
I'm not.
It's hit the floor.
Yeah, he certainly edged it, but it's gone into the ground, I think.
Yeah.
Well, it may not have edged it, actually.
From reverse angle, give me from backside.
So we are going to check this one, and it definitely goes and hits the floor.
Ground again after hitting the bat.
Not out.
Okay. Yep. Go to the big screen.
Just to put some context, by the way, on England's 6 hitting, India hit 14 in their 50 overs. England have 18 in 35 overs.
Mate, saying that, where was it in the West Indies where we saw a record broken in both innings?
Yes.
Josh Butler went and smashed Gale's 6 hitting, and was it 22 or something, or 24?
Something like that, yes.
Bowling figures. Bhuvi Kumar is going at an economy rate of 4.85. The rest of the Indian bowlers are going at 8.8.
Yeah, that tells the story. Although one thing I would point out, as we said earlier, Hardik Pandya's not bowled the ball, and actually he's been off the field for the last few overs. So it means that the 5 bowlers are, if this goes to 50, are all going to have to bowl out, which is testing for them. Prasadira is going to come in, and Ben Stokes is down the pitch, meets it and belts it back past the bowler. Long on will dive around. Oh, Rohit Sharma stopped it and then lost it, and it's rolled onto the advertising for 4. Now the question is, has Rohit now hurt himself in the process? He's grabbed his left tricep, and this doesn't look good for Rohit Sharma. He is holding up. He's lying on his right side and using his right arm to hold his left arm so it's staying off the ground. It looks like he's probably jarred something in the process. Straight away.
Oh, it popped out of the socket.
It's the elbow.
Dear me. Out of the socket, that's a shocker. Oh, dear me. Don't play it again.
Well, they've given the 4 that it was.
He's alright. Hey, hang on a minute here. What is going on here?
Well, it's getting closer to Easter, so Lazarus has paid a visit.
What? That's ridiculous. It looked horrible on the replays. It looked like, oh, that's it. That's a real bad injury. Arms locked. Hey, he's laughing at
even
you
Rohit's
now.
giggling about that one. So it's 285 for one.
What is terrible?
What's going on here? 52 needed from 14 overs and 5 balls.
Perhaps Rohit does a little bit of bowling as well. Perhaps he just doesn't want to bowl at these two, because Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes, when we're talking about ball striking, I've been watching over the past couple of days and practicing these guys, you know, hitting with Paul Collingwood, who's been putting a bit on social media, and watching Ben Stokes strike a cricket ball, it's just a beautiful sight. It really, really is.
Stokes is 99 not out. He's faced just 51 balls. In comes Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. It's a short ball. Stokes has swung. Has he got a feather through to the keeper? He has. It's a glove. Ben Stokes is denied what would have been one of the most brilliant hundreds of all time. And England lose their second wicket. They're 285 for 2 in the 36th. Don't say this is the start of England throwing it away again. We've seen it once. They can't do it from here, surely. Not the way Bairstow's playing. But what an innings from Stokes. It was a short ball, it was a high ball, and he's gloved it through to the keeper.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that for Ben Stokes. What a wonderful exhibition of batting. He's absolutely gutted. To get 99, a good bit of bowling, you know. I mean, the ball is going to all parts. Kumar, the most experienced fast bowler in this lineup for India, decided to let him have the short one. He got it at a good height. Unfortunately for Ben Stokes, it caught the glove on its way through to Rishabh Pant. But what a wonderful exhibition of batting from Ben Stokes. Absolutely fantastic. 99 off just 52 deliveries. 285 for 2 now, England, with a chasing 337.
So David Malan is coming to the crease. Left-hander for left-hander. By the way, do you reckon Virat Kohli is going to get asked about that run out for Ben Stokes earlier on?
Well, all I know is that Malan's coming to the crease, and he's probably thinking, how do I follow that?
It's a bit of a no-win situation for him in serious points, isn't it?
Yeah, he's coming in, he's played one game. He's in a situation where England are coasting at 285 for 2. Bairstow is 123. You just watched Ben Stokes hit loads of sixes. How many did he hit? 11? 10 sixes. Follow that, Malan. He's played the one game. Was it against Ireland?
Yep, not actually part of the squad, but has been called in officially, with Sam Billings being unavailable and Owen Morgan unavailable. And he's going to face the first ball from Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. Just pops it into the offside. Bairstow offers to come from the non-striker's end, and there is no run. Just one more point actually on the run-outs. We all thought it was out, but here's an interesting one. They asked the umpires to give a soft signal for a catch on the boundary 65-70 metres away that they can't possibly have any idea on, yet a run-out that's happening 4 metres away from them, they don't ask for a soft signal. So it goes to the third umpire, who then has to make a call, and he decided, well, actually it was too close for him to make the call. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar is in. Well, that's a leading edge. Malan is playing that to mid-wicket, but he's actually got the edge down to Shikhar Dhawan on the third man boundary. Malan goes to single, 286 for 2.
And to top it off for Malan, he comes in when the best bowler's bowling that India have got, Kumar. Do you know, looking down the line, I think one of the places for India, they're having a look around at some of the talented players they've got. They've got so many of them, but they're still looking for their best seamer, aren't they? We know Bumrah's going to come back in. They're looking for their best third seamer. They're not quite sure about Thakur being the all-rounder. They're not quite sure about who's their best spinner in one-day cricket, whether it be Kuldeep, whether it be Chahal, whether it be Washington Sundar. So there is still a few decisions, you know, for India moving forward and what they're going to do in 50-over cricket and T20 cricket.
Be interesting to see if Chahal plays the last one instead of Kuldeep. In goes Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, hits the middle of Johnny Bairstow's bat as he comes forward and plays back down the pitch, no run. Even
Washington Sundar, they might turn to him as well. Another one who's a good ball striker, can bat, good fielder, and obviously the bowling, he can bowl under pressure. He mixes his pace up well, he can bowl it a little bit flatter. So they might actually go for the orthodox off spin of Sundar, but it's going to make, when England finally get over the line here, it's going to make for a good last one on Sunday. Certainly here, live on TalkSport 2.
Set it up nicely, wouldn't it? 51 needed for England as Bairstow plays out to the cover sweeper. Bairstow will go to 124. England 287 for 2. Might just point out at this point, Johnny Bairstow's highest score in one-day international cricket is 141 not out. He's 124 at the moment.
Spectacular knock. Let's say, I'm going to say slightly overshadowed by Ben Stokes' ball striking there. If he would have gone 100, he could have easily have gone past Johnny Bairstow and nicked the man of the match, but I think there's only one winner at this moment in time, and that would be Johnny Bairstow. 124 not out off 111 deliveries. Quite magnificent. He's in good form. Absolutely shows when he can play a few games under his belt, back to back. It's amazing what can happen.
11 fours and 7 sixes from Bairstow in this innings so far. 36 overs gone, 287 for 2. 337 the target. Prasida will be coming in, and it's outside of off stump. Oh, Johnny Bairstow's just driven it straight to Virat Kohli at short extra cover. And I've just talked about Johnny Bairstow and his highest potential one-day international score. It won't happen today. Bairstow got a ball to drive, and he's hammered it into the covers. Fortunately for Virat Kohli, he didn't have to move. It was onto him in a flash. It's hit him straight, virtually in the belly button. Virat Kohli takes the catch. Johnny Bairstow's innings is over, and England are 287 for 3.
We can't lose this, surely, can we? But Johnny Bairstow, a fantastic innings, has put England in a great position. 124 of just those 112 deliveries. Some fantastic shots down the ground, end square of the wicket, especially on the leg side. Magnificent innings comes to an end. Drilled it, middle of the bat, just leant back on it a little bit if you're going to be critical of the shot. Aerial straight to Virat Kohli at short extra. Again, a round of applause, thoroughly deserved from his teammates. A fantastic knock, and the amazing thing about it, he hasn't even got a sweat on. Amazing innings. 287 for 3 now. England brings Josh Buttler to the crease, number 63 on his back. Can he get England over the line?
Be nice for him as captain to see this one through.
Well, this was definitely the brand of cricket Owen Morgan were talking about to Mark after the last game. We're going to carry on playing this positive brand of cricket, and when they get it right, especially when they're chasing, it's spectacular to watch. You can see why we won the World Cup when they play like this.
Right, David Malan has faced 2 deliveries for a single. Josh Buttler is brand new to the crease and is just taking guard. India have put a slip in. There's a backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, inside the circle. Prasida is on his way again, the right armour. It's a quickish delivery. The Buttler is playing from the crease, out on the offside, no run.
Suddenly there's an opening, isn't it? I mean, miracles do happen. You've got 2 new batsmen at the crease. Livingston's in next on debut. It shouldn't happen. But India, never say never. They'll go all the way to the wire. That's Virat Kohli's way of playing cricket. Positive, aggressive brand.
Prasida is in. Buttler is guiding this to point, and there's no run.
So expect England to fight for every single run when they're playing against a Virat Kohli's Indian side. Might have some youngsters in it, pretty new to the game at this level, international cricket, but he'll make sure they go all the way to the wire. There'll be no easy runs.
Buttler waits, tapping his bat. Prasida is in, bowls, right arm over and bowls Josh Buttler with an absolute beauty of a Yorker, base of off stump. England have gone from cruising this one to 287 for 4 and 142 kilometres an hour. Yorker has done for Josh Buttler for a 3-ball duck, and now Liam Livingstone is walking out to the middle for England. 10 minutes ago, this was a cakewalk and a celebration and a procession. All of a sudden, it looks like we're playing a completely different game of cricket here on TalkSport 2.
Well, that's one day cricket, isn't it? You open up an end and you get a little bit of a sniff. And as I said, Virat Kohli will make sure his players are fired up and go all the way to the wire. England are still in an unbelievable position. But Josh Buttler there, don't listen, it can happen. It was a fantastic delivery, quick, straight, the perfect Yorker, knocks his off stump out of the ground. And unfortunate for Josh Buttler, might be captain, but he goes and falls for 0. Absolutely nothing to his name, but still at 287 for 4 as Liam Livingstone comes to the crease. He'll be a little bit nervous, but he's played some good standard of cricket over the past few years, travelling around the world, playing some franchise cricket. Did really well in the Big Bash that's just been.
His record for Lancashire in 50 over cricket, 55 games at 1,552 runs at an average of 36.1. He's made 110 50s and his strike rate is 99.5. Of course, he has played for England before in T20 cricket, England against South Africa in Cardiff. That was in June of 2017, but this is 50 over cricket. Jared.
Can I just correct you? He hasn't played 55 games for Lancashire. He's actually played less than half of his games for Lancashire. Most of them have been for England Lions or from the North. So he's been in the England system and been developed, plus he's played everywhere in franchise cricket. He's a very modern cricketer in the preparation he's had for this particular game.
Here we go then. He's facing his first ball from Prasida is in, and Livingstone is a long way forward there, making sure he's not going to get yorked by that delivery. He's pushing up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Well, I think with this Prasida Krishna now, what we need him to do, we've seen what he's like coming back, whether it be for his second or third spell. I think what we need to do is get him to get that first spell right, and I think India have found themselves another nice fast bowler. In all formats, I think in Test match cricket he would be aggressive, he's got some pace, he gets bounce.
Prasida is in once again. Livingstone is fending this one off the rib cage. There is a short fine leg in place, but he gets it through, well, much straighter than that, almost square leg, and will get a single to end the over. 37 overs gone. England 288 for 4. They're trying to make 337. It's 49 from 78 balls, and because that was the final ball of the over, Livingstone will retain strike for the first ball of the next over. Both batsmen have singles from 2 balls faced.
Where does he go now, though? I mean, he's got to get rid of some overs yet, hasn't he, from his spinner. Like I say, Hardik's been off the field. Doesn't look like he's going to bowl, so at some point he's got to switch it around. England very much in the box seat, thanks to the brilliance of Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes and Jason Roy to a smaller extent. They've been fantastic, but 2 newcomers to the squad. Milan drafted in as a reserve.
It's the left arm of Krunal Pandya. Livingstone will take him to long on all along the floor to Shardul Thakur for a single. So he's in replacing Bhuvaneshwar Kumar.
Well, I'll be thinking as well, Kunal, with the figures he's got, he might just be able to drag a few back here. He's going for over 10 and over. It's never nice as a bowler when you're going for their sort of runs. He'll want to get back into the game. If he can pick up a couple of wickets here for his captain, it just gives him a chance.
3 wickets in 9 balls. Not completely changed the course of this game, but certainly put the handbrake on. Right, Milan is going to face Krunal. Bowling over the wickets. And Milan will turn this around through square leg. Virat Kohli is going to set off after it. They will take 1. They don't take the second. Virat Kohli gets it in the air to Rishabh Pant. And it's 290 for 4. 47 needed from 76 is the equation.
It'll be interesting how they play from here now. I mean, the sensible option is just to see it home and just pushing singles. We know Milan, that's the way he likes to play, especially when he first comes to the crease. His strike rate ups as he gets in, as most batsmen do, but Liam Livingstone, he likes to get on with it from the off. Decent player of spin from what I've seen in the past.
Krunal is in. Livingstone on the back foot, hammers it through point. Cover sweepers having to go a long way to his left. That's Kuldeep Yadav. He will get the ball, get it back in the air, and the batsmen take 2. Livingstone goes to 4. England 292 for 4. Halfway through the 38th. 45 needed from 75. Krunel, left arm around, bowls to Livingston, turns this one through square leg. They'll run the first quickly, there's not a second there on this occasion. So it's 44 from 74 now.
I don't know about you, Macca, but what surprised me in these two games is spin's not really played a part in any of the two matches so far. Whether it's with the England pair, Rashid and Ali, or whether you're talking Kuldeep Yadav and Krunal Pandya.
Krunal is in, and David Malan will turn this around the corner. Virat Kohli can't prevent the single being taken. It is 293 for 4.
So it'll be interesting for India. If they do go on and lose this game, do they bring Siraj into the equation? Do they bring Washington Sundar in, who's slightly different spinner to the other two? Make a couple of changes in the bowling attack?
Livingston is going to come down the wicket, meet this on the half volley, punch to long off. Single taken, 294 for 8, 38 overs gone. So there are 12 to go as England try and make 337 here on TalkSport 2. Jared Kimber.
I think it's worth saying as well, this is India's, they're missing their 3 frontline bowlers in Jasprit Bumrah, Ravi Jadeja and Mohammad Shami from this particular attack. I mean, the way Bhuvi's bowled, he's probably almost cementing a spot for himself going forward, but this is not their absolute frontline bowling attack either. I know it's not England's best batting lineup either.
Well, it's not England's best bowling lineup though, so they've Wood and Archer in it.
Yeah, exactly. So these sorts of fluctuations happen, but I'm not sure we'll see Chahal or Kuldeep too much more for India in the short term unless they...
I agree with you, actually. I think Washington Sundar is one they really, really like. I think, unfortunately, for Krunal, he's had 2 games where it's not really benefited spin and he's got a bit of tap. But I definitely think Washington Sundar they do like.
I think they might try some of their other wrist spinners as well, guys like Tawatia and some of the other guys that are out there.
Well, Kuldeep is going to bowl his 10th over. He's gone for 77 so far in 9, and Liam Livingstone gets a short one to start with and hammers it through mid-wicket for 4. So they're changing the batsmen around at the moment, are India. But as far as Kuldeep's concerned, they have all taken a liking to his bowling. He's just hammered his hands together in frustration because he's pulled it down. It's very short, and Livingstone is able to lean back and just hammer that through mid-wicket for 4.
I think Jared's right. I think with Kuldeep, I think this could be the last one. I really do.
Kuldeep in, Livingston pushes at that one, pushes into the offside. Thakur will field at point, and there's no run. 299 for 4.
England have just played him too comfortable, haven't they? And have knocked him around nicely, hit him for big hits as well.
Livingston waits as Kuldeep goes in with a big grunt. He bowls that one. It's hammered into the covers and there is no run. But this begs the question, this isn't going to go 50 overs. Why is Kuldeep bowling his 10th over if he doesn't need to, when he's getting hammered around the park and his confidence is getting shot to pieces? Kuldeep in, Livingston pushing forward to long off and takes a single that will bring up the England 300. They have got there for the loss of 4 wickets, and they do so 4 balls into the 39th over. 300, so 37 more to go.
It's called mystery, Macca. I mean, the 2 new batsmen to the crease and a little bit of mystery. He's got 1 over left. Can he just bamboozle them, take a wicket that just gives them half a chance? India, that's why they've gone back to Kuldeep. I know he's only got 1 over left, but it's just a little bit of mystery to the new batsman, Macca.
Malan on strike to Kuldeep, bowling left arm wrist spin over the wickets. Malan deep in his crease, pushes out to the cover sweeper, who is Hardik Pandya, and a single taken. 301 for 4, 36 more runs needed.
But the problem he's had, he comes back on, he tends to start with a bad delivery, a short ball, then gets pulled away for a 4 or a 6, and then he lobs it up and he gets hit down the ground for 6. It's not a good start, is it?
No. Final ball of his evening's work then. He's gone for 83 so far. Kuldeep in. Livingston is playing this off of the back foot to long on, and a single will be taken. So Kuldeep will finish with 10 overs, 0 for 84. 302 for 4 are England after 39 overs. And this is commentary at the second of 3 one-day internationals between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team. Lizzie Ammon, Simon Wilde, and of course former England captains Mike Atherton and Sir Alistair Cook make up their team.
Yeah, I'm not expecting to see Kuldeep in that last one there in Pune on Sunday. If the pitch obviously will be very similar to what we've seen in the first 2 games, I would expect a change there for India. It's still very much a series to play for. It's the decider. And I think we've had a very good pitchers. It's definitely helped batting second. I think England were walking it the other night as well until they had that collapse. But I think they're in a situation now where surely they can't lose it from here. But India have turned to their best bowler. They bring the experienced Bhuvneshwar Kumar back into the attack. 8 overs, 1 for 40 yes so far.
There's no point saving him, is there? As we've just said, this isn't going to go the distance. No point having a bowler of that quality and having him with overs left when England hit the winning runs. At least that's what England will be hoping. So 66 balls to score 35 with 6 wickets standing. That's what England are looking at to tie this up. Bhuvneshwar Kumar is in. Liam Livingstone has come down the pitch, hit this towards long on, hits it over long on. 6 is catching for England. It's another one. I think that's the 19th of the innings. They just keep on going. It's 308 for 4.
Well, that is great to see, you know. On debut, Liam Livingstone, the best bowler in India's armoury in the attack. Guess what? It doesn't matter because this is the brand of cricket England want to play. Runs down the wicket, one leg in the air like a flamingo, and he pops it over the boundary for the maximum.
Livingstone goes to 18 from just 12 balls. Bhuvneshwar Kumar responds with a short ball, but Livingstone's hit even further over mid-wicket. Back-to-back 6s. And this is disdainful. It's 314 for 4.
Actually, it's just brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely fantastic. Livingstone, that one is as good a shot as you're going to see. The technique, short ball from Kumar. You've got to remember he did Ben Stokes with a short ball, gloved it through to the keeper, but that time he picked it up and just caught it in front of his nose, and away it went for the maximum. 314 for 4 on TalkSport 2.
And it's now 23 runs needed from 64 balls. They're chasing 337. Bhuvneshwar Kumar is in. Livingstone solidly plays this one to long on for a single, which feels so wonderfully anticlimactic at this stage as England go to 315.
Well, it does, because Virat Kohli thought, right, I need a couple of wickets here, I'll bring my best bowler back, and he just gets dispatched for 2 6s back to back. I mean, that's the way it goes. That's the way England have played this game. They've kept that confidence that has given so much success over the past 3 or 4 years that Owen Morgan has instilled into this team, and there's still players who can play that brand of cricket to come. You've got Moeen Ali, he's got a strike rate of over 100. You've got Sam Curran, Tom Curran.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar is in. David Malan takes this on the 5 pad. Liam Livingstone calls him through for a leg by. Total goes up by 1. 316 for 4 are England.
And the thing is as well, you know, just on keeping a place in this side, we know Owen Morgan's going to be out for a couple of games, but Billings might be back for that last game. So one of these two misses out, Livingstone or Malan. So it's a bit of a audition for the next game.
21 from 62 balls for England to level this up. Bhuvneshwar Kumar is in. Livingstone pings it off the back foot. It'll be fielded by mid-off, who is Rohit Sharma. They're going to take a single. Rohit is throwing at the non-strikers and doesn't hit. Virat Kohli is frustrated because he was at short extra cover and actually got a bad bounce, which enables a single to be taken. So it's 20 needed from 61 balls now.
Yeah, Steve Armis has just told me, but yeah, Milan wasn't in the original squad, which, yep, I get that. But when you're talking about like-for-like replacements, they said Milan's coming in this game for Morgan and Livingstone's coming in for Billings, and it's
Malan on this occasion. He's taken on the pad from Bhuvneshwar Kumar. Now, was there an inside edge on that one? And where did it pitch? They're going to have a conversation. You might as well review it, Virat. And he is doing, because frankly, they need to buy one from somewhere. I'm convinced this is out, but it's one of those that they might as well have a look at, because that's the rules.
It depends what line it pitched. Did he pitch outside?
Umpire has given not out.
He used his wrist. It was the a waist swinger to the left-hander, wasn't it? You can see when he...
There is no bat
dear me.
involved. Oh, that looks, shall we say, adjacent.
It all depends where it pitched when we can see the runway.
Keep going, keep
There's
going.
definitely no bat. That's what they're checking at the moment, Anil Chowdhury.
Yeah, no bat involved. Give me ball tracking, please.
So now we're going to get the ball tracking. Where's it pitched? It's outside leg stump, and only just outside leg stump.
Field umpire.
So it will be not out, and India lose their review. But to be perfectly honest, that was a gamble that they had to take.
Oh, they had to take it. I mean, they've lost the game, haven't they? Let's be honest about it. I mean, Livingston, if there was any doubt whatsoever, the last few balls, he's just taking it away from him. He's come in on debut. He's 26 off 15 deliveries. What nerves? We've just been praising the Indian batsmen. Let's listen. Let's get England some credit here. We've been praising India youngsters that come into the side and play a brand of cricket that Virat Kohli wants them to play. But hang on a minute, Liam Livingstone on debut, 26 off 15 deliveries.
$124 came in the 10 overs between 30 and 40. 124. England are 317 for 4 at the 10 over stage. That was the equivalent of India's last 10 between 40 and 50. Incredible stuff. Right, slipper's gone in for Prasida Krishna because they need wickets and quickly. 20 needed from 60 balls is the equation for England. And Livingstone will be on strike. What's the hold up here?
Well, he's power play free. Does he not know the rules? I don't know.
Well, they're standing in the middle of the wicket having a conversation. I think the umpire's saying, look, it's not a drinks break. Can we get a move on here, please?
Because they're allowed 5 fielders out now, aren't they? I think he's in this one.
Yes.
Yeah. They need more than 5 out.
Yeah.
They needed all of them out. It's like school cricket. Put them all on the boundary, sir.
Sorry, my mistake. It's Milan who's on strike for the first ball. Prasida is on the way to the left-hander outside of off stump. It's an uppish drive that will go down to third man. Single will be taken. 318 for 4, so it's now 19 needed for England from 59 balls. Livingstone gets down to the striker's end and will take guard. I think I heard him say middle, please.
Middle of the bat.
Well, yes.
That's what it's been so far.
Certainly has. Been a cracking game of cricket as well today. Another good one. Prasida is in. It's a short ball. Livingstone has had a swing at that one. And for a second, Rishabh Pant was giving the impression that Livingstone had gloved that one down the leg side. He hadn't. I mean, to be honest, Rishabh Pant will go up for most things, so maybe you don't take his reaction into account that much, but Livingstone wasn't far away of getting a glove on that one.
Yeah,
18 needed off 58.
Yeah, again, big effort ball from Krishna. Impressed me, his second and third spells. He's just going to get the first spell right now.
In he comes, right arm over. Oh, he's hit Liam Livingstone in the stomach. Livingstone is trying to swing that one over the leg side. Seemed to grip in the surface. I think probably a cutter, and took Livingstone on the body. England run a leg by. 320 for 4, 17 needed from 57.
Well, that's the strangest stomach I've ever seen, Macca. If it's hit him there. Say it hit him on the groin area, didn't it?
Well, I was trying to be polite, Goffey.
Lower stomach.
It's where we've not got any abs.
He's off strike anyway. 17 needed from 57. And Prasida is on the way past umpire Menon. David Milan is just dropping this into the offside. Hardik Pandya will do the fielding at backward point, and there's no run. 17 from 56.
You got 2 players here. Just you can see the way they go about building their innings. Yeah, I said this at the start. Milan comes in. He likes to build He likes to get his eye on, he likes to get used to the pace of the pitch and who's bowling at him. And Livingston just comes in and pegs up.
In goes Prasida. Malan is pushing into the offside, and again quietly, no run. 26s in the innings for England, and the TV company have just put the pictures on the wagon wheel of where they've hit them, and it's basically one every sort of 10 degrees or so in a sort of zone everywhere from point round to square leg. It's not one area that's been targeted. They've basically managed to find every part in front of square. Prasida on his way again, right-handed, beats David Milan on that occasion. Again, it's a little tentative prod that. He's trying to sort of prod it out on the offside, beat a man, be able to take a single, but he doesn't get anything on it. 41 overs are gone. England are 320 for 4. They need 17 from 54 balls to win this game here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, almost trying to guide, he's trying to push one, isn't he? Ball after ball after ball. Just doesn't got his footwork going so far. Like I say, when you consider some of the way the England team have played so far in this run chase, trying to chase down 337, I think everybody who's come to the crease has had some success really, except the captain, Josh Butler, went for 0. Got done by a real good delivery from Prasida, but Bairstow, Roy, Stokes, absolutely magnificent. The ball striking ability. And Livingston on debut comes in and does exactly what the rest have been doing. Fantastic to see. 17 runs from 54 balls needed.
Bhuvi Kumar will bowl the next 6 of them. He's coming in to bowl to Livingston, right arm over. Livingston punches to long on for a comfortable single. Livingston goes to 27. England needs 16 from 53. Just feel like we're going through the motions now really for these last 16. India have to find wickets from somewhere. It's interesting that the field isn't overly attacking. In comes Kumar once again. Milan is in behind this, pushing out on the offside. Livingston is offering to come from the non-striker's end, but again, short extra cover swoops on that and prevents the run being taken. Livingston remakes his ground at the non-striker's end.
I'll tell you what I would like to see, although it's not going to happen if you win the toss. I want to see England batting first, to see whether they go exactly as hard as they've gone, chasing down this total. Because now it becomes a stage where we've lost 2 series, haven't we, so far? So they'll want to.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar goes in again, and David Milan gets an outside edge on this one. And as I said, it's not an overly attacking field. There's no slip in place, and it will go down through fine third man for a boundary for England. 325 for 4 are 12 away from victory.
When it's going your way, isn't it there? Like I say, a genuine edge there from Milan. A good bit of bowling from Kumar, but it gets that edge. There's no slips in place when you're 321 for 4. And he just runs away for another boundary.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar comes in again, right arm over. Milan gets one roundabout leg stump, flicks it past Virat Kohli at short mid-wicket. They will take 1 and come back for a second as Kuldeep sends the return in. 327 for 4. England 10 away from victory with 8 overs and 2 balls to get them in.
It's been easy, hasn't it? Easy for England. Absolutely credit to them. Took a beating the other night in Pune, but so far today in the second one-day international.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar is in, straight ball. Milan pushes back down to the pitch to him, no run.
Yeah, it's been a cakewalk, absolutely easy. Fantastic batting from all of them, especially Bairstow and Stokes. The ball striking was out of this world. But Ben Stokes, 10 sixes. 10 sixes, 99 of just 52 deliveries.
Absolutely incredible hitting. Kuldeep suffered the brunt of it. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar goes in. It's a straightish ball again. Milan clipping into the leg side. They will take 1. They won't take on Kuldeep's arm. So it's a single taken to take England to 300 128. They need 9 from 48 balls that are left to win this game and take the series 1-1 with 1 to play. Some more thoughts from Darren Gough, and Guy Swindles will see this one home.
Yeah, impressive. England winning the toss, wanting to chase. That's their chosen method, and the way to play, it's been the right choice, hasn't it? India, I thought, made a good total, 336 for 6. Some great batting from Rishabh Pant, 77 off just 44 deliveries, and KL Rahul 108. But the way England have gone about this run chase, Jason Roy and Johnny Bairstow up top, and then Ben Stokes, absolutely magnificent innings, getting his chosen role up near the top of the order, quite magnificent, really. And India have had no answer, no matter who's got the ball in hand. They've gone around the park.
Even Bhuvneshwar Kumar has gone for more than 6 and over, which doesn't happen very often, and that's a missed opportunity for Milan outside the off stump. I have to say, Prasada Krishna, again, in his second and third spells, has impressed. If he could stop going for quite so many first up, he could be a real boon for India, but he's just bowled another ball, beating a batsman outside off stump who's well set.
He's a wicket taker, isn't he? And he's got a huge heart, you can see that. He's aggressive, he's got a good short ball, he's got good pace. He just gets a little bit excited with the new ball.
David Malan this time plays and misses outside, a bit of an indeterminate jab outside off stump, goes through to the wicket-keeper, no run.
Yeah, again, another good delivery. Back of a length, going across the left-hander, good seam position. Just a little bit of movement away towards the wicket-keeper. Milan playing with half a bat. But yeah, definitely one. Got to have impressed you. Virat Kohli must be impressed by him.
Plenty of smiles on the England bench this evening. We haven't seen so many recently, as that's short and quite wide from Prasada and is given as a wide. I think very few people would argue over that one being a bonus run as far as England are concerned. But after a sticky time recently, because they were 2-1 up in the T20 series, lost 3-2, lost the first game in this series as well, so it's 3 on the trot. They needed something just to turn round a little. But it set it up beautifully as in comes Prasada again, and that is a good shot from Milan. Clipped off his toes, only for a single. The fielder was there, but they trot through. And England take their total to 330 for 4, 7 runs away from victory. Yeah,
I mean, India would have been shell-shocked by this. I think Virat Kohli would have gone off and thought, you know, son, we got a good total there. This series is ours, 336. The way they played India was quite magnificent. England didn't have any answers, but they've absolutely walked it. And this is why they scare every other team in the world in white ball cricket, England, because they can chase anything.
In again, and that is a full Yorker length delivery, well dug out by Livingston, who's impressed on debut in the ODI team, 27 from 19.
Well, he's definitely impressed me. I think he impressed an Australian audience in the Big Bash. He's impressed people in Pakistan in the PSL. He's impressed people in England when he plays for Lancashire. And he's impressed everyone here now in India, because this, in his debut, 27 off just 19 deliveries. What a start for his international 50-over career. I'm sure there'll be plenty more.
And also continuing to play in the style that Owen Morgan is so keen for England to show, and that's fullish. And dug out again by Livingston. Another good Yorker length delivery from Prasada.
Well, you know something, that's why they pick him. He fits into the way Owen Morgan wants to play the game. He talks about it after that defeat the other night. He wants aggressive players, he wants confident players, players that can play 360 degrees all around the wicket. And if they were chasing 400, would have a chance of doing it. And like I said, we've still got Sam Curran and Moeen Ali to come, and they could play a few shots.
Well, this match looks as if it's going to go for another over at least, as Prasada comes in again, and that is Livingston has a mighty swipe across the line at that one. Doesn't really get anything on it, and Rishabh Pant dives to his right to stop it. It's the end of the 43rd over. England have only scored 2 runs from it. They're 330 for 4. They need 7 for victory.
Prasada Krishna, he's got to be satisfied with that. Virat Kohli is captain, 10 overs, 2 for 58. When it's been an absolute walk in the park for England, they played some aggressive cricket, hitting 4s and 6s all around the park. But for him to come back again, not after a great start, and finish with 2 for 58, you've got to be impressed by his stint of bowling there. Well bowled.
You're listening to commentary of the second of 3 one-day internationals between India and England on Talk Sport 2, with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team writing with an edge. Well, thanks to Darren Gough, and it will be Alex Tudor and Steve Harmison who take us through the final 7 runs of this England innings. And what a performance it's been. Never, particularly after the first match perhaps, when they were in a very similar position and couldn't rise to the occasion. That's a sharpish bouncer from Shardul Thakur, who has come into the attack, but it's left alone by Milan, no run.
Jude, what do you think on the bowling, some of the bowling changes? Do you think Kohli either missed the trick not bringing Bhuvaneshwar Kumar on earlier and Krishna on earlier and letting only having five out and out bowlers? It just shows you that if one bowler does go down, like Kuldeep did and like Karul Pandya did, you mix massive with the captaincy.
Another short ball from Thakur. It's the second one of the over. I wonder if any punishment will be meted out. No, it won't. So that's obviously the way that Thakur has decided to bowl to Milan, who is 14 not out from 21.
Yeah, you're right, Steve. I just think sometimes some of these captains, they have these set plans, but when you have an onslaught like that and you've got Johnny Bairstow, Stokes, Roy doing what they're doing, you need to get your best bowler back on and try and get a wicket. And he most probably had a set plan right. Boovy's going to bowl a couple up front, then he's going to bowl possibly in the middle, and I'm having it at the death.
In again, and that is short, and that goes over Pants Head and goes for 4 byes. So no ball as well. No, I'm trying to work this out now. There's all sorts of signals going on, but there are certainly runs for England. I think it's 4 no balls because he actually let go of the ball. It didn't bounce, flew over. It did bounce, but it went miles up in the air. It is a no ball. It's bounced over Rishabh Pant's head. It's gone for 4 somethings. India are laughing because it's that kind of game. Even Virat Kohli is having a giggle, despite the fact that this match is coming to an end pretty sharply, even without the England batsman having to do it.
Well, the fielders can see the funny side of it, but...
In again then, and Milan pulls that away. Oh, and there's a misfield. They'll certainly come back for a couple, and that will mean that the scores are level. In fact, England go past because of the no ball, and England have won by 6 wickets. When you consider they were chasing 337 for victory, they've got more than 6 overs in hand. This has been a remarkable performance by England, and India don't know quite what's hit them at the moment. England won the toss again, elected to bowl. India batted first and racked up a terrific 336 for 6, including 100 from KL Rahul. Rishabh Pant 77 from 40, Hardik Pandya 35 from just 16. For England, everyone took some hammer. Reece Topley was the pick of the attack with 2 for 50 from his 8 overs in his return to the team. But as England set out in pursuit of that 337, a very similar victory target to the first ODI, there was concern. But after Jason Roy with 55 and Johnny Bairstow put on 110 for the first wicket before a silly run out, Bairstow and Stokes then took the game away from India. In the end, Ben Stokes was out for the fastest ever 99 in ODI history, coming off just 52 balls. When you consider his first 50 took 40, that was a remarkable acceleration. Johnny Bairstow, brilliant. 124 from 112 balls, 11 fours and 7 sixes. Jos Buttler got a 3-ball duck, which will have upset him, the skipper, today, particularly as he put down 2 drop catches. So he was the only man who had a bad day as far as England are concerned, but he led his country to victory because David Milan was 16 not out, and Liam Livingstone, very impressive, 27 from 21, saw the side home with plenty to spare. So England win this match. Thoughts, chaps?
No, for me it was a comprehensive win by England. Again, the last 10 overs with the ball that we could probably look at. England got themselves in a position on Wednesday night in the first one-day international, needing 180, 10 wickets in hand with 35 overs to spare. That should have been the result. The result today should have been the result from Wednesday. And I said during that first half, if England can get off to a good start, they'll not make the same mistake again, and they didn't. That's why they're the best team in the world. Stokes, magnificent. And there's a passage of play where he got 45 off 10 balls. He was just relentless. And a lot of question marks on whether Kohli, and that was the last question I was asking Jude, could Kohli have turned to his bowlers, his better bowlers quicker? Ben Stokes didn't give him a chance. Absolute brutal in that middle period. Took the game away. Johnny Bairstow will probably be a man of the match, and deservedly so. Pleased for Johnny, pleased for England. Sets up an absolute humdinger on Sunday afternoon. Can't wait for it.
Jude?
Yeah, fantastic from England. I think first half, didn't bowl too well, but on their batting they showed why they're world champions. Absolutely fantastic way how you chase down a big total. Easily done in the end. Bairstow, Roy, Stokes different quality, and a nice way to make your debut. Liam Livingstone to come in when the bulk of the runs have been done. You can just come, showcase your talent, and that's what he did. Finished off with 27 off 21. Fantastic display. And as you say, Harmy, you go into Sunday 1-1, game on. Hopefully it'll be another cracker.